Chapter 377. The Demon Capital. At this moment, the demon capital was extremely cold and cheerless. In fact, there was even a smell of ruin. Every inch of space still had the lingering smell of the disaster. On every floor of the demon metropolis, a large number of buildings collapsed. The earth's crust was deformed and cracked. Ruins could be seen everywhere. The third level of the demon capital. In the collapsed five-colored demon palace. The nine-headed demon emperor, led by Great Emperor Woodfern, was exasperated. However, their expressions were filled with fear and trepidation, as if they were birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. It's too terrifying. That silver-masked demon emperor actually devoured Lord Demon God's will, and even transformed. After it transformed, it's as strong as a deity. It can almost destroy our plane. It can trample on the rules and order wantonly. Xianxia Demon Emperor was actually killed by it in an instant. It's definitely not the power of our plane. It's too evil. It makes us feel despair. Complete despair. Even the aftermath of that power has killed countless demon emperors. A demon emperor muttered incessantly. He looked like a young girl who had just been ravaged by hundreds of burly men in turn. Shut up! Great Emperor Woodfern scolded. Its expression had also become extremely hideous and twisted. He paused for a moment, then said with a trembling voice. How many demon emperors did we lose? Great Emperor Woodfern, we've truly suffered a calamity this time. Another Great Emperor's voice was hoarse and he sounded like he was about to cry. Great Emperor Woodfern, there's no need to mention the ordinary demon emperor bloodline. Many of them died during Grandmaster Yen Lang's birthday celebration. After this disaster, more than half of our mutated demon emperors have been killed. More than half. Great Emperor Woodfern cried out in shock. Yes, Great Emperor Woodfern has definitely lost more than half of his troops. Especially the ultimate variant demon emperors. We've lost hundreds of them. We've really suffered a great loss. This loss is immeasurable. The other martial monarch immediately added. Also, Grandmaster Yen Lang has been kidnapped. That's one disaster after another. In recent years, Great Master Yen Lang's concoction skills have become more and more refined. He can almost create a large number of ultimate variant demon emperors. Originally, we all expected that in the next 100 years, the number of ultimate variant demon emperors in our demon capital would exceed 10,000. Definitely over 10,000. Although the ultimate mutated demon emperor created by the precious medicine refined by Master Yen Lang was not as powerful as the ultimate mutated demon emperor with a noble bloodline, it could at least resist some of the powerhouses of the human clan. Tens of thousands of ultimate mutant demon emperors formed an army. The human demons could be destroyed in the blink of an eye. It was only a matter of time before the Xianxia pagoda was flattened. But now, all the plans have come to naught. Roar! Grand Emperor Woodfern let out a heart-wrenching howl. His teeth clenched, and every word he spoke was filled with rage and unwillingness. Silver Mask Demon Emperor! You evil creature! Destroying our foundation! The demons of this plane were miserable. Tragic! Tragic! It should be noted that the potential and achievements of any demon race were closely related to their bloodline and genes. For example, human cultivators might not have much talent, but if they cultivated diligently and had a bit of luck, there was still a chance that they could become a great cultivator. But the demon race was different. The demon race depended on their bloodline and genes. Hard work and luck didn't matter. The demon race depended on their innate conditions. Those with poor bloodline and genes couldn't break through the shackles of their genes no matter how much they cultivated or how much demonic chi they absorbed. As a result, there were exactly 1,000 ultimate variant demon emperors in this plane. And now, they'd lost hundreds of them. One dead meant one less. Originally, with Yen Lang's existence, they could create more ultimate variant demon emperors. But now, even Yen Lang had been kidnapped. What do we do now, Grand Emperor Woodfern? One of the great emperors asked, his heart trembling. The demon capital is on the verge of collapse. If the human clan demons attack, we won't be able to hold them off. We will be completely annihilated by the human race. The human race has millions of heroes, powerhouses of the past, as well as the Council of Elders and the Pagoda Master whose battle prowess is on par with you. Great Emperor Woodfern, we are in danger. The balance of power between the demon race and the human clan has been broken once again. We're weak. We're definitely at a disadvantage. That's right, Grand Emperor Woodfern. If we don't think of a countermeasure soon, the human clan will definitely send their army to our borders once they learn of the situation in the demon capital. Several of the great emperors barked anxiously. Silence. Everyone, quiet down. Grand Emperor Woodfern took control of the situation. A while later, the situation is indeed very dangerous. Grand Emperor Woodfern nodded slightly. Based on the current situation, the human clan demons do indeed have the strength to annihilate us. Furthermore, the greater danger is the mysterious Silver Mask Demon Emperor. When Grand Emperor Woodfern mentioned the Silver Mask Demon Emperor once again, the other 8 great emperors held their breaths. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The secret treasure in the Silver Mask Demon Emperor's body is too powerful. It can actually draw upon the power of the demon world and transform. If it wants to destroy us, it'll only take a single thought. Once the Silver Mask Demon Emperor returns, we'll be in grave danger. We might even have no choice but to submit to it. Grand Emperor Woodfern's majestic body was trembling. Grand Emperor Woodfern, you're saying that the Silver Mask Demon Emperor is drawing upon the power of the demon world? One of the great emperors sucked in a breath of cold air. It's definitely the power of the demon world. It might even be the power of one of the great emperors in the demon world. However, given the strength of the Silver Mask Demon Emperor's body, he can't use such destructive power frequently. Otherwise his body will explode. He definitely can't endure such destructive power for a long period of time. However, we have to be wary of this fellow. All of a sudden, Grand Emperor Woodfern licked his lips with a bloody barbed tongue. His eyes flashed with a strange light. If we can capture the Silver Mask Demon Emperor and extract the demonic chi in his body, we'll be able to obtain his secrets. Then, the situation will be reversed. We'll be able to turn the tide. Capture the Silver Mask Demon Emperor? Great Emperor Woodfern, your thoughts are too crazy. Even now, you're still thinking of obtaining the secrets of the Silver Mask Demon Emperor. Crazy. This is too crazy. The other great emperors felt their hearts palpitating. Master Yen Lang is still in the hands of that bastard. For the future of the demon capital, we have no choice but to capture the Silver Mask Demon Emperor and rescue Master Yen Lang. Grand Emperor Woodfern roared. The other great emperors were speechless. After a short pause, Grand Emperor Woodfern said thoughtfully, "Of course, given our current strength, it's indeed very difficult for us to deal with the Silver Mask Demon Emperor while worrying about the demon heroes of the human race. Thus, we can only send a message to our brethren in the other planes and ask them to help us." What? Grand Emperor Woodfern's words shocked the other 8 great emperors. Silence. An eerie silence. After a few hundred breaths, one of the great emperors finally spoke up in a trembling voice. Grand Emperor Woodfern, you're being a little too rash. I'm afraid it's inappropriate to ask the demons of the other planes to come to our plane. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Grand Emperor Woodfern was flustered and exasperated. The current situation is very delicate. Paper can't wrap fire. There's no way the humans don't know what's happening in the demon capital. It's only a matter of time before the humans find out about our disaster. Once they attack, how are we supposed to defend ourselves? How are we supposed to fight against the demon heroes of the human race? 100 of them are more than enough to kill us. Not to mention the demon hero elders and the demon hero pagoda master. Now that the situation is dire, we can only send a distress signal and ask the demons of the other planes to come over. Furthermore, we can use the demons of the other planes to capture the Silver Mask Demon Emperor. It's not impossible for us to fish in troubled waters and gain some benefits from the chaos. Sigh, I can't help but feel helpless with this plan. Although we're inviting a wolf into our house, it's still better than being killed by the humans, right? Moreover, we still don't know who the real wolf is. The other 8 martial monarchs nodded slightly after hearing this. Yes, if they didn't receive reinforcements, the demons of this plane would be wiped out in a short period of time. As a result, the demons of this plane would no longer exist, and the humans would be the sole hegemon of this plane. But one of the great emperors hesitated. Emperor Woodfern, in this world, Other than the supreme plane of existence known as the upper world, there are many other ordinary planes that are as numerous as the sands of eternity. Our plane is just a drop in the ocean among the many ordinary planes. In the countless dimensions, there are many of the same kind of demons. In fact, there are even some dimensions where the demon race has dominated and the human race has been exterminated. Yes, there are demons that are weaker than us in other planes, and there are also demons that are stronger than us. Grand Emperor Woodfern nodded. However, Grand Emperor Woodfern, the distance between any plane of existence and another plane of existence is extremely great. Between the adjacent planes was a vast and boundless universe. The universe was filled with all kinds of energy, such as peck wind, black thunder, blue fire, sky fire, black hole, space fragments, meteorite flows. Ordinary demons and humans with slightly lower realms did not dare to fly in the vast universe. Furthermore, it's impossible to teleport in an unstable space. Therefore, there are two problems with traveling from one plane of existence to another. First, the distance is too great. Second, there's a high chance of death during the flight. Grand Emperor Woodfern, even if you send out a distress signal, there's a chance that the demons of other planes won't take the risk to fly to our plane. It's too easy to get lost and die. It's also easy to get the wrong direction while flying in space, and the chances of death are very, very high. Yes, your worries are reasonable. Grand Emperor Woodfern nodded. However, demon emperors like us can still resist the chaotic energy flows of the universe, such as peck winds, black holes, meteor flows, and so on. When I send out the distress signal, I'll send out the coordinates of our plane of existence. With the coordinates, the chances of getting lost in space will be greatly reduced. Grand Emperor Woodfern paused for a moment, then laughed coldly. I'll use the secrets of the silver-masked demon emperor as bait to lure high-level demons from other planes to come here. I believe that many high-level demons will be willing to take the risk and fly over from other planes. Humph. This is also a gamble. If we're lucky, those high-level demons will become our pawns. They'll help us wipe out the demon heroes of this plane of existence, and they might even help us capture the silver-masked demon emperor. Of course, if we're unlucky, our plane of existence will be invaded and taken over by the high-level demons of other planes. Let's say it's half and half. Half and half. But if we don't do this, we'll lose everything. We'll all die at the hands of those damned demon hero pagoda. Dozens of breaths later. Since that's the case, Grand Emperor Woodfern, we'll follow your plan and send out the message. We'll use the silver-masked demon emperor as bait to lure high-level demons from other planes over. The other 8 great emperors all agreed to Grand Emperor Woodfern's plan. It just so happens that I have a demonic communication technique. Once I use it, with our plane as the center, the message will spread to all corners of the universe. There will definitely be many demonic brethren in other planes who will receive the message at the same time. No matter what, the humans of our plane of existence are facing a calamity. Ha 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 ha. Using the strength of the high-level demons of other planes to wipe out the humans of our plane of existence is far too simple. Ha 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 ha. Right. Grand Emperor Woodfern, those that can fly over must be demon emperors from other planes of existence. With more demon emperors, it'll be easy for them to flatten our demon hero pagoda. Humans, tremble. Calamity is upon us. Chapter 378. Xiao Han's 13th Demon Emperor Crystal. Inside the Demon Compound of Despair. Master, what sect are you from in the 4 regions of the human race? Yan Lang nagged beside Xiao Han. Xiao Han smiled faintly and shook his head. This Yan Lang was indeed a character in the past. When he was young, he was talented and passed a strict selection to become a demon hero. After entering the demon metropolis, he held power in his hands. But in the face of life and death, he was very cowardly. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was afraid of death. The more afraid a person was of death, the easier it was to control him. Southern Region, Beacon Fire Empire, Cloud Sect. Have you heard of it? Xiao Han said casually. Oh, Cloud Sect? I've heard of it. Master, I'm from the Eastern Region, but I've also heard of the Cloud Sect. The sect master of the Cloud Sect is called Cloud Sect, and he's also a genius. Yan Lang kept trying to curry favor. All right, enough with the idle talk. Xiao Han waved his hand impatiently. Then, he stared at Yan Lang with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Yanlang, there's something I want to ask you. For some reason, Yanlang felt that Xiao Han's every move had a fierce and domineering temperament. When Xiao Han glared at him, his body trembled in fear. He knew very well that Xiao Han was extremely powerful, and his methods were extremely cruel. That's right. Ordinary demon heroes, even the Tower Master of the demon hero world, would definitely not dare to go to the demon metropolis alone and cause trouble under the demon emperor's nose. But Xiao Han dared. Moreover, he kidnapped him and escaped unscathed. Too monstrous. Besides, Yanlang had witnessed Xiao Han slaughtering quite a few ultimate mutant demon emperors in the ceremony with his own eyes. His potential was unfathomable. Therefore, Yanlang absolutely did not dare to resist Xiao Han. He said submissively, "Master, what do you want to ask me? Have you refined a slow-acting poison called heart-eroding bone pill? This pill is colorless and tasteless, and after taking it, one will only have 3 years of life left?" Xiao Han said coldly. Heart-eroding bone pill? Yanlang was stunned, but then he revealed a proud expression. Yes, this is a small poison that I casually refined in the past. Not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning. However, this little thing wasn't something that an ordinary alchemist could refine. It wouldn't be a problem for him to poison an expanding aperture realm pinnacle cultivator to death. Ha ha ha. Unless one's true chi cultivation has reached the talisman transformation stage, only then would it be possible for one to dissolve the poison by themselves. Ha ha ha. If one is below the talisman transformation stage and consumes this heart corrosion bone pill, without the antidote that I personally refined, one would undoubtedly die. No one in this world can save me. Ha ha ha. Yanlang was extremely narcissistic. Xiao Han glared at him, and Yanlang immediately shut his mouth. Yanlang, I'll give you 3 days to refine the antidote for this rotting heart bone eroding pill. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. Yes. As long as Master gives me the ingredients to refine the antidote, I will refine the antidote in 1 day. I only need 1 day. Yanlang was trembling in fear. Xiao Han heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes became a little absent-minded as he murmured, "Yunrong, I finally got the antidote for you. Where are you now?" There was still more than a year before the poison in Xiao Yunrong's body flared up. Before Xiao Han came to the demon metropolis, the demon hero pagoda's tower master had already promised Xiao Han to find the missing Xiao Yunrong for him. Moreover, when he rescued Shangguan Wudi, Xiao Han had also mentioned this matter to Shangguan Wudi. Presumably, now that Xiao Han had returned to the demon hero pagoda, he might be able to see Xiao Yunrong. There's no time to lose. I'll return to the demon hero pagoda now. I'll give you the ingredients to refine the rotting heart bone eroding pill as soon as possible. With a thought, Xiao Han's body rippled and was about to disappear from the demon compound of despair. Master, you must not hand me over to the people of the demon hero pagoda, Yanlang hurriedly emphasized. Xiao Han's mental energy fluctuation was withdrawn from the demon compound of despair. Xiao Han stabilized his body and looked into the distance. Millions of miles away was the human race's demon hero fort. Passing through the stronghold meant that Xiao Han had officially returned to the human race's territory. I also miss the sect master, my senior brothers, and my 2 wives. I also hope that Yunrong will no longer wander the world and can be found. All right. I, Xiao Han, will return now. Xiao Han's eyes were also filled with longing. In the next moment, swoosh, Xiao Han released the demonic power in the demon emperor's palm on his left arm and used it to move like an illusion. He turned into a series of afterimages and flew 1,000,000 miles away. The last line of defense of the human race adjacent to the demon metropolis. The stronghold. The stronghold floated in the air. It was boundless and its entire body was dark. On the surface of the stronghold, there were many formations. In the depths of these formations, there were the world's most perfect spirit stones, mineral veins, and gems, transmitting energy. Without a doubt, just a little bit of the formation would be enough to kill all living beings and exterminate demons to defend the Tao. For thousands of years, even the demons of the demon metropolis did not dare to invade. Occasionally, some demons would try to provoke the dignity of the stronghold and disguise themselves in order to pass through the stronghold. However, all of them ended up in a miserable state and were refined into ashes by the formation on the spot. Bronze patterns could be seen on the surface of the fortress, and there were even layers of protruding ancient divine dragon bones, making the fortress look extremely ferocious, like a primordial beast that was choosing its prey to devour. However, from time to time, there would be true chi flying in and out. The human race's demons looked vigilant and ready to fight. Not long ago, the ancient giant, Xianxia, who had been imprisoned in the stronghold, was actually kidnapped by a few demon emperors on the way back to the demon hero pagoda. This made the human race's ancient giant, who was guarding the stronghold, furious. Now, the number of human demons stationed in this stronghold had obviously increased. Inside a palace in the stronghold, a middle-aged man dressed in white sat on top of the palace. His black hair was draped over his shoulders, and he looked cultured and elegant. He looked like a wealthy young master of the secular world. Strands of divine light poured down from the top of his head. It was as if there were stars and a silver moon above his head. Every time he moved, the heavens would shine with light. This person was the human race's ancient giant, Xianxia, who was guarding this stronghold. He was a big shot who could move mountains and fill seas with a wave of his hand. When he was angry, he could turn mountains and rivers into ashes. On the left and right sides of the palace sat dozens of demons. Each of them had an extraordinary temperament, and their true chi fluctuated like a surging river. Ha ha! Suddenly, Xianxia laughed loudly. His face was glowing, as if he was proud of his success. I didn't expect that my big brother Xianxia would have a fortuitous encounter and dispel the evil demonic chi that had been haunting him for 1,000 years. Ha 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 ha! Big brother Xianxia has restored his glory. He has recovered the invincible strength of the past. In a month's time, in the North region, the East region, and the Great Wilderness, he killed 9 ultimate variant demon emperors in succession and showed off his skills. Ha 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 ha! The return of Senior Xianxia is really a great blessing for our human race's demon world. It is also a blessing for the common people in the world. Immediately, the demons in the palace all laughed and said. A young demon hero suddenly said, Senior Lung, I don't know what fortuitous encounter Senior Xianxia had. He was kidnapped by those demon emperors and sent to the demon metropolis. Could it be that Senior Xianxia had obtained some fortuitous encounter in the demon metropolis? I heard that the most shameful traitor in the history of our human race, the alchemist Yan Lang, lived in the demon metropolis all year round. I don't know if this matter has anything to do with Yan Lang. Don't make wild guesses about the key to this matter. With my friendship with Big Brother Xianxia, he didn't say anything about this matter and asked me not to ask more. I think it's inconvenient for Big Brother Xianxia to say this matter. Xianxia said with slight displeasure. The young demon quickly changed his words. Yes. Senior Lung. Senior Lung, the return of Senior Xianxia must be a sign that the luck of our human race is beginning to flourish. This is a good sign. Maybe it won't be long before we can march straight into the demon metropolis and kill all the demons in this world. Ha ha ha. Yes, this is a good sign. The group of demons all laughed. The matter of attacking the demon metropolis also needs to be decided by the higher-ups of the demon hero tower. However, it is said that Yan Lang has created a large number of mutated demon emperors in the demon metropolis. It is unwise to attack rashly. Xianxia said lightly. Suddenly. There is a wave of demonic aura? Xianxia frowned and stood up. In the palace, a few demons immediately said. Senior Lang, let's go out and take a look. Swish. A wave of demonic aura came from thousands of miles away. After the demonic aura condensed, Xiao Han's figure appeared. Ha ha ha. We've finally arrived at the human fortress. Xiao Han raised his head and looked at the steel castle floating in the air. He couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity in his heart. At this moment, stop! How dare you? How dare you trespass into the demon hero fortress? You came from the direction of the demon metropolis. Are you a spy of the demon race? Whoosh 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 whoosh. The sound of something piercing through the air resounded in the sky. It was extremely violent. Suddenly, there were experts with profound cultivation of Zhen Qi flying out from the fort and landing around Xiao Han. It was not just one, there were 5 of them. All of them were experts with powerful Zhen Qi. They surrounded Xiao Han. They are all demons of the expanded point realm. Xiao Han raised his head and glanced at the 5 people. He immediately activated the spirit turtle True Qi and sealed the demonic aura on the left arm of the demon emperor. He smiled innocently. Ha! We are on the same side. On the same side. The 5 fiends were confused when they saw Xiao Han. Because when they used their True Qi to scan Xiao Han, they found that there was not a trace of demonic aura on Xiao Han. He was a pure human. Wait. A man in green clothes with a sword on his back stepped out and stared at Xiao Han. He was focused and calm. His whole body shone with sword qi. There was a wave of demonic aura just now. I heard that the traitor, Brother Yen, can concoct a medicine that can block off demonic aura. We will not be able to detect it after the demon race takes it. However, don't think you can fool us. This fortress is guarded by our ancient giant, Senior Lung Qianxia. Why don't you follow us back to the fortress first? Don't act recklessly, or else you will die. Ha 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 ha. You are making a mountain out of a molehill. Xiao Han burst into laughter. You are all demons. I am also a demon. You're also a chivalrous hero. The chivalrous heroes were all stunned. I am Xiao Han. I am ranked 1650 on the demon ranking. Ha ha ha, you are all at the expanded point realm. However, your ranking on the demon ranking might not be higher than mine. Xiao Han laughed casually. As soon as he said that, the 5 heroes were all dumbfounded. Xiao Han? You are really Xiao Han. The man in green clothes with a sword on his back swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Of course I am Xiao Han. However, my demon hero token is not with me. But I don't need to lie, right? Xiao Han laughed. How dare you? How dare you? Why don't you pretend to be someone else? How dare you pretend to be Xiao Han? One of the demons in white clothes said angrily. Xiao Han died a long time ago. A few days ago, the higher-ups of the Xianxia Tower had just issued an obituary, saying that an unprecedented Xianxia hero, young Xiao Han, had been born in the most brutal Xianxia trials in the history of the Xianxia world in our world. Young Xiao Han rose like a comet. In less than 3 years after becoming a demon hero, he was ranked 1650th on the demon ranking. He was like the sun in the sky, and his luck was like a rainbow. However, when things reach an extreme, they will fall. Young demon hero Xiao Han was killed by the Silver Mask Demon Emperor. His brain was sucked and his body was taken over. From then on, the demon hero with the most potential in the history of the human race died at an early age. Ha! My brain was sucked by the Silver Mask Demon Emperor and I died? Xiao Han was dumbfounded. Chapter 379. Oh, this. The demon hero tower actually said that I, Xiao Han, am dead? Xiao Han was completely dumbfounded. He had only been in the demon metropolis for a few months, and the news of his death had already been announced to the world. What was the intention of the higher-ups of the demon hero tower? Thief! No matter where you come from, you actually dared to pretend to be the young demon hero Xiao Han. This is a heinous crime. The green-clothed sword cultivator's words were sharp and aggressive. The young demon hero Xiao Han had killed Demon Emperor Qing Lin and annihilated Demon Emperor Azure Dragon. To the common people of the human race, it could be said that he had made outstanding contributions. He was still young, but he wasn't afraid of the demon clan. In fact, he even fought with the notorious Silver Mask Demon Emperor to kill the demons and get rid of the evil for the people. Although he died in the hands of the Silver Mask Demon Emperor, in the end, his actions have already become the symbol of the demon clan. Monument. Eternal glory. Enough. Xiao Han was also annoyed when he heard this guy nagging about him as if he was dead. I, Xiao Han, am not dead. This news of my death was deliberately released by the higher-ups of the Demon Hero Tower to hide it from the world. Hide it from the world. One of the demon heroes was stunned. Yes, because... Xiao Han said enigmatically. I, Xiao Han, was ordered to go to the demon metropolis to complete a shocking mission. This mission must be extremely confidential. Yes, do you understand? What mission? The green-clothed sword cultivator raised his eyebrows. Ha! This. Everyone, with your status, you don't have to ask about this kind of mission. To put it bluntly, your ranking on the demon hero ranking is too low. You don't have the authority to know the details of this mission, understand? Xiao Han smiled casually and threatened them. The 5 demon heroes were shocked and angry at the same time. At this moment, whoosh, 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 in the stronghold, flowing light overflowed in all directions. Rays of true qi light rippled out one after another. In an instant, densely packed figures floated in the sky. They were all demon heroes. Hundreds and thousands of demon heroes flew out of the fortress and stared at Xiao Han. Suddenly, a few of them blurted out, "Xiao Han!" It really was Xiao Han. Xiao Han, the youth from the Cloud sect of the southern region. His performance in the Hex Hero preliminaries was very outstanding. I once recorded the video through the Magic Eye Stone, and witnessed the whole process of Xiao Han in the competition. Yes, it was Xiao Han. I can't be wrong. There's no mistaking it. Yes, it's Xiao Han. I've seen him in person. Once in the Xianxia Tower, I saw Xiao Han from afar. It was him. His expression is just like that. There's a little bit of arrogance, a little bit of arrogance. A female demon dressed in colorful clothes looked at Xiao Han with stars in her eyes. Young hero, handsome and elegant. However, according to the obituary published by the higher-ups of a Xianxia pagoda, Xiao Han died in the hands of the silver-masked demon emperor. His brain was sucked dry and the silver-masked demon emperor took over Xiao Han's body. This guy in front of me might be the silver-masked demon emperor in disguise. No way! Would the silver-masked demon emperor dare to barge into the fortress? How many times has it mutated? For a moment, there were all kinds of discussions around the fortress. Many demon warriors were looking at Xiao Han curiously. Oh, Xiao Han? Suddenly, a faintly discernible voice rang out from within the fortress. This voice was light and gentle, giving off a feeling as though one was bathing in the wind. However, it contained an unparalleled majesty. Senior Lung. All the demon warriors present were silent, restrained their aura, and greeted him respectfully. An ancient giant? The ancient giant who guards this fortress? Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. At the next moment, swoosh, auspicious clouds and auspicious vapors rose, sandalwood incense curled up in spirals, and jade-like runes fell in front of Xiao Han. In an instant, these runes swam like tadpoles, forming an array formation about half a mu in size. There was a faint power of space. A small teleportation formation? Xiao Han nodded slightly. Martial artists who cultivated vital qi could expand their acupoints at the 6th stage, transform their vital qi into true talismans at the 7th stage, and form all kinds of formations with the 8th stage. However, for the ancient giant who guarded the fortress, setting up a simple teleportation formation was simply a matter of breathing. Little friend, you say you are Xiao Han? But as far as I know, the young demon Xiao Han has already been sacrificed. Forget it, come see me. I will negotiate with you face to face. Don't worry, if you are not a demon, I promise I will not harm you. All right. Xiao Han did not mind and directly stepped into the small teleportation formation. The fortress. In a warm little house. Wooden table, bamboo chair, bookcase, and fragrant tea. The ancient giant who guarded the fortress, Xianxia, sat opposite Xiao Han. He carefully observed Xiao Han, and soon, his eyes were filled with shock. As for Xiao Han, he casually smiled and looked at Xianxia. His eyes did not dodge or flatter, and his state of mind was as calm as still water. Xiao Han allowed Xianxia's spiritual force to scan his body. The spiritual force of an ancient giant was extremely powerful. It was as vast as the abyss, able to observe people down to the smallest detail, and able to lock one's soul for thousands of miles. As long as this ancient giant used his spiritual force slightly, he could even clearly see the pores, cells, meridians, and blood vessels in Xiao Han's body. It was as clear as a candle flame, like looking at the lines of a palm. Heh! Xiao Han smiled without saying a word. Let him see. Before entering the demon metropolis, although there were only a few cracks on the demon egg in Xiao Han's heart, existences with slightly higher cultivation could still detect the demonic qi in Xiao Han's body. For example, Wu Bai, and even Xiao Mingqiu could slightly peek at Xiao Han's secrets. Not to mention the ancient giants and the tower masters who were the leaders of the human race. But now on the demon egg, countless seals had collapsed and broken. There were thousands of cracks on the surface of the eggshell. It was a complete mess, But now there was a barrier like the 10,000 Immortals formation. 10,000 Immortals formation. A total of 10,000 ancient formations. Every ancient formation was an immortal formation. Profound and mysterious. It contained all kinds of energy. Inescapable net, yin and yang changing, 5 elements flashing. Although this 10,000 Immortals formation was only set up by a magic treasure and could only display the tip of the iceberg of this immortal technique, it was still not something that ordinary martial artists could see through. Lang Qianqiu's spiritual force directly swept into Xiao Han's heart. Then, his spiritual force was lost in the layers of immortal formations. Heh! You alone can't see through these formations and see my heart. Xiao Han smiled in his heart. Once my cultivation reaches the talisman formation realm, I will be able to gather all kinds of treasured qi from beyond the heavens and personally set up the 10,000 Immortals formation. The power and wonders of that 10,000 Immortals formation will surpass this round golden ball magic treasure. Lang Qianqiu was stunned for more than 10 breaths. Then, he swept his spiritual force towards Xiao Han's left arm. Xiao Han used all his spirit turtle true qi to wrap around the demon sovereign's palm tattoo on his left arm. However, the spirit turtle true qi's ability to conceal the demon sovereign's palm was far inferior to the 10,000 Immortals formation near the heart. Lang Qianqiu, a great figure throughout the ages, could still see some clues about Xiao Han's left arm. Of course, he could only see the demon sovereign's aura on Xiao Han's left arm, but it was impossible for him to distinguish the strength of the demon sovereign's palm. He has opened 50 true acupoints. In terms of true qi cultivation, he is only at the peak of the 5th level. He hasn't expanded his acupoints yet. His physical body is as strong as the ocean. Each of his muscles is as heavy as a mountain. Just the strength of his physical body alone is enough to sweep through a large number of people on the demon hero ranking. If I'm not mistaken, his left arm has indeed refined a demon sovereign's palm. That's right. I've heard of that young man, Xiao Han. He possesses some techniques of the demon race. That is his strongest trump card. Lang Qianqiu nodded slowly and said solemnly, "Young man, there is indeed no demon qi in your body. There is no demon qi in your 5 viscera and 6 bowels, pores, bones, and meridians. Everything is crystal clear. Moreover, you have a great fortuitous encounter. There is actually a fluctuation of immortal qi near your heart. This fluctuation of immortal qi is awe-inspiring and righteous. It is very unlikely for it to appear in the body of a demon race. Could it be that you are really Xiao Han? Your true qi cultivation is weak, your physical body is incomparably strong, and you possess the techniques of the demon race. These are the 3 characteristics of that young man, Xiao Han. You match all of them. Ha ha ha. Senior Lung. Of course I am the real Xiao Han. If I was a spy of the demon race, why would I come here to die knowing that you, the ancient magnate, is guarding the stronghold? Xiao Han said with a smile. The trip to the demon metropolis not only increased Xiao Han's combat strength, but his mentality had also undergone a transformation. Now, even when facing an existence as powerful as the ancient magnate, Xiao Han was able to be neither servile nor overbearing. This made Lang Qianqiu even more amazed. TSK. Young man, your mentality. With your cultivation, you are actually able to maintain your poise and your heart is as calm as water in front of me. It is truly rare. Ha ha ha, Senior Lung, this junior's true qi cultivation is indeed weak. However, after this trip to the demon metropolis, I have accumulated a lot of true qi. It will only take a day for me to expand my acupoint. After returning to the demon hero pagoda, I will find a spirit room and directly break through the 51st true acupoint. I also want to see how many times I can expand my acupoint. Yes. You have accumulated enough. It is completely enough. Lang Qianqiu also sighed. You can talk and laugh freely in front of me. This tempering of your mentality is already pure and untainted. Once you expand your acupoint, I am afraid it will shock the entire demon hero world. Xiao Han. Is it really Xiao Han? Right at this moment, Lang Qianqiu's expression slightly changed. His expression became somewhat respectful as he took out a demon hero token from his bosom. Lang Qianqiu held the demon hero token in his hand and remained silent. However, his expression was focused. It was obvious that he was communicating with the other demon heroes through the spirit room. Oh. To be able to make Lung Qianxiu so polite and respectful. Could it be that the higher-ups of the Demon Hero Pagoda are communicating with him? Xiao Han was also puzzled. After dozens of breaths, Lung Qianxiu kept the Demon Hero token and smiled. Young man, since you say that you are Xiao Han, then please stay in this fortress for a while. I have an elder brother who is also on the Demon Hero ranking. He is a famous ancient magnate. His combat strength and ranking are much higher than mine. Moreover, he is gifted in identifying demonic qi. How about this? I will let my elder brother meet you. My elder brother will know right from wrong. Elder brother? A famous ancient magnate? Xiao Han's heart slightly moved. Who is that? Ha ha ha. That elder brother of mine used to be unparalleled in the world. Lung Qianxiu laughed proudly. Ranked 23rd on the Demon Hero ranking, Shangguan Wudi. To be continued. Chapter 380. Oh, Shangguan Wudi? Xiao Han couldn't help but smile when he heard Shangguan Wudi's name. He immediately recalled that when he was in the demon metropolis, Shangguan Wudi was sent to the grand ceremony by Yan Lang as a test for many high-level demon emperors. After that, Xiao Han helped Shangguan Wudi refine the nightmarish demonic aura that haunted him for thousands of years, so that Shangguan Wudi could regain his glory. If he hadn't met Xiao Han, Shangguan Wudi would have exploded and died. As a price, Shangguan Wudi also agreed to be Xiao Han's henchman. Listen, Shangguan Wudi, I can make you rise again, look down on the world, and take back everything you lost. But as a price, you will be my servant for the rest of your life. Young man, do you know my brother Shangguan Wudi? Lung Qianxiu asked doubtfully. Xiao Han smiled non-committally. Senior Shangguan Wudi is also coming to the fortress? Lung Qianxiu nodded and said. He will be here soon. How about this? You come with me to meet brother Shangguan Wudi. Sure. Xiao Han smiled and nodded. In the palace of the fortress, Lung Qianxiu sat in the main seat of the palace. On his left and right, there were dozens of demon heroes. Xiao Han also sat on the side. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of Shangguan Wudi, the big shot of the demon hero world. However, many of the heroes present were looking at Xiao Han suspiciously. They were also discussing among themselves in low voices. Who is this guy? Is he Xiao Han or the silver-masked demon emperor? I wonder if Senior Lung has figured out his identity. Seeing that he is sitting here, I guess. He can't be the silver-masked demon emperor. If he is really a demon, Senior Lung would have killed him long ago. This is interesting. The news of Xiao Han's death was announced by the great Tower Master himself. This is really a big mistake. As soon as the news of Xiao Han's death was announced, the entire demon hero world was filled with grief and sighs. After all, the Tower Master was fooling everyone. The Tower Master wouldn't do such a disgraceful thing, right? At this moment, outside the palace, a majestic laughter came. An enormous aura descended. Waves of fierce and domineering true energy surged into the main hall. These waves of true qi were innumerable and the atmosphere was solemn. Each wave of true qi revealed a huge momentum. In the blink of an eye, each wave of true qi turned into a true qi divine dragon. The true qi divine dragon danced chaotically in the palace. The dragon might was vast and mighty, exuding an unparalleled momentum. The sovereign descends upon the world. Seeing this, all the demons in the palace stood up and bowed respectfully. Welcome, Senior Shangguan Wudi. Even Lung Qianxiu stood up and walked out to welcome them. However, Xiao Han, remained seated. His body did not move at all as he looked at the entrance of the palace with a smile. Stand up and welcome Senior Shangguan Wudi. A middle-aged man standing beside Xiao Han immediately shouted at Xiao Han. Stand up quickly. Xiao Han looked up at the flustered and exasperated middle-aged man. Why would I stand up? Why should I stand up? Impudent! How dare you? The middle-aged Taoist was enraged. Do you know who is coming? Senior Shangguan Wudi. An ancient giant. In the demon world, his reputation is even higher than Senior Lang's. Kid, who do you think you are? Even if you are Xiao Han, so what? When you see Senior Shangguan Wudi, it is not impossible for you to kneel. How dare you be so arrogant? All of a sudden, all the demons in the palace looked at Xiao Han with extremely dissatisfied eyes. Some of the demons even showed a gloating expression. All the demons present, including Xianxia, greeted Shangguan Wudi respectfully to show their respect. Xiao Han, however, sat casually. This was a great disrespect. And Shangguan Wudi was extremely violent. When he saw such a young man who did not understand etiquette, he would probably explode. Humph! Even Xianxia glared at Xiao Han with some disgust. He regarded Shangguan Wudi as his elder brother. At this moment, seeing Xiao Han's attitude, the little good impression he had of Xiao Han was instantly swept away. Instead, it was disdain and hatred. He said coldly, "Young and frivolous. Don't know your place." Yes, even if Xiao Han was a genius, the most outstanding demon of the new generation, so what? In the face of the older generation of demons, there should be at least the most basic respect. What's more, Shangguan Wudi was a big shot who ranked 23rd on the demon list. In the entire demon world, he was a top existence. Xiao Han didn't mind it and smiled. In Xiao Han's view, when facing Shangguan Wudi, he did not need to be too reserved and worship. After all, there was an agreement between him and Shangguan Wudi. "Brother Lang. Ha 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 ha. No need to be so polite. No need to be so polite." With Shangguan Wudi's hearty laughter, he strode into the palace in a green robe. Xiao Han also glanced over. At this moment, Shangguan Wudi was no longer as disheveled and dirty as he used to be. On his body, there was no trace of demonic aura at all. His entire person seemed to have been reborn. Refreshed. At this moment, Shangguan Wudi's face showed the light of enlightenment. It seemed that because he had been tortured by demon chi for a long time, his mind had been tempered. Now that he had been reborn, his cultivation had improved. It was like he had been reborn. His whole body emitted a pearl-like halo, and his aura was smooth, flawless and unfathomable. Every inch of his bones, every piece of flesh, and every cell glowed with new vitality. A strong immortal aura emanated from his body. He was in high spirits, his black hair fluttering in the wind, his eyebrows like swords, and his eyes contained the arrogance of someone at the top. He looked down on the world and pacified the four seas. His back was like a sharp sword that pierced through the sky. He showed off the sharpness that an ancient giant should have. As he strode forward, another world appeared behind him. In that world, demon spirits were flying, and one could vaguely see immortal kings and gods. Ah! Senior Shangguan Wudi. What a strong aura. No wonder you are one of the best among the ancient giants. Heaven's favored one. A dragon among men. All the heroes present held their breaths and exclaimed in admiration. Moreover, when Shangguan Wudi came in, they immediately felt the world shaking. It was as if the whole palace was spinning, and it was going to explode at any time. Big brother. Your aura has become so much stronger. Unbelievable. It seems that the 1,000 years of suffering is the path of tempering your heart, Big brother. All the setbacks are paving the way for Big brother's glory today. Xianxia praised from the bottom of his heart. Big brother, I wasn't a match for you in the past, and I'm definitely not a match for you now. Ha 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 ha. Brother Lung, you're too serious. Shangguan Wudi waved his hand casually. It's all thanks to a fortuitous encounter that I was able to make a comeback. If I hadn't met my benefactor, I would have died a long time ago. While speaking, Shangguan Wudi's eyes suddenly became absent-minded, and he murmured to himself. I don't know when I can see my benefactor again. I, Shangguan Wudi, have been open and above board all my life, and I know how to repay kindness. What I want to do most now is... Well, forget it, if there's still no news of him in another month, I'll kill my way into the demon metropolis. Shangguan Wudi frowned, and a worried look appeared on his face. At this moment... Shangguan Wudi glanced at Xiao Han, who was sitting on the side, out of the corner of his eye. There was a horrified expression on his face. Shangguan Wudi's whole body even began to tremble slightly. This is... Involuntarily, Shangguan Wudi walked towards Xiao Han step by step. In an instant, all the people in the palace looked at Xiao Han. And in the eyes of most of the heroes, there was pity, gloating and ridicule. Someone is going to be unlucky. Humph. The green-robed sword cultivator who stopped Xiao Han to interrogate him outside the fortress said in a strange voice. Yes, in the entire palace, Dozens of heroes stood up in fear to welcome Shangguan Wudi, and even Xianxia did not dare to be negligent. Xiao Han was the only one who was sitting there with a majestic aura. This is courting death. It should be known that offending an ancient giant was no different from courting death. An ancient hegemon could casually find an excuse to kill you. You. Shangguan Wudi's eyes opened wider than a cow's egg, and he slowly stretched out his right index finger, pointing at Xiao Han. A strange trembling sound came from his throat, as if his throat was being squeezed by an invisible hand. Heh! It seems that Senior Shangguan Wudi is really angry. This kid is dead for sure. He might be killed on the spot. Yes, even if he is really Xiao Han, so what? If Senior Shangguan Wudi wants to kill him, I'm afraid the higher-ups will not blame him at all. Big brother. At this moment, Xianxia finally could not bear it anymore, and he quickly said in a low voice. Big brother, this young man has a strange origin, and he keeps saying that he is Xiao Han. Just now, I used my spirit wave to scan him. He should not be from the demon race. However, big brother, please take a closer look. Also, big brother, he is still young, and does not know etiquette. Please do not lower yourself to his level. At this point, Xianxia felt a little pity for Xiao Han. He was afraid that Shangguan Wudi would squash Xiao Han to death with a single finger. Go away. Shangguan Wudi's body trembled, and he directly pushed Xianxia away. You! Shangguan Wudi bared his teeth and pointed at Xiao Han. His expression was strange. He looked extremely ferocious. Xiao Han was still sitting upright, and there was a trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, it seems that Shangguan Wudi has recognized me. No wonder he is an ancient giant. He has his outstanding points. Big brother. This young man is indeed rude, but I hope big brother will show mercy. Xianxia was also a little anxious. He knew his big brother's temperament very well. It could be said that he was violent and murderous. Go away! Shangguan Wudi did not even look at Xianxia, and his voice was extremely distorted. Don't be noisy. He is dead. That guy is dead for sure. Even Senior Lung will not be able to protect him. The demon warriors in the palace all laughed. Finally, Shangguan Wudi walked to Xiao Han's side. His lips were completely dry, and his breathing was heavy. You are. At this moment, Xiao Han was no longer sitting still. He stood up slightly, stretched his waist, and said in a low voice that could not be heard. Listen, Shangguan Wudi, I can make you rise again, look down on the world, and take back everything that you have lost. But as a price. You will be my slave for the rest of your life. Ah! Hearing this, Shangguan Wudi suddenly burst out with a roar. He completely lost his composure. They are going to attack. That guy seems to have said something that angered Senior Shangguan Wudi. It's over. This young man is finished. Xianxia also shook his head repeatedly. The next moment. It really is you. Suddenly, Shangguan Wudi bowed slightly to Xiao Han. Don't worry, Shangguan Wudi, dare not forget the agreement between us. Everyone was silent. Absolute silence. To be continued. Chapter 381. Although Xiao Han was not wearing the silver mask at this moment, Shangguan Wudi recognized Xiao Han at a glance. Especially when Xiao Han said, Listen, Shangguan Wudi, I can make you rise again, look down on the world, and take back everything you lost. But as a price. You will be my slave for the rest of your life. When he said this, Shangguan Wudi no longer hesitated. He was absolutely sure that the handsome and elegant young man standing in front of him was his savior. The silver-masked demon emperor, who had kidnapped him. The grace of rebirth. Shangguan Wudi was completely excited. His heart palpitated. Trembled. It started to tremble. Shangguan Wudi had a very high status in the world of demons and held power. When he was angry, he could turn mountains and rivers into ashes and millions of corpses. However, his nature was extremely straightforward. Indomitable. Know how to repay kindness. The evil demonic aura had troubled Shangguan Wudi for 1,000 years. It was like maggots in his bones, causing him to suffer all day long and begging for death. At the most painful time, he even begged for a quick death. He never hoped to make a comeback. However, It was Xiao Han who helped him take back everything that belonged to him. Power. Glory. Glory. The respect of the world. From the day he left the demon metropolis, Shangguan Wudi had been thinking about his benefactor all the time. He even wanted to rush into the demon metropolis to save Xiao Han several times at the risk of his life. And now, his benefactor was in front of him. How could Shangguan Wudi not go crazy? He lost his composure. He bowed to Xiao Han on the spot and called Xiao Han you respectfully. The chivalrous heroes and the ancient tycoon, Xianxia, were dumbfounded. He was a giant who ranked 23rd on the Devilman ranking list. An ancient giant. Supreme Qing Tian. He actually bowed to a young man. He was very respectful. On the other hand, this young man was very arrogant. This was simply absurd to the extreme. Well, I just returned from the demon metropolis. Xiao Han said to Shangguan Wudi in a very low voice. Let's not talk too much for now. Let's find a place to talk alone. Yes. Shangguan Wudi immediately nodded his head, then said to Xianxia with extreme excitement. Brother Lung, please arrange a quiet place for me that won't be disturbed. I want to have a good time with this little brother Xiao Han. All right, big brother. Xianxia stared blankly for a moment, then he didn't dare to delay and hurriedly agreed. Stronghold. It was an exquisitely decorated wooden building, a small courtyard filled with potted plants, and a table filled with delicacies. A few jars of wine. Xiao Han, Shangguan Wudi, Xianxia and the other two sat around the table and drank to their heart's content. The atmosphere was extremely intense. Come, drink. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han. I didn't expect you to be able to leave the demon metropolis unscathed. Ha 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 ha. Shangguan Wudi was elated. He raised his wine cup and toasted Xiao Han. Back then when you told me that you were the human hero, Xiao Han, I was still a little doubtful. But today, when we meet again, I no longer have any doubts. I still believe in my own judgment. You're definitely not a demon. I understand now. Everything that happened in the demon metropolis was all a disguise. Ha ha ha. You're really something. Even I was mistaken. Tisk tiske. Big brother, what you said just now was too thrilling and bizarre. Xiao Han, you're amazing. You actually snuck into the demon capital and assassinated Yen Lang. This is the most terrifying and difficult mission in the history of our human race's demon chivalrous world. Even we old antiques who have cultivated for countless years don't dare to set foot in the demon capital. But you, at such a young age, already have such courage. Unbelievable. Xianxia praised repeatedly and also raised his cup to toast Xiao Han. Come, Xiao Han, you saved my big brother's life. I'll also toast you. For your earth-shattering courage, I propose another toast to you. Under Xiao Han's hint, Shangguan Wudi only told Xianxia about his encounter with Xiao Han in the demon metropolis, and how he borrowed Xiao Han's power to perfectly remove the demon qi in his body. As for the secret agreement between him and Xiao Han, he didn't say it out loud in order to avoid being too shocking. He also didn't hide the fact that Xiao Han was ordered to assassinate Brother Yen. Brother Lung, Xiao Han is a young hero of our human race. There's no doubt about this. As for the so-called Silver Mask Demon Emperor, he's indeed a high-ranking member of the Demon Hero Tower. He deliberately arranged a fake identity for Xiao Han to successfully sneak into the demon metropolis. There's no Silver Mask Demon Emperor in this world. Shangguan Wudi looked at Xianxia and said solemnly. Brother, from now on, don't doubt Xiao Han's identity anymore. Yes, big brother, I believe you. Indeed, I've also checked Xiao Han's life force just now. He's a real human. No matter how good Brother Yan's medicine is, he can't hide it from us. Xianxia nodded. Xianxia observed Xiao Han's expression and realized that there seemed to be some unknown secrets between Xiao Han and his big brother Shangguan Wudi. Coupled with Shangguan Wudi's attitude toward Xiao Han, Xianxia vaguely guessed that the relationship between Shangguan Wudi and Xiao Han wasn't as simple as it seemed. However, it made sense. Xiao Han was Shangguan Wudi's savior, so Shangguan Wudi's attitude towards Xiao Han was naturally subtle. Thus, Xianxia's words also went along with Xiao Han's wishes. Xiao Han, congratulations on returning to the human race. You'll definitely become an immortal legend in the demon hero world. You'll be talked about enthusiastically. You're the first human in countless years to sneak into the demon metropolis and escape unscathed. Leng Qianqiu finally couldn't help but ask after a pause. Xiao Han, I wonder if the mission to assassinate Brother Yan was successful? Leng Qianqiu's voice trembled as he spoke. Brother Yan was the key figure in the future struggle between the human race and the demon race in this plane. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as Brother Yan didn't die, the power of the demon race in this plane would grow day by day and might eventually overwhelm the human race. Thus, the mission to assassinate Brother Yan was also the most important mission in this plane of the demon hero world. Ha! Brother Yan? Xiao Han smiled non-committally. Senior Lung, there are too many twists and turns involved in this mission. I'll just say a few words. In a few words, it's hard to explain. Xiao Han would never spread the news that Brother Yan was imprisoned by him. Brother Yan. He would become an important trump card for Xiao Han to deal with the higher-ups of the Demon Hero Tower. All right, Brother Lung, you don't have to ask about these things. Shangguan Wudi defended Xiao Han. Immediately, his eyes flashed with extreme dissatisfaction. Speaking of which, the higher-ups of the Demon Hero Tower are really messing around this time. They actually arranged for Xiao Han to go to the Demon Metropolis to assassinate Brother Yan. This mission was obviously to send Xiao Han to his death. If it wasn't for Xiao Han's boundless luck, I'm afraid he would have already died in the Demon Metropolis. Xiao Han, the higher-ups of the Demon Hero Tower, even the Tower Master, must have threatened and tempted you. How about this? If you have any dissatisfaction, just say it. I, Shangguan Wudi, will risk my life to find the higher-ups of the Demon Hero Tower and seek justice. Big brother, don't be reckless. Leng Qianqiu smiled bitterly. Then he looked at Xiao Han. Xiao Han, what's going on? I've also thought about it. You're a talented young hero with unparalleled talent. The Demon Hero Tower cherishes you and can't wait to nurture you. Why did they send you to the Demon Metropolis to complete that almost impossible mission? Is it because you have the means of the demon race that allows you to disguise yourself and you're the best choice to complete that mission? Or is it because you really offended some of the interests of the higher-ups, so they didn't hesitate to kill you? Xiao Han took a sip of wine and said indifferently. It doesn't matter. I don't want to mention the matter of me taking the risk to assassinate Brother Yan anymore. Now, I only want to do 3 things. The first thing was to meet the pagoda master after returning to the Xianxia pagoda and clarify some things. The second thing was to choose a psyche house and focus on breaking through the 51st acupoint. The third thing was to ask the higher-ups of the Xianxia pagoda to clarify and announce to the world that I, Xiao Han, had died. I don't want the world to think that I, Xiao Han, am a dead man. I don't want to take the initiative to get involved in anything. Yes, Xiao Han did have a grudge against the higher-ups of the Demon Hero Tower and the Tower Master. But after experiencing the calamity of being possessed by a demon god, Xiao Han was no longer concerned about such things. Xiao Han no longer cared about ordinary grudges. The most important thing now was to find a way to kill the soul of the demon god that was hibernating in the demon egg. Well, Xiao Han, you're indeed a person who can see the big picture. Leng Qianqiu smiled and nodded. However, Xiao Han, if you return to the Demon Hero Tower now, you won't be able to meet the Tower Master and the Elders for the time being. Oh! Xiao Han was stunned. Shangguan Wudi added. Yes, Xiao Han. The Tower Master and the Elders have already gone into seclusion last month. It's not just you, even us eternal giants who are ranked in the top 100 can't meet the Tower Master and the Elders for the time being. Seclusion? What seclusion? Xiao Han was surprised. I heard that they're trying to comprehend some information from the upper realm. Leng Qianqiu's face became solemn. This is no small matter. Information from the upper realm. Xiao Han was shocked. Yes, the upper realm. Leng Qianqiu's deep eyes flickered with a strange light, revealing a leisurely and fascinated expression. Xiao Han, you probably don't know that the plane we're in is only an ordinary plane. Planes like ours are as common as dust. There's only one upper realm. Simply put, the upper realm is divided into the immortal realm and the demon realm. This time, it's said that the immortal realm has sent down some information to let us, the human race of ordinary planes, know. As for what the information is, we're not sure. Only when the Tower Master and the Elders come out of seclusion will there be an important announcement. But information from the upper realm to ordinary planes is something that's rarely seen in billions of years. At least in my lifetime, this is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Oh, that's interesting. Xiao Han murmured. Immediately, a monstrous wave rolled up in his heart. For the immortal realm to send a message to an ordinary plane, it must be an extremely important matter. Xiao Han couldn't help but touch the position of his heart. The shock in his heart had evolved to the extreme. Could it be news about the demon god and the demon egg? When I left the demon metropolis, the green-robed immortal I met by chance was most likely from the immortal realm of the upper realm and descended to the mortal world. That green-robed immortal knew my encounter like the back of his hand. Now, it seems that there's another immortal who discovered that the demon egg was left in an ordinary plane and then issued a message to capture the living being who obtained the demon egg, right? The more Xiao Han thought about it, the more frightened he became. If that was really the case, then he would be in danger. It was too much of a coincidence. Things were too much of a coincidence. The appearance of the green-robed immortal and the news from the immortal realm. These two things collided. Ha ha! Xiao Han, don't be surprised. Shangguan Wudi laughed. In my opinion, the news that the immortal realm has sent down for the first time might be an opportunity for us, the human race of ordinary planes, a real immortal fate. He looked at Xiao Han and said seriously. Xiao Han, if something good really happens, with your potential and talent, you might be able to get a share of it. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han's heart was filled with confusion. Get a share of it? My ass. Xiao Han smiled bitterly and cursed in his heart. To be continued. Chapter 382. Even Shangguan Wudi and Xianxia, the ancient giants, couldn't help but reveal a happy expression at the mention of the message from the immortal world. Even their cheeks were flushed and they couldn't hold back their emotions. Xiao Han, on the other hand, knew his own difficulties. Xiao Han, you're still young and probably don't understand what's going on in the immortal world. The immortal world is the dwelling place of the immortals beyond the 9 heavens. It's above all living beings. Below the immortals are the evil heroes, and below them are all living beings. Shangguan Wudi talked incessantly. There are immortals in the immortal world who can live forever. The sun and moon will decay, but the immortals will not die. The heaven and earth will perish, but the immortals will not perish. Yes, Xiao Han, don't look at our ordinary plane. What ancient giants, what evil hero Tower Master. Compared to real immortals, we are just ants. Our level of life is absolutely just ants in front of real immortals. We can't compare, we can't compare. So, we attach great importance to the message from the immortal world. Xianxia also laughed. Indeed. It's impossible not to. Shangguan Wudi emphasized. Now, we just need to wait for the Tower Master and the elders to come out of seclusion and announce the message from the immortal world. I hope it's something substantial. Xiao Han took a sip of wine, drove away the worry in his heart and smiled bitterly. Immortals? Do we have immortals in this ordinary plane? I once heard that the ancient giants of the evil hero tower are suspected to have become immortals. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Shangguan Wudi and Xianxia looked at each other and laughed. Xiao Han, brother Xian and I are both ancient giants of the devil hero realm. Therefore I can tell you clearly that we are not immortals. Moreover, the evil hero Tower Master is not a real immortal. It's very difficult for immortals to be born in an ordinary plane. Once they condense an immortal body, they will definitely ascend and become immortals. It's impossible for them to stay in an ordinary plane. According to the historical records of our plane, there are only a few mortals who became immortals, broke the void and ascended to the immortal world. Moreover, that's all in the ancient times. The so-called, suspected to have become immortals is just an exaggeration from the outside world, Shangguan Wudi explained patiently. Xiao Han, listen to me. In the true Qi realm, the 6th stage of true Qi is the expanded meridian, the 7th stage of true Qi is the talisman, the 8th stage of true Qi is the talisman formation. Xiao Han got rid of all distracting thoughts. I have heard of the expanded acupoint realm, talisman formation realm and talisman formation realm. However, I am not too sure about the realms after that. Xiao Han, it's true that your cultivation of true energy isn't very strong, so you might not be clear about many realms of true energy. So, listen to me now. Shangguan Wudi naturally told Xiao Han everything he knew without holding anything back. Once you open the 81st acupoint, you will enter the true treasure stage, the 9th stage of true qi. The true treasure realm referred to transforming one's true qi into a dharma treasure. Once one stepped into the true treasure realm, one's attack power would no longer be restricted to true qi cultivation methods. Instead, they would directly use their treasures to attack. It's very powerful. True treasure realm? True qi transforms into magical treasures? Xiao Han nodded, not really understanding. Xiao Han, for example, the true qi cultivation method that I specialize in is called the Yin-Yang Destruction Great True Qi. When I stepped into the true treasure stage, my true energy gave birth to my natal treasure, the Yin-Yang mirror, Shangguan Wudi said with a smile. Big brother Shangguan Wudi's natal magical treasure is the Yin-Yang mirror. It looks like a bronze mirror. Once it is used, it can determine the life and death of a person. It has two sides, yin and yang. The yin side is white and the yang side is red. If the white side shakes, it will lead to death, and if the red side shakes, it will lead to life. Leng Qianxia smiled and explained. My natal magical treasure is a binding type. Its power is not as strong as big brother Shangguan Wudi's magical treasure. Heh! Brother Leng, you are too modest. Shangguan Wudi smiled. In the next moment, boom, boom, boom. Billions of true qi runes rushed out from Shangguan Wudi's body. In an instant, a hurricane filled the sky. The densely packed true qi runes surged in the air and combined together, forming thousands of arrays in an instant. These arrays were either pure yang or pure yin. They showed heaven and earth, sun and moon, day and night, cold and heat, male and female, up and down. It was a marvelous sight. Xiao Han, look. Suddenly, Shangguan Wudi waved his hand, and the countless yin-yang arrays above his head suddenly merged together. They formed a bronze mirror that was half an acre in size. The bronze mirror was indeed white on one side and red on the other. It emitted an energy wave that could shatter the void. In the sky, yin and yang changed and flickered, controlling life and death. Xiao Han, do you understand now? True qi runes, true qi runes, true qi runes are arranged into arrays, and natal magical treasures are created from the arrays. However, every time I use this natal magical treasure, it consumes a lot of true qi. Therefore, I usually use true qi cultivation techniques. Shangguan Wudi waved his hand, and the yin-yang copper mirror immediately turned into densely packed true qi runes and rushed into the true meridians in his body. Impressive! Too impressive! Xiao Han, who was standing at the side, sighed in amazement. His heart was slightly moved. This human clan's true treasure realm is able to transform their true qi into magical treasures. It's similar to my black-yellow demon pagoda, demon city, and even the demon compound of despair. Heh! Xiao Han, you have such a monstrous talent and great luck. One day, you will reach the 9th stage of true qi and create your own magical treasure. Shangguan Wudi laughed. However, I have to remind you that the properties of your natal magical treasure are related to the true qi cultivation technique that you cultivate. Because Brother Leng Xian is most proficient in true qi techniques, binding type techniques, the natal magical treasure that he has evolved is the demon binding rope. 10th stage of true qi. Immortal Eye Realm. Shangguan Wudi said seriously. The 10th stage of true qi refers to opening the 91st to 100th true meridian. There are a total of 100 true meridian in the human body. After opening all of them, you are qualified to open the 101st true meridian. The 101st true meridian is not in the body, but between the eyebrows. Shangguan Wudi pointed at his eyebrows. This is the last true meridian, the location of the 101st true meridian. Because this location happens to be in the soul sea, it is regarded as one of the true meridian outside the body. We call it the immortal meridian. Once the 101st true meridian is successfully opened, a heaven's eye will appear between the eyebrows. In other words, the 101st true meridian is a heaven's eye. The heaven's eye can see the immortal qi in the unseen world and guide it to cleanse the body. That means I have become an immortal? Xiao Han's eyes widened. Ha! That's not it. The heavenly eye can only see the immortal qi drifting in ordinary planes or between two adjacent ordinary planes. The quality of the immortal qi is not high. The heaven's eye cannot see the world of immortals, so it cannot obtain the supreme immortal qi from the world of immortals. Opening the 101st true meridian, the heaven's eye will absorb the low-grade immortal qi and cleanse the body, transforming the body and giving it a slight immortal chi. It is not comparable to a real immortal, but it is above ordinary mortals, Xianxia explained. In our plane, there is only one person who has opened the heaven's eye. The pagoda master? Xiao Han blurted out. Yes. Tens of thousands of years ago, the pagoda master opened the 101st true meridian and opened the heaven's eye. He can see the immortal chi that we can't. Xianxia smiled. The pagoda master absorbs the immortal chi to nourish his body. When his body contains enough immortal chi, he will have the chance to form a real immortal body and ascend. However, the immortal chi in ordinary planes is very little, and the quality is very thin and impure. Therefore, it is not easy for him to form a real immortal body. Perhaps he will never have such a chance in his life. Moreover, he does not dare to cross the boundary and go to other planes to absorb immortal chi. It is very dangerous to search for immortal chi in the universe of neighboring planes. There are many terrifying energy turbulence in the universe, such as heavenly fire, black holes, time and space storms, Xianxia added. In other words, even if the pagoda master has opened the heaven's eye, it will not be easy for him to become a real immortal. Xiao Han understood. Not easy. Xianxia nodded. However, there are some planes that are relatively easier to reach. Maybe some ordinary planes contain a lot of immortal chi. As long as you open the heaven's eye, you will be able to see immortal chi and obtain it to refine your body and form an immortal body. But at least in our plane, there is not enough immortal chi. Then, Senior Xianxia, Senior Lung, how far have you cultivated? Xiao Han asked curiously. I have opened 97 true meridian. Xianxia did not hide anything. I am still some distance away from the 100th true meridian. Also, only after you have opened all 100 true meridian will you be qualified to open the heaven's eye. This is too difficult. Xianxia shook his head. I have opened 95 true meridian. I am still far from opening the heaven's eye, Xianxia said. You two are already very strong, Xiao Han said seriously. At the same time, Xiao Han understood. No wonder everyone says that cultivating true chi is the right way to become an immortal. Yes, I have to open the heaven's eye to see immortal chi that mortals can't see. For example, no matter how strong my body is, if I can't open the heaven's eye and find immortal chi, I will never become an immortal. I see. Then, Xiao Han was slightly stunned. Right, Senior Xianxia, I asked you to help me find the female disciple of the Sword Mountain Villa. She is also a monster hero, Xiao Yunrong. Have you found her? Monster Hero Pagoda. The top floor. There was only one room on the top floor of the Monster Hero Pagoda. The thick metal door was tightly shut. There were countless ancient words and talismans carved on the metal door. There were also star veins, all kinds of phenomena, holy light, and even traces of immortal chi. It was supreme. If someone looked at the door for a long time, they would feel a suction force that sucked their soul into a vast and mysterious world. Strands of destructive aura lay dormant within the door, and it caused the heavens and the earth and the universe to tremble before it. No one could go against it. It was as if there was a group of ancient gods inside the door. Inside the metal door. It was an extremely mysterious space. It was almost boundless. In this space, there were undulating sacred mountains and illusionary palaces, as well as a powerful mental storm that rolled and swept across the area. There were even strands of immortal chi and immortal talismans intertwined, giving off rare divine light everywhere. Wind, cloud, thunder, water of the yellow spring, eternal divine wind, and spatial rifts all appeared. It made people feel that the people in this space shouldn't be mortals, but immortals. Divine light surged, and mist rolled. In this space, there were more than a dozen mind storms that were as powerful as ancient gods, wriggling and releasing some power of rules and laws. It was just a mind storm, but it was invisible. In this space, there were a total of 13 mind storms, which seemed to represent 13 ancient gods. Among them, 12 mind storms surrounded the 13th mind storm in the middle, constantly spinning. The 13th mind storm had the most terrifying aura. It expanded like the nucleus of a planet. Violent air currents lingered around this spiritual storm. The speed of each air current surpassed the speed of light. Each air current let out a long roar that shook the heavens and the earth, like a dragon or a crane. The mind storm that looked like the core of a planet seemed to have established a mysterious connection with the universe. Dense lights radiated from the mind storm. Rays of great power that could collapse the sky and destroy the ages were wriggling. Countless sacred lights and various talismans intertwined like rainbows. This made the mind storm have a dominating aura, and it even gave people a feeling of immortality. The 13th mind storm belonged to the Tower Master, the leader of the monster warriors in the human world. The existence with the most powerful true chi cultivation in the human world. He had unlocked 101 true meridians and opened the so-called heavenly eye. He could see immortal chi that mortals couldn't see, and he had been nourishing his body with the immortal chi for a long time, making his body almost between an immortal and immortal. Half immortal. Everyone, I didn't expect the immortal realm to send a message to an ordinary plane like ours. The immortal serendipity is here. The real immortal serendipity is here. The Tower Master let out a rumbling voice. It was obvious that he had lost his composure. Congratulations, Tower Master. Congratulations, Tower Master. If you can use this immortal serendipity to obtain more supreme-grade immortal chi to nourish your body, you might actually be able to form an immortal physique one day and ascend to the immortal realm. To the immortal realm. Humph. The immortal chi in our plane is thin, and the quality is terrible, so I couldn't obtain much nourishment from the immortal chi even after I opened the heavenly eye. It's not that I'm not talented, but I can't make bricks without straw. The Tower Master was displeased. If I grew up in some other plane, I might have become an immortal a long time ago. The Tower Master said in a serious tone after a pause. After more than a month of seclusion, we've carefully analyzed the message released by the immortal world. Finally, we've completely understood the sacred edict. It turns out that the immortals in the immortal realm are divided into true immortals and immortal emperors. Ordinary immortals are called true immortals. A group of extremely powerful immortals are called immortal emperors. There are a lot of true immortals in the immortal realm. However, there are only a handful of immortal emperors, the Tower Master said. Even among this small group of immortal emperors, there are strong and weak. The message from the immortal realm this time is related to the immortal emperor ranked 3rd in the history of the immortal realm. The Tower Master's voice became heated. The immortal emperor ranked 3rd is almost the strongest existence in the entire immortal realm. Think about it, in the immortal realm, there might be millions of true immortals, but there are at most a few hundred immortal emperors. Ranked 3rd? What kind of concept is that? Ha 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 ha. It's definitely an invincible existence. To be continued. Chapter 383. The higher-ups of the Freak Hero Pagoda, led by the Pagoda Master and a group of elders, were cultivating in seclusion while analyzing the sacred decree from the immortal world. The 3rd-ranked immortal emperor in the history of the immortal world, the Pagoda Lord said, trembling with excitement. This is a true almighty being who can move unhindered in the universe. Compared to him, we're not even dust. Yes, in the entire immortal world, immortals were divided into true immortals and immortal emperors. There were tens of millions of true immortals. And there were only a few hundred immortal emperors. Almost every immortal emperor was a dominating existence, invincible to all tribulations. The sun and moon would perish, but they wouldn't perish. The heaven and earth would decay, but they wouldn't. It can speed up time in the blink of an eye, causing countless planets to be born and destroyed. Its magic power is boundless, and its divine abilities are boundless. It can traverse the 10,000 worlds in the universe. Even true immortals from the immortal world would be able to reverse the cycle of life and death, and remain unharmed for 10,000 years. They could be reborn from a single drop of blood. He could be said to be the overlord of the universe, the enlightened being between heaven and earth. Beneath the world of immortals, there were countless ordinary planes of existence, where humans cultivated true energy and became wraith heroes to fight against the demon folk. As a result, the true chi martial artists who stood out from the crowd were born. Countless geniuses were born. It was also the birth of the so-called eternal giant, the devil hero Pagoda Master. But even though they were giants of the ancient times, they would still die in the end. There would come a day when they would die. Take this plane as an example. The master of the Xianxia Pagoda was the strongest true energy realm martial artist of the human race. He was a well-deserved leader. He had opened 101 acupoints and the third eye to capture demonic energy to nourish his body. However, before he could truly condense an immortal body, he would still die one day. It could be said that he was the leader of the Xianxia Tower in any ordinary plane. Countless ancient giants. His life force was far inferior to any random true immortal in the immortal world. Right now, the message from the immortal world was related to the third strongest immortal emperor in the history of the immortal world. This made the human beings of the ordinary planes go crazy. It was like a dream. Suddenly, the pagoda master's voice completely lost its composure, and instantly became a heart-wrenching, lung-splitting howl. The news from the celestial world this time is actually about the third strongest celestial emperor in the history of the celestial world. The treasures left in the universe. That was the lifetime treasure of this mighty immortal emperor. Roar! According to the celestial realm, this celestial emperor has been missing for hundreds of thousands of years. Now, the lair he left behind in space has finally been found. Tower Master. He was ranked third in the history of the immortal world. At this moment, it wasn't just the pagoda master, all the elders were stunned. All of them went crazy, completely unable to control their emotions. They were like poor people who saw an endless mountain of gold. Any random immortal emperor was already in existence that could look down on the entire immortal world. What kind of treasures would the third strongest immortal emperor in the history of the immortal world leave behind in his lair? It must have reached a horrifying level. Listen up. The pagoda master's voice grew louder. The treasures of an immortal emperor's life. I cannot describe what it means. Let's talk about ordinary true immortals first. In history, ordinary perfected immortals would occasionally leave behind a small number of cave abodes in the universe. I know that even the cave abodes left behind by ordinary perfected immortals contain abundant supreme-grade immortal chi, immortal elixirs, and immortal skill manuals. In an ordinary plane like ours, once we obtain the treasures left behind by a perfected immortal, we can at least create several immortals. The treasures of the third strongest immortal emperor in the immortal world are definitely 10,000 times more precious than those of ordinary perfected immortals. 100,000 times. Or even 1,000,000 times. It's no exaggeration to say that if our plane gets a share of the treasures of the immortal emperor, I'm afraid that the top 100 giants of the Xianxia Tower, including us, will all become immortals and ascend to the heavens. They were speechless. Indeed, all the elders of the Xianxia Tower were silent. They felt as if their throats were choked and they could not speak. Silence. After 100 breaths, the pagoda master said in a trembling voice. This time, I've studied the message sent by the immortal world the most thoroughly. It wants us, the human warriors of the ordinary planes, to explore the treasures of the immortal emperor. The immortal emperor has been missing for hundreds of thousands of years. Now it seems that he may have died, but he left behind a lair. The world of immortals has received reliable intelligence that the lair is enormous, several times larger than our own plane. The fluctuations of immortal chi are very strong, and the light of treasures is more dazzling than the stars. In other words, there are countless treasures piled up in this lair. The lair was several times larger than this plane, and it was filled with treasures. What a freak! Of course, the message sent by the immortal world is not directed at our plane, but to countless ordinary planes, so that the human heroes of these planes will know about it. The pagoda master's voice became a little cautious. After a period of time, the immortal world will send the spatial coordinates of the treasure to ordinary planes like us. At that time, the human heroes of any plane can participate in the competition and get a share of the treasures. The scene will be unprecedentedly intense, and the competition will be unimaginably fierce. Hiss! The elders gasped when they heard that. Pagoda Master, countless human heroes from the ordinary planes are going to compete for the immortal emperor's treasure. That's too cruel. I'm afraid our plane won't be able to gain the upper hand in the competition. An elder said worriedly. Shut up! The Pagoda Master berated crazily. That's the lifetime treasure left behind by the immortal emperor who ranked third in the history of the immortal world. It's impossible that the competition won't be fierce. That's right. In the universe, there are as many ordinary planes as there are eternal sands. Our overall strength might not be too high or too low. Compared to those more powerful ordinary planes, we might be at an absolute disadvantage. But do we not compete because of that? This is an immortal opportunity bestowed by the heavens. I don't expect to get a lot of treasures, but even a little bit is enough for all of us here to ascend and become immortals." After a pause, the pagoda master's voice slowed down and he enunciated each word clearly. "I've opened my heavenly eye, so I can see clearly. The quality of the immortal chi in our plane is too low. And the quantity is very small. In such a plane. It's my sorrow. Relying on this scarce source of immortal energy. It's almost impossible for me to ascend and become an immortal. In the end, I'll reach the end of my life, die unwillingly, and turn to dust. And all of you will end up the same as me. None of you have opened your heaven eyes yet, but that doesn't matter. Even if you open your heavenly eyes, you won't be able to find any immortal energy to nourish your body. Instead of living a mediocre life like this, why don't I seize this rare immortal fortune to take a gamble? Yes, fight. Go all out and fight to the death." Many of the elders began to shout in a frenzy. "However, Tower Master, there is one thing that I am very confused about," an elder said hesitantly. "Since it's such a shocking treasure trove in the immortal world, it's impossible for it to exist. There must have been countless true immortals and even all the immortal emperors. Since when did it become the turn of nobodies from ordinary planes like us to dip our fingers in it? We don't seem to be qualified. Since your cultivation realms are lower than mine, you didn't receive a very important part of the message from the immortal world. As for me, I completely understand. Now, listen carefully," the Tower Master said solemnly. "The immortal emperor's lair is not in the immortal world, but in a spatial rift in an ordinary plane. He used his supreme magical power to create a world in this spatial rift. This method of creation is naturally not something that we can fathom. This world is clearly divided into layers. The outermost layer also contains a large number of treasures. However, the most precious treasures are placed in the core area of this world. However, the immortal emperor has set up a restriction in the outermost layer of this world." "Restriction?" "Yes, a restriction." The Tower Master suddenly smiled. "This restriction is very mysterious and overbearing. It has restrictions on immortals. Those who have become immortals are absolutely not allowed to enter the outermost layer of this world. Ordinary true immortals will be killed and turned into ashes once they enter the outermost layer. Even immortal emperors are not allowed to enter. This immortal emperor is known as the third strongest immortal emperor in history. He is very powerful. Normally, immortal emperors who are ranked lower than him will also die if they enter the first layer. The first layer of this world has a restriction. Immortals are not allowed to enter. Immortals will die if they enter." "Impressive. I didn't expect there to be such a restriction. Then, Tower Master, the first and second immortal emperors should be able to enter, right?" "Not really. The first and second immortal emperors won't die if they enter this layer, but the entire treasure vault will collapse and explode. No one will be able to obtain it." The Tower Master sneered. "What do you think? This immortal emperor is full of tricks, isn't he? Tower Master, are you saying that only human cultivators from ordinary planes like us, who have not become immortals, can enter the first layer of this world to explore and search for treasures?" One of the elders smiled. "That's interesting. Yes. The restriction on the outermost layer of this world not only prohibits immortals from entering, but also places a requirement on the age of the person who enters," the Tower Master said solemnly. "To be more precise, the first requirement to enter the first layer of this world is that the person cannot become immortals. The second requirement is that the person must be below 10,000 years old. Any human over 10,000 years old that enters will be instantly obliterated and reduced to ashes." "What? There's an age restriction?" the elders cried out. "Then we can't enter at all. 10,000 years old?" Yes, the actual age of the Tower Master and the elders was far above 10,000 years old. At their level of cultivation, their lifespans were extremely long. Each of them was hundreds of thousands of years old, or even millions of years old. To them, 10,000 years old was no different from a child. "Tower Master, we can't enter." "Shut up. If we can't enter, does that mean no one else can enter our plane?" The Tower Master bared his teeth. "There are many monsters in our plane who meet the requirements to enter the first layer of this world. Among the ancient giants, there are many who are below 10,000 years old. In fact, there are even one or two ancient giants, geniuses among geniuses, who are less than 10,000 years old. They can all enter." But if that's the case, our plane's competitiveness will be even weaker. Idiots. The Tower Master laughed coldly. That restriction isn't specific to our plane. It applies to any other ordinary plane. Neither I nor you elders, as well as most of the most powerful people throughout the ages, can enter our plane. It's the same for other planes. Those who can enter are the most outstanding geniuses below 10,000 years old. The world of immortals says that the outermost layer of the world created by the immortal emperor is called the Genius Zone. There are many treasures in the Genius Zone. Although they're inferior to the treasures in the core of this world, they're still incredible treasures for an ordinary plane like ours. Just a little bit is enough to create an opportunity for ascension. The Tower Master was very certain. Once all the treasures in the Genius Zone are taken, the restrictions on the first layer will disappear. The second layer also has some restrictions, but it might be able to allow people of our level to enter. Perhaps true immortals will also be allowed to enter. However, I won't ask for too much. I only hope that the geniuses of our plane can take a few more treasures from the first layer. As for the second and third layers, and the core, we'll take what we can. If we can't, that's fine. The Tower Master was very confident. Chapter 384. The elders of the Xianxia Pagoda trembled with excitement after hearing the Pagoda Master's words. Pagoda Master, you mean the nest left behind by the third-ranked immortal emperor in the history of the immortal realm contains countless treasures? As for the lair, it was divided into several layers, and each layer had a different restrictive spell. The restriction on the outermost level doesn't allow real immortals to enter, so the immortal realm has to rely on us, the creatures of ordinary planes. An elder said. Yes. If it wasn't for the special restriction on the first level, do you think the almighties of the immortal realm would give us the chance to explore the treasures? The Pagoda Master snorted. Anyway, we'll succeed if we can find some treasures in the outermost level. Yes, Pagoda Master. However, countless ordinary planes will send their elites to participate in the exploration. Therefore, we must take our time and plan before we act. An elder said complacently. Pagoda Master, how much do you know about the immortal emperor? Not much, the Pagoda Master said indifferently. 1. The third-ranked immortal emperor in the history of the immortal realm. 2. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. 3. The immortal emperor with the most treasures in the history of the immortal realm. Oh! Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao? It seems that the immortal emperor is a saber cultivator. The immortal emperor with the most treasures in the history of the immortal realm? The most treasures. All right, let's not talk about these unimportant things anymore. Continue your seclusion. Study the treasure hunt in the Genius Zone. The Pagoda Master scolded. Okay. Continue your seclusion. Pagoda Master, what's your plan? First of all, this must be kept a secret. It can't be announced to the world. Not even in the monster warrior realm. Otherwise, the world will be in chaos. If everyone wants to take the risk, our plane will become an empty shell. No one will stay behind, the Pagoda Master said slowly. Therefore, this information at best could only be told to the top 100 giants on the Hex ranking list. Then, send a private message to the elites who can participate in the Genius Zone exploration. That's right, Tower Master. Don't spread this news. Then, Tower Master, who are you going to choose? What about participating in the Genius Zone's expedition? First of all, it's definitely below 10,000 years old. After that, in terms of true chi cultivation, you must reach the Talisman Transformation realm. The Pagoda Master said with certainty. Those under 10,000 years old who are still expanding their acupoints or haven't even started expanding their acupoints, don't bother going. They'll just be sending themselves to their deaths. The last condition was to be loyal to the Xianxia Pagoda. If these 3 conditions are met, I will personally inform them to prepare for the expedition. An existence that has stepped into the Talisman Transformation realm before the age of 10,000. Tower Master, there aren't many such monstrous geniuses in our plane. It's fine. For this expedition, quality is more important than quantity, the Pagoda Master said. We can't send all the elite Xianxia of this plane to their graves just because of the expedition. There are only a few thousand Xianxia realm. However, This group of people is the backbone of the future and must not be lost. Otherwise, the Xianxia realm of our plane will have a shortage of talents. In the battle with the demon clan, the balance will be lost. Alright, continue your seclusion and research. Think about it carefully and decide on the candidates to enter the genius zone. The choice of candidates is very important. It will directly determine what benefits our plane can obtain from the genius zone. That's right, Pagoda Master. According to the time, the birthday of that dear Yen has already passed. I don't know if that Xiao Han has completed the mission to assassinate dear Yen. An elder suddenly changed the topic. Xiao Han? The Pagoda Master sneered. Do you really think that Xiao Han can create a miracle and complete that mission that will definitely kill him? Stop daydreaming. Xiao Han entering the demon metropolis is equivalent to sending himself to his death. I saw that he has a huge hidden danger and trouble, so I arranged for him to go to the demon metropolis to die. There's no need to mention Xiao Han anymore. He has already been completely erased from history. Sigh. Pagoda Master, thinking about it, I feel a little regretful. That kid Xiao Han is very talented. Although his true chi cultivation is rubbish, his combat strength is ridiculously strong. He is also young, only in his 20s. If he didn't die, he could represent our plane and explore the genius zone. Maybe he could bring us an unexpected surprise. An elder sighed with regret. Ha! You think too much. It's true that Xiao Han had a fortuitous encounter, but it was all evil. Moreover, this time, countless ordinary planes are selecting geniuses who meet the requirements to enter the genius zone. To be honest, with Xiao Han's background, even if he is still alive, he will only be cannon fodder if I give him a chance to go. He is completely uncompetitive. The Pagoda Master said disdainfully. Alright, let's stop chatting. Let's discuss the candidates to enter the genius zone. Stronghold. The night was quiet. On the balcony of a wooden loft, Xiao Han and Shangguan Wudi sat at the side of a wooden table, looking up at the starry sky. Lang Qianxiu had already been dismissed by Shangguan Wudi. Now, only Shangguan Wudi and Xiao Han were left alone. Xiao Han, I, Shangguan Wudi, am a man of my words. Our previous agreement can now be fulfilled. Shangguan Wudi suddenly stood up, looked at Xiao Han solemnly, and said word by word. I can be your slave. I will never betray you in my life. Heh. Xiao Han smiled slightly. His eyes were a little indifferent. Back then, Xiao Han set this condition with Shangguan Wudi on the spur of the moment. But now that Xiao Han knew that he was possessed by a demon god, his state of mind had changed. There were many things in the world that Xiao Han had become indifferent to. Take an ancient giant as a slave? Yes, if this was before he entered the demon metropolis, Xiao Han would definitely be very interested. But now, forget it, Senior Shangguan Wudi, the previous agreement is invalid. Xiao Han said calmly. Xiao Han, you don't have to do this. I, Shangguan Wudi, am also a man of indomitable spirit. I will never go back on my words. If you didn't do it, I would have exploded and died. Therefore, you will never take advantage of me. I, Shangguan Wudi, am willing. Shangguan Wudi looked straight at Xiao Han. Really, there is no need. Xiao Han smiled calmly. How about this? Senior Shangguan Wudi, if you're willing, please take care of my sect in the future. That is the Cloud sect. As for becoming my slave, it was indeed a joke. Senior Shangguan Wudi, please don't take it seriously. This. Shangguan Wudi was stunned. Oh yes, Senior Shangguan Wudi. I asked you to find Xiao Yunrong. Do you have any information? Xiao Han asked again. Xiao Han this. I am sorry. Shangguan Wudi's eyes dimmed slightly. Ever since I left the demon metropolis and returned to the human world, I used all my connections to find Xiao Yunrong. But Xiao Yunrong's Yen chivalrous token has always been closed. I even personally searched the 4 regions of the human race and the great wilderness. I searched everywhere in the mortal world and in the Jianghu. But I couldn't find Xiao Yunrong. Xiao Han, I am sorry. You can't find her? Xiao Han's heart suddenly twitched. Xiao Han, I swear, I have tried my best. Shangguan Wudi said very sincerely. This. Xiao Han closed his eyes and felt a sharp pain in his heart. Yunrong. Where are you? Even someone as powerful as Shangguan Wudi couldn't find you. You. Where on earth are you? I have found the antidote for you, but you are nowhere to be found. But I will not give up. Yunrong, there is still more than a year before the poison in your body takes effect. I still have a chance. I will find you at all costs. After a pause, Xiao Han pulled himself together and looked at Shangguan Wudi. Senior Shangguan Wudi, I still have to thank you for this. It doesn't matter if you can't find her now. I will continue to look for her in the future. Senior Shangguan Wudi, please pay more attention and keep this matter in mind. Xiao Han, don't worry. I will not slack off in looking for Xiao Yunrong. Also, since you are not willing to fulfill the original agreement, then I will do my best to protect your sect, the Cloud Sect. And you, Xiao Han, from now on, if you have any errands, just tell me. I will go through mountains of swords and boiling oil, and I will not frown. Thank you, Senior Shangguan Wudi. Xiao Han smiled. By the way. Shangguan Wudi looked at Xiao Han deeply. Xiao Han, you are very different from the last time I saw you in the demon metropolis. Your spirit, temperament, and temperament have all undergone great changes. Xiao Han, what exactly happened to you? Can you tell me? Ha! Xiao Han smiled silently. Then he said indifferently. Back then, I covered my body with demonic qi and disguised myself as the Silver Mask Demon Emperor. Now, I have restored my human appearance. Of course there will be changes in my body. No, it's the temperament change. Shangguan Wudi shook his head slightly. Xiao Han, the feeling you give me right now is that you have a transcendent temperament. But to put it bluntly, it's like he's completely disheartened, as if he doesn't care about anything anymore. Nothing much. Xiao Han rubbed his temples. By the way, Senior Shangguan Wudi, I'll be returning to the Yaoxia Pagoda tomorrow. Taking advantage of tonight's gathering, I have some questions that I would like to ask you. Shangguan Wudi saw that Xiao Han was unwilling to tell him the truth, so he did not pursue the matter. Xiao Han, if there's anything you want to ask me, just say it. As long as I, Shangguan Wudi, know it, I will definitely tell you. Xiao Han thought for a dozen breaths, and then said energetically. First, Senior Shangguan Wudi, what do you know about saber intent godly in saber intent? Among the human sword cultivators in our realm, is there anyone who has achieved sword Dao entering godly state? Second, True Qi Realm 7th Stage Talisman Materialization Realm, 8th Stage Talisman Formation Realm, 9th Stage True Treasure Realm, and 10th Stage True Qi Realm Celestial Vision Realm. One had to know that Xiao Han's cultivation in his life was mainly based on the techniques of the demon clan. He had basically neglected the cultivation of the true qi of the human clan. However, to become an immortal, one had to cultivate true qi. Therefore, Xiao Han also attached great importance to the cultivation of true qi. Moreover, he was a human after all. He could not be too extreme and specialize in the techniques of the demon clan. Therefore, when facing an ancient giant like Shangguan Wudi, Xiao Han also tried his best to ask some questions that he did not understand. Because Xiao Han knew that asking Shangguan Wudi would definitely be more reliable than asking his own sect master, Wu Yu. To be continued. Chapter 385. The Godly Saber Intent of the Saber Intent? Shangguan Wudi was slightly surprised. Xiao Han, you're asking about this? And I have cultivated some superficial saber Dao. That's why I asked. Xiao Han smiled faintly. In an instant, strands of formless saber qi appeared around Xiao Han's body, slicing the air with a sizzling sound. Saber intent? Xiao Han, your saber intent actually contains your soul mark, allowing you to kill your opponent as you please. This is life-bound saber qi. Xiao Han, you actually have the sword intent of the great accomplishment stage. Shangguan Wudi exclaimed in shock. Heh! You are an ancient giant. With my insignificant cultivation, I have to embarrass myself in front of you. Xiao Han said with some embarrassment. Shangguan Wudi sat down and shook his head. Amazing. Too amazing. At such a young age, you have actually comprehended the great accomplishment saber intent. Xiao Han, don't be modest. There are many saber cultivators in the entire demon hero world, but it is rare to find someone like you who has comprehended the great accomplishment saber intent. Oh. Xiao Han was surprised. Is it that hard to comprehend the great perfection sword intent? Difficult. How could it not be difficult? Among the ancient giants of the Devil Hero world, there were also a few sword cultivators, but in terms of the realm of sword Dao, they only stopped at the Dashang stage. Among the ancient giants, there were also sword cultivators, but none of them possessed the sword Dao of the great accomplishment stage. Shangguan Wudi glared at Xiao Han. Do you think it's difficult? That is to say, there are only a few people like you in the entire Devil Hero world who have really comprehended the sword intent of the Dashang stage. There are countless sword cultivators in the entire Devil Hero realm, but none of them have reached sword Dao transcendent. Xiao Han was slightly disappointed. Not even one. Although the 10,000 Immortals formation had temporarily delayed the incubation of the demon egg, preventing the god-beast soul from fusing with the giant beast in the egg and hatching it, the 10,000 Immortals formation did not allow the god-beast soul to merge with the giant beast in the egg. But it was only a delay. He had to rely on his saber intent in order to kill the demon god's soul completely. An invincible saber intent. Greater mastery saber intent was far from enough. He had to achieve sword will transcendent and open the legendary saber realm gate. Only then would Xiao Han have a chance at survival. Otherwise, there would be no room for discussion. But now, Shangguan Wudi actually said that no one in this realm had comprehended the blade intent to the godly state realm, including the blade cultivators of the ancient era. This made Xiao Han's heart palpitate. If no one could comprehend it, could he comprehend it? How is that possible? Of course not. Shangguan Wudi said matter-of-factly. Xiao Han, has no one ever told you before? Entering godly sword intent was only a legendary sword Dao realm. Ha! Xiao Han, I wonder who is the teacher who taught you the saber Dao. If he was the one who told you that, saber intent entering divinity, a mythical realm that exists in this world, then he would be lying to you. Of course, he could also be encouraging you to pursue the way of the saber. Legend? Myth. Was entering godly saber intent really that illusory? Shangguan Wudi quickly said when he saw Xiao Han's dazed expression. Xiao Han, don't be disheartened. What I just said is also very one-sided. It's just that among the sword cultivators in our realm, there's no one who has attained sword Dao godly. However, in other realms, there might be cases of saber intent reaching godly. Our plane doesn't have it, but it doesn't mean that other planes don't have it. It doesn't mean that it didn't exist in the past, and it won't exist in the future. Xiao Han felt a little dizzy from Shangguan Wudi's words. Shangguan Wudi continued. Xiao Han, I'll try my best to tell you what I know about Saber Dao's saber intent godly. I've also heard some powerful sword cultivators talk about sword Dao godly before. Senior Shangguan Wudi, please tell me. Xiao Han immediately pricked up his ears. Xiao Han, you don't have to be so polite. Shangguan Wudi smiled and said seriously. According to the analysis of several eternal giant swordsmen, entering godly saber intent is theoretically possible. According to legend, in the vast universe, apart from the upper realm and lower realm, there was also the saber realm and the sword realm. The saber realm and the sword realm were spiritual worlds. Not the material world. Spiritual world. Xiao Han was a little confused. Yes, the spiritual world. In other words, the outstanding sword cultivators and sword cultivators in the world. After they died, their pursuit of the saber Dao or the sword Dao did not disappear along with the death of their body and soul. Their dedication to the saber Dao and the sword Dao was preserved and sealed in the saber realm and the sword realm. According to the legends, there are mountains, rivers, oceans, stars, the sun, the moon, palaces in the saber realm and the sword realm. However, these are not made of material, but of the spirit of the sword cultivator and sword cultivator. When the spirit of the sword cultivator or sword cultivator, as well as their understanding of the saber Dao and the sword Dao, reaches a certain level, it is possible to sense the door of the saber realm and the sword realm. Of course, because the saber realm and the sword realm are not material worlds, it is not the person's body that enters, but the person's spirit body. This is the so-called primordial spirit leaving the body. When the spirit of the sword cultivator or sword cultivator enters the saber realm and the sword realm, it can summon the ancient sword soul and sword soul to attack the enemy. This kind of attack is very terrifying. It is an attack that does not discriminate between people. It has the effect of destroying heaven and earth. Once this technique is used, everything in the world will freeze and be slaughtered. When one's primordial spirit leaves the body and opens up the saber realm and sword realm, they will receive the ancient saber soul and sword soul. This is a kind of power that is neither alive nor dead. The attack power it forms can reach a powerful force that can stop time and space. However, I heard from those saber artists that in order to comprehend the realm of saber intent entering godly, the first requirement is that one's spirit and soul force must be abnormally strong and sharp. The second requirement is to possess a domineering aura that can dominate the world. The third requirement is to possess a strong physical body. The physical body and the spirit soul complement each other. If the spirit soul power is too strong, without a compatible physical body, it is very possible that after summoning the ancient sword soul and killing the enemy, one's physical body will also explode. I understand. Xiao Han nodded seriously. A weak physical body cannot bear an overly strong spirit soul. So, Shangguan Wudi thought for a few breaths and said word by word. There are 3,000 ways to achieve the same goal. Although I don't cultivate the saber Dao, I have my own judgment. The reason why none of the saber cultivators in our world can reach the saber intent godly state is because their comprehension and mental state are not good enough. Another reason is that their physical bodies cannot reach the requirement of the primordial spirit leaving the body and opening the door of the saber realm. Their physical bodies are too weak. Xiao Han nodded in agreement. Xiao Han, your physical body is very strong and different from ordinary people. Maybe you can refine it and cultivate a physical body that is compatible with the ancient sword soul, Shangguan Wudi said seriously. However, Xiao Han, you don't have to be anxious now. You need to work hard on your true qi. Let me tell you, when you reach the talisman formation realm, you can use your true qi talisman to set up a formation. It will greatly increase the strength of your physical body. You can set up a formation to strengthen your physical body with the true qi talisman. It will increase the strength of your physical body. You can't turn into a talisman now and you can't set up a formation. It is still not enough to rely on the strength of your physical body. Senior Shangguan Wudi, after hearing what you said, I understand a lot. Xiao Han took a deep breath and a plan formed in his mind. From now on, he had to refine his physical body. In terms of his true qi cultivation, he had to reach the talisman formation realm as soon as possible. After that, he had to continue researching the saber Dao and raise his soul energy. And Xiao Han, let me tell you about the various stages of the true qi realm and the situation of one's offensive strength, Shangguan Wudi said seriously. Xiao Han was naturally listening attentively. The first 5 stages of the true qi realm are all about building the foundation. When one reaches the 6th stage, which is to break through the 51st acupoint, it is the crucial time to start expanding the acupoints. The number of times one can expand the acupoints is related to the amount of true qi stored, Shangguan Wudi said patiently. Before expanding the acupoints, each acupoint can hold about 1,000 ding of true qi strength. That is to say, as long as one doesn't expand the acupoints, a martial artist at the pinnacle of true qi realm who has opened 50 acupoints can hold about 50,000 ding of true qi strength. Xiao Han nodded. Expanding the acupoints. It can increase the strength of one's true qi by several times. Every martial artist who has stepped into the acupoint expansion realm has 10 chances to expand their acupoints. The number of times one can expand one's acupoints is extremely important. Let's take me for example. When I broke through the 51st acupoint the first time I expanded it, it was 11 times. The first time you expanded it, it was 11 times? Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. That's heaven-defying. Xiao Han remembered clearly that sect head Wu Li had once said that if one's first acupoint expansion exceeded 10 times, one would be a genius among geniuses. My Cloud sect's first senior brother Xiao Mingchu's first acupoint expansion was 7 times. Back then, he was already known as an unparalleled genius, but who would have thought that he would pale in comparison to senior Shangguan Wudi? Xiao Han sighed. To reach 11 times in the first acupoint expansion. Incredible. Too incredible. That's nothing. Shangguan Wudi smiled faintly. Xiao Han, you haven't expanded your acupoints yet, but I can bet that the first time you expanded it, it will definitely exceed mine by 11 times. Heh, let's hope so. Xiao Han smiled. However, he had experienced the journey to the demon metropolis, where he was tempered by life and death, and was temporarily possessed by the demon god. Hence, His accumulation was definitely unprecedented in this plane. Xiao Han was very optimistic about the number of times he could expand his acupoints. After 10 times, my acupoints have expanded to 78 times. Shangguan Wudi said with a smile after doing some calculations. In other words, when I'm at acupoint expansion realm pinnacle and have 60 acupoints opened, my pure Jinqi strength will be around 4 to 5 million ding. For a genius like Shangguan Wudi, if he were to be at expanded acupoint realm pinnacle, under the condition that he doesn't utilize his Jinqi cultivation technique, his Jinqi strength should be around 4 to 5 million ding, Xiao Han calculated. After reaching acupoint expansion realm pinnacle, one will enter talisman shaping realm, and the quality of one's Jinqi will be further improved. At talisman shaping realm, one will have 10 chances to refine a true talisman, and each refine will improve the quality of one's Jinqi. It's the same principle as acupoint expansion, Shangguan Wudi explained. The first time I refined a true talisman, the quality of my Jinqi increased by 13 times. After 10 times, the quality of my Jinqi increased by 81 times. In other words, when I'm at talisman shaping realm pinnacle, my pure Jinqi strength will be around 4 to 5 million ding. If I use any ordinary Jinqi cultivation technique, I will be able to exert at least 800 million ding of strength, Shangguan Wudi said with a smile. Genius talisman shaping realm pinnacle, with a pure Jinqi cultivation technique, my attack power will be doubled if I use it. Xiao Han calculated. Furthermore, Xiao Han started to compare the strength of the human race and the demonic race. For example, when Xiao Han was in the demon metropolis, he had killed 3 ultimate variant demonic emperors in Yanlang's villa. Demonic Temple Demonic Emperor. Divine Power Demonic Emperor. Demonic Elephant Demonic Emperor. Demonic Temple Demonic Emperor. Opened 810,000 demonic meridians, the capacity of which was 27 times that of ordinary demonic emperors, and the maximum demonic strength was 2 billion ding. Divine Power Demonic Emperor. Opened 840,000 demonic meridians, the capacity of which was 30 times that of ordinary demonic emperors, and the maximum demonic strength was 5 billion ding. Divine Power Demonic Emperor. Opened 880,000 demonic meridians, the capacity of which was 33 times that of ordinary demonic emperors, and the maximum demonic strength was 9 billion ding. In other words, the human race does not use Jinqi cultivation techniques, and the demonic race does not use demonic techniques. In terms of pure strength, the peak strength of a human talisman shaping realm genius is around 4 to 5 million ding, while the peak ultimate variant demonic emperors are around 2 to 3 billion ding. The difference between the two is huge. If a human talisman shaping realm genius encounters an ultimate variant demonic emperor, he will definitely die. Xiao Han nodded. Shangguan Wudi continued. After reaching the peak of talisman shaping, one will open the 71st acupoint and enter the talisman formation realm. The talisman formation realm, as the name suggests, involves setting up formations with true talismans. If the true chi of a talisman shaping realm martial artist is like a disorganized army, then after entering the talisman formation realm, these lazy soldiers will form a well-trained army. The quality of the Jinqi will increase again. However, the improvement of the Jinqi quality in the talisman formation realm is not like the acupoint expanding realm and the talisman shaping realm, where the improvement is dozens or hundreds of times. Take me, Shangguan Wudi, for example. My talent is considered extraordinary in the entire demonic warrior world. After I reach the peak of the talisman formation realm, the formations I set up with my Jinqi can increase the quality of my Jinqi by 6 times. This will allow my pure Jinqi strength to reach 2 to 3 billion ding. Of course, with the help of the Jinqi divine technique, the attack power will not be so little. That is to say, among the human true energy realm martial artists, the more talented ones like Shangguan Wudi will be able to fight against some of the more powerful ultimate variant demon emperors of the demon clan after reaching the peak of the talisman formation realm, Xiao Han concluded. However, Xiao Han had heard from Yan Lang that the strongest ultimate variant demonic emperors in the demon metropolis had opened 980,000 demon meridians. The capacity of each meridian was 41 times that of an ordinary demonic emperor. In other words, the pure demonic power of an ultimate variant demonic emperor of this level was close to 4 billion ding. Such ultimate variant demonic emperors could still kill most of the human true chi level 8 talisman formation realm. True chi level 9. True Treasure Realm. My Xianxia can turn into a magical treasure. The quality of my Xianxia will increase again. Shangguan Wudi continued to explain. The transformation of the Xianxia into a magical treasure depends on the element of the magical treasure. My magical treasure is the yin-yang mirror. When it is used to the extreme, it can increase the attack power by 1-fold. Only by 1-fold? Xiao Han was surprised. Senior Shangguan Wudi, your magical treasure, the yin-yang mirror, can only increase the attack power by 1-fold when it is used to the extreme? Ha ha ha. Xiao Han, 1-fold is already very good. Let me put it this way. If I don't condense my Xianxia and cultivation technique into the yin-yang mirror, I can only use the pure strength of my Xianxia and the cultivation technique to attack. My yin-yang destruction great Xianxia can produce an attack power of about 10 billion ding. However, if I use the yin-yang mirror, I can produce an attack power of at least 20 billion ding. Xiao Han, after some martial artists enter the true treasure realm, the magical treasure formed by their Xianxia and cultivation technique can only increase the attack power by a few %. They can't double the attack power. I can be considered to be so-so. Shangguan Wudi smiled. I see. Xiao Han kept calculating in his mind. In other words, an ancient giant like Shangguan Wudi can almost kill most ultimate variant demon emperors when they are at the peak of the true treasure realm. The power of the magical treasure can reach 20 billion ding. Unless it is an ultimate variant demon emperor with a super strong innate demonic technique, they will all be killed. However, using the magical treasure to attack consumes a lot of Xianxia. Shangguan Wudi shook his head and laughed. After the true treasure realm is the 10th stage of Xianxia, the Celestial Eye Realm. The Celestial Eye Realm is not mainly used to increase the attack power, but to open the Heaven Eye. Xiao Han, I have opened 97 true acupoints and belong to the Celestial Eye Realm. However, I have not opened the Heaven Eye yet. At the Celestial Eye Realm, my attack power increases by about 30%. Therefore you should understand the limit of my attack power now. Shangguan Wudi smiled and looked at Xiao Han. I got it. Without using the magical treasure and just using the Xianxia and cultivation technique, your maximum attack power is about 13 billion ding. If you use the yin-yang mirror, your maximum attack power can reach 26 billion ding. Xiao Han also calculated. Yes, that's right. Shangguan Wudi smiled. But now, Xiao Han immediately evaluated his own extreme combat power. Xiao Han's strongest battle power must be the Demonic Emperor left arm palm. The Demonic Emperor left arm palm had opened 600,000 demon meridians, and each meridian was 150 times that of a normal bloodline demon emperor. In other words, the pure power of Xiao Han's Demonic Emperor left arm palm was 9 billion ding. However, this was not Xiao Han's maximum attack power. Xiao Han had demonic techniques. Among them the two most powerful demonic techniques. 1. Yellow-Black Demon Pagoda. Because of the increase in the quality of the Demonic Emperor palm, the Yellow-Black Demon Pagoda's attack power also increased. Once the Yellow-Black Demon Pagoda was used, the pure power would reach 15 billion ding. Moreover, all the various formations in the 9 levels of the Yellow-Black Demon Pagoda were activated. The 10,000 Demon Array, Howling Wind Array, Toxic Sand Array. Once the opponent was sucked into the Yellow-Black Demon Pagoda and refined, the killing power would increase. 2. A Demon City. This Demon City was mainly used to trap enemies. Moreover, there were 81 illusory maze formations, 49 offensive formations, and 25 defensive formations. With Xiao Han's current demonic strength, he could perfectly control a demon city and various formations. And now it's clear. Xiao Han compared his extreme combat power with Shangguan Wudi's extreme combat power. Shangguan Wudi, rank 10 True Qi Realm, Immortal Eye Realm. Without using a magic treasure, his maximum attack power is about 13 billion ding. If I use the Yellow-Black Demon Pagoda, 15 billion ding of power, we are evenly matched. However, if he uses the magic treasure Yin-Yang Mirror, his attack power will double to 26 billion ding. I am still not his match. However, one thing I can be sure of is, rank 9 True Qi Realm and below True Treasure Realm, if their True Qi and cultivation techniques are not transformed into magic treasures, they are not my match. Whew! Xiao Han let out a breath. I didn't expect that I, Xiao Han, would have such a high level of battle power. Senior Shangguan Wudi, I heard that there are only 100 ancient giants in the entire demon hero world. These 100 people must be rank 9 True Qi Realm and above True Treasure Realm, right? Xiao Han asked. Among the 100 ancient giants, the last ranked ones are all True Treasure Realm. The top 40 are all Immortal Eye Realm. Shangguan Wudi said with certainty. However, although everyone has demonstrated their own magical treasures, some magical treasures can only increase one's attack power by 10%, some by 20%, some by 30%. Like me, there are only 20 or so magical treasures that can increase one's attack power by 100% or more. Then, are there any true treasure realm experts among the ancient giants? Xiao Han continued to ask. Shangguan Wudi thought for a moment. The ancient giants who are ranked 100 to 200 are the most likely to join the ranks of the ancient giants. Among them, there are less than 10 who are already ranked 9 True Qi Realm and True Treasure Realm. Understood. Xiao Han completely understood. In other words, if Xiao Han were to use the demon god's palm on his left arm and unleash his strongest demonic technique without any scruples, there would only be 10 people who could compete with him among all the powerhouses in the demon hero world. If I, Xiao Han, use the techniques of the demon clan, I will be able to defeat the ancient giants in the demon hero world. Moreover, if the power of those 10 true treasure realm experts' magic treasures is not strong enough, it is not impossible for me to fight against them. Xiao Han's heart was burning. Shangguan Wudi thought for a moment. Among the 10 true treasure realm experts, at least 5 of them are actually qualified to join the ranks of the ancient giants. In the next sacred war of the demon hero pagoda, they might be able to take the top spot. They can challenge and defeat the ancient giants who are ranked lower and directly take the top spot. Suddenly, Shangguan Wudi said to Xiao Han with a meaningful smile. Among the 5 strongest ancient giants, 2 of them are in the southern region. And one of them is from the Pure Rain sect. Ha! Xiao Han, do you understand what I mean? P.S. This chapter mainly talks about the combat power of the top experts of the human and demon clans. Although it is very long-winded, it must be explained, otherwise the power system will be messed up. Please forgive me. Chapter 386. After the conversation between Xiao Han and Shangguan Wudi, he finally understood the difference in combat strength between the chivalrous man of the human clan and the demon emperor of the demon clan. For example, Shangguan Wudi, ranked 23rd on the monster hero ranking with true Qi at level 10, could easily defeat most of the mutated ultimate demon emperors in this world with his Dharma treasure, the Yin-Yang mirror. Shangguan Wudi wouldn't be a match for a great emperor of the monster race, unless he was facing a stronger great emperor of the monster race. Senior Shangguan Wudi, tell me, in the entire monster hero world, among the 1,000 ancient giants, 10 of them were at the 9th level True Treasure Realm, and 5 of them had the potential to become one of the ancient giants. And among them, there's a person from my Pure Cloud sect. Xiao Han was delighted. Could it be the current sect master of our Pure Cloud sect, Wu Yu? Ha 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 ha. Yes, it's a turtle. Shangguan Wudi said with certainty. Shangguan Wudi paused for a moment, then said with a smile, Wuxia, this guy is very low-key. In fact, Crow is only 188th on the Devilman list. This ranking did not match his battle prowess. He was at the 9th level of True Qi, the True Treasure Realm. Among the ancient giants, there were only 10 True Treasure Realms, and Wu Yao was one of them. According to his strength, he should at least be ranked within 110, but he didn't fight for it. It's been a long time since he competed for a ranking. I really admire Wu Yu's indifferent attitude towards fame and fortune. Shangguan Wudi praised him from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Han, this sect leader of yours is really low profile. I only found out about him through some secret channels. He had already stepped into the True Treasure Realm. But the entire Devil Hero world. Not many people knew about this. Most of the fiendish heroes thought that Wu Li's cultivation level was still at level 8 True Qi, the Talisman Formation Realm. He didn't spread the news that his cultivation had reached the True Treasure Realm. Indeed. Sect Master is really low-key. Xiao Han also laughed. Xiao Han immediately stood up. All right, Senior Shangguan Wudi, let's stop here. I'll leave tomorrow morning and return to the Xianxia Pagoda. Xiao Han, I have made a promise with a few good friends that we are going to the depths of the great wilderness to hunt a few ultimate variant demon sovereigns. We will also set off early tomorrow morning. I won't accompany you back to the Xianxia pagoda. The pagoda master and the elders were in seclusion. It seemed that in a short period of time, he wouldn't come out of seclusion. So, Xiao Han, you don't have to worry about encountering them and being bullied. Don't worry, I'll go back to the Demon Hero Tower to find you after I kill those ultimate mutant demon emperors. At that time, if the pagoda master still wants to find trouble with you, I will argue with him. Ha ha ha, okay. Xiao Han laughed happily and shrugged his shoulders indifferently. No matter what, the first thing I have to do now is to return to the Xianxia pagoda and find a house of Psyche to break through the 51st acupoint. This is the most important thing. By the way, Senior Shangguan Wudi, my Yen chivalrous token isn't with me. It's being kept by the Tower Master, so I can't send a message to the sect. Please help me tell my sect master Lord Wu that I've returned to the Yen chivalrous tower safely. Please don't worry about me. All right, Xiao Han, I will help you pass on the message. Just focus on your cultivation, Shangguan Wudi said with a smile. You have accumulated so much, and your state of mind is as steady as a boulder. You are detached from worldly affairs. I personally think highly of your Meridian Point expansion. Heh, I have a hunch. Xiao Han smiled. Shangguan Wudi's voice became solemn. Xiao Han, you may become the human martial artist who has expanded his Meridian Points the most in the history of this plane. Xiao Han, let me tell you, on this continent, the person who has reached the highest Meridian Point expansion realm in the Xianxia world is the ancient giant who is currently ranked 3rd on the Xianxia ranking. When he was young, he broke through the 51st acupoint and expanded it 16 times for the first time. 16 times. Xiao Han frowned. Yes. Shangguan Wudi nodded. In the end, he expanded his Meridian Points 10 times, a total of 95 times. He made history. In the field of Meridian Point expansion realm, no one has been able to break the legend he created. Phew, a total of 95 times, he is indeed a monster. Xiao Han also admitted. But Xiao Han, you may make history, so that this glorious history would be gone from now on. You can totally change history. Shangguan Wudi stared at Xiao Han, very excited. Ha! Senior Shangguan Wudi, it seems that you are more confident than me. Xiao Han laughed. Of course. Shangguan Wudi was full of confidence. After all, Xiao Han, you are someone who has experienced life and death in the demon metropolis and came back alive. Since ancient times, you are the first one. Even if we, the ancient giants, entered the demon metropolis, we would be killed instantly. It is impossible for us to walk out alive. But you succeeded. This kind of accumulation is very scary. Moreover, I've observed your spirit and bearing. You're very extraordinary. When facing me and Brother Lung, you didn't show any stage fright at all. You'll definitely break the record. Now, let's see how much you can surpass. Thank you for your kind words. Xiao Han smiled. The night was silent. Early the next morning, Xiao Han bade farewell to the 2 ancient giants, Shangguan Wudi and Lung Qianqiu, and returned to the Xianxia pagoda alone. In the dazzling morning light, Xiao Han controlled his true energy and traveled through the sky. At this moment, Xiao Han's lips curled into a confident smile. I, Xiao Han, may be weak in terms of true qi cultivation. However, it does not mean that I will be weak in the future. Just wait and see. Breaking through to the Meridian Point expansion realm is just the first step. Xianxia Pagoda. An extremely high level. More than a dozen old antiques sat quietly in a hall. Their auras were extremely strong and terrifying. Pieces of runes lingered around them. When they opened and closed their eyes, there was a strange phenomenon of the sun, moon, and stars vanishing. Even the air was about to be crushed with a slight breath. It was extremely terrifying. These old antiques were all senior Xianxia. They had once shaken the world and were famous everywhere. However, now they had all retired and even gave up their positions on the Xianxia ranking. In the Xianxia Pagoda, they were responsible for some internal affairs and could be considered free and unfettered. In recent years, this group of old antiques, on a whim, he had actually gathered babies with excellent bloodlines and bone structures in the 4 regions and the Great Wilderness, and nurtured them with great care, creating a group of outstanding geniuses who were unparalleled throughout the ages. After their currying favor in operation, they selected 100 outstanding people from this group of heroes and let them participate in the Xianxia selection in recent years, preparing to make them amazing. Among them, there was a genius named Garen, who was recognized to be a peerless enchanting genius who would definitely become an immortal in the future. He was brilliant and had a promising future. However, all of this was completely destroyed by a young man named Xiao Han. Garen died. All the contestants in the Xianxia region were either dead or dead, and the rest were all eliminated. This made this group of old antiques. All of them were ashamed and almost lost their reputation. In the huge Xianxia pagoda, they did not dare to look up when they were criticized by others. Naturally, they hated Xiao Han and the people related to him to the bone. And now, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Since the higher-ups announced Xiao Han's death last month, I have been in a much better mood. It's like suddenly seeing the light. Ha 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 ha. The depression in my heart was swept away. Garen and the other children's revenge was finally avenged. Ha 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 ha. But it's hateful. That bastard Xiao Han did not die in our hands. Suddenly, an old antique grimaced and said. His eyes were full of resentment and ferocity. It said that his brain was sucked out by some silver-masked demon emperor. It's too easy for him to die like this. It's a pity that he didn't fall into our hands. Otherwise, he would have been cut into pieces. He was sentenced to death by 1,000 cuts. His flesh was cut off piece by piece for a month, and he died from the pain. Xiao Han, that little bastard, is finally dead. So satisfying. So satisfying. The other old antiques also gritted their teeth and growled. Humph. It's just Xiao Han's death. Why are you so excited? Xiao Han's sins are enough to kill his whole family. Now that he's dead, let's observe secretly and find a chance to kill all the people related to him. Only then can we vent our hatred. Another old antique said in a strange tone. The best thing to do would be to trample everyone related to Xiao Han to death. That said, Xiao Han's sect is the Pure Cloud sect, and the sect lord Wu Lu is a very powerful individual. Although he keeps a low profile, he's very strong. After a moment of thought, another old-timer's eyes began to shine with a sinister green light. We can't touch Cloud. But I heard that Xiao Han, that little bastard, has married 2 wives. So, let's find a chance to capture his wives. Then, the group of old antiques happily discussed how to deal with the people related to Xiao Han. After a while, they changed the topic. I heard that the immortal world sent a message to our plane this time. Now, the Tower Master and the Elders are in seclusion to comprehend it. I wonder what kind of message the immortal world will send. Tiska, the immortal world is so far away, but it actually sent a message. I feel like I'm dreaming. Forget it. Let's not make wild guesses about these things. Let's just do our job. This time, the Tower Master and the Elders are all in seclusion. As for the ancient giants, they don't want to deal with the trivial matters of the Xianxia Tower. We, the old fellows, are going to be busy. There are many things in the Xianxia Tower that we need to deal with. Actually, it doesn't matter. It's better to deal with the trivial matters in the Xianxia Tower than to fight with the demons in the Jianghu, right? We're all tired of wandering in the Jianghu. I'd rather stay in the Xianxia Tower for a stable life. Xiao Han set off from the fortress and flew in the direction of the Xianxia region. Not long after, the Xianxia Tower, which was said to never fall, appeared in Xiao Han's sight. It was lofty, enormous, ancient, elegant, magnificent, and stretched on for a few thousand kilometers. It emanated a scholarly aura, and it carried the aura of civilization and enlightenment. It caused the heavens and the earth to be filled with strands of righteousness, and it simply aroused respect in the hearts of all. I, Xiao Han, am finally back. The Xianxia Tower. I, Xiao Han, am finally back alive. Ahahaha. At this moment, Xiao Han's heart naturally surged with a feeling as if a lifetime had passed. A few months ago, when he left the Xianxia Tower and sneaked into the demon metropolis alone, Xiao Han only felt very helpless. His strength was too weak and was not enough to contend with the higher-ups of the Xianxia Tower. He had a feeling of being in danger. But now, Xiao Han came back alive. Not only did he come back alive, but his combat strength had also increased by a terrifying amount. Now, even if he encountered the ancient giants, even if Xiao Han could not defeat them, it should not be a problem for him to escape. As for the ancient giants, Xiao Han could almost completely sweep them away. Boom! Xiao Han's figure paused and directly landed on a square in front of the first floor of the Xianxia tower. There were many Xianxia standing in groups of 3 to 5 in the square, communicating with each other. Some Xianxia were walking out of the Xianxia tower in a hurry, as if they were in a hurry to do something. The evil heroes that appeared near the Xianxia pagoda all had an extraordinary aura. Their bodies were full of vital qi, and divine lights and precious clouds lingered around them. It was hard to tell how strong they were, but they were definitely almighty people who were famous in this area. Heh! I'll enter the Xianxia tower first. Xiao Han smiled, pulled himself together, and swaggered into the Xianxia tower. At this moment, That person is Xiao Han. That's right, it's Xiao Han. Suddenly, a scream burst out in the square. Then, all the Xianxia shuttling through the square stopped in their tracks and looked at Xiao Han in shock. Thousands of Xianxia stared at Xiao Han like clay sculptures. Their throats seemed to be pinched by an invisible hand, making them unable to speak. The originally noisy and lively scene instantly fell silent. Complete silence. Ha! Faced with this situation, Xiao Han also stopped in his tracks and was stunned. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "Everyone, good morning everyone." No one answered Xiao Han. Thousands of people were collectively petrified. After a few hundred breaths of silence, suddenly, thousands of Xianxia almost erupted at the same time. Xiao Han. Last month, the higher-ups just issued an obituary saying that Xiao Han has died. But now, what's going on? Is there something wrong with the obituary issued by the higher-ups? Xiao Han is not dead? Impossible. If the higher-ups didn't confirm Xiao Han's death, how could they casually announce it? Moreover, the higher-ups have already decided to build a cenotaph for Xiao Han at the foot of the mountain of the southern region Cloud Sect to commemorate him. But this guy is obviously Xiao Han. I can't be wrong. He and I became Xianxia in the same Xianxia selection competition. It's possible that others might have mistaken him for someone else, but I won't. Right. It's said that Xiao Han was killed by the silver-masked demon emperor, who sucked his brain and took over his body. Then this guy now. Could it be the silver-masked demon emperor? Wow. The scene suddenly exploded. In an instant, thousands of Xianxia surrounded Xiao Han one by one. They blocked Xiao Han's way to enter the Xianxia tower. To be continued. Chapter 387. The appearance of Xiao Han caused the square in front of the Xianxia pagoda to be congested. Thousands of demons surrounded Xiao Han. The news of Xiao Han's death had just been announced by the master of the Xianxia pagoda last month. But now, Xiao Han had returned to the Xianxia pagoda unscathed. It was too sudden. Could it really be the silver-masked demon emperor? Trying to sneak into the Xianxia pagoda with Xiao Han's body? Some of the young demons were full of vigor. They even drew their weapons and activated their true qi, staring at Xiao Han fiercely. These guys. Xiao Han was speechless. Then, boom! A huge aura that the mountain and sea purgatory could not compare to spread out directly with Xiao Han as the center. It should be known that Xiao Han's pure physical strength had reached 53 million ding, which could be said to be able to topple mountains and overturn seas. Coupled with his firm will and extraordinary spirit, most of the demons present were only at the 4th or 5th level of true qi. A few of them were at the acupoint expanding realm, but they were intimidated by Xiao Han's aura. In an instant, many of the demons could not stand still and fell backward. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Xiao Han threw his head back and laughed. His physical body was as strong as the sea, and his internal organs were as hard as iron and stone. When he spoke, his qi was abundant, rumbling like a big bell. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. I'm Xiao Han. I just went to carry out a special mission and return to the Xianxia pagoda. As for the announcement of his death by the higher-ups, it was all to cooperate with me so that I could successfully complete that dangerous mission. And everyone, you are not like those lousy Jianghu cultivators. All of you are demons. Can't you tell the difference between a human and a demon? Hearing Xiao Han's words, The demons present all felt their eardrums ache. However, they instinctively activated their true qi to sense Xiao Han's vitality. Not long after. It's really a human. There's definitely no aura of the demon. Yes, it shouldn't be a demon. In our lives, we have also killed many demon clan members. We are also extremely sensitive to the demon clan. This guy is really Xiao Han. For a moment, thousands of fiends could not help but nod. Then, please excuse me. I want to enter the Yaoxia pagoda, Xiao Han roared again. After the trip to the demon metropolis, Xiao Han had vaguely formed a domineering aura. His casual glance was like cold lightning. Those with slightly weaker cultivations would feel their hair stand on end when they met Xiao Han's gaze. They would definitely not dare to look Xiao Han in the eye. Moreover, Xiao Han's casual words gave people the feeling that he had great power in his hands, and no one dared to disobey him. That's right. Xiao Han had even confronted the demon the Arch before. Naturally, he could intimidate this group of demon heroes with lower cultivation levels. All of a sudden, the thousands of fiendish heroes moved a few steps away, making way for Xiao Han to enter the fiendish hero tower. Thank you, everyone. Xiao Han smiled indifferently and walked away. Just then. Wait! A proud and aloof male voice came from afar. Suddenly, a bright light flickered in the depths of the sky. The sharp sound of thunder rolled over. In a small part of the sky, there was a silver bolt of lightning mixed with some black genuine qi runes. The sword light flashed, and the sword intent was hidden. It was majestic and magnificent as it struck. This was a sword qi the size of a door. It was hundreds of miles long, and it suddenly descended like a white dragon that moved clouds and rain. The power of this sword was enough to break mountains and cut rivers. Xiao Han smiled slightly. He could already see that the newcomer was an expert in the talisman transformation realm. His genuine qi had already turned into genuine talismans. His cultivation was definitely not inferior to Li Fanming's. He might even be stronger than Li Fanming. He was not an ordinary fiend hero, but an ancient giant on the fiend hero ranking. In the next moment, a white-robed man slowly walked out from the peerless sword qi. He looked to be around 30 years old. As soon as he descended, the strands of sword qi retracted back into his body. He had his hands behind his back, and his face was very white and clean. His face was like jade, but deep in the center of his eyebrows, there was a thin silver mark that looked like a bolt of lightning. His expression was very cold, aloof, and rebellious. He glanced at Xiao Han indifferently, like a high and mighty monarch looking at a criminal. An ancient giant? Xiao Han smiled indifferently. I didn't expect an ancient giant to come. How should I address you? The swordsman in white sneered. You said you are Xiao Han, right? It is said that in recent years, you are an unparalleled young man who has emerged in the fiend hero world. But today, you are just only your body is a little stronger. Your genuine qi cultivation is a mess. Listen, you are not qualified to ask for my name. Now you keep saying that you are Xiao Han. What proof do you have? Hand over your fiend hero token and let me have a look. When this ancient giant arrived, all the fiend heroes in the square held their breath. They all stood aside with their hands down, waiting to see what would happen, and no one made a sound. Ha! Facing the aggressive fierceness of this ancient giant, Xiao Han did not get angry. He just smiled slightly and said softly, How domineering! You are only an ancient giant, but you are already so arrogant. If you become an ancient giant one day, you will be arrogant to the sky. Now, Xiao Han's temperament was also completely different from before. He was no longer impulsive and easily angered. Instead, he took many things lightly. But this kind of mentality was extremely terrifying. In other words, Xiao Han was too lazy to care about ordinary things. But if it really touched Xiao Han's bottom line, the consequences would be unimaginable. Humph! The swordsman in white was very arrogant. He lifted his eyelids and said, Xiao Han, you think that my attitude towards you is very unreasonable, right? Yes, I am not an ancient giant, and I am far from it. But it is not something that people at your level can reach. Xiao Han, your level is still too low. You still don't understand the circle of chivalrous heroes. When you reach my level one day, You will naturally understand my pride. Take out your fiend hero token. Say, forget it. You are an ancient giant. Yes, with your cultivation level, you should have your dignity and prestige in the whole fiend hero circle. Xiao Han will not say more. The fiend hero token has been handed over to the higher-ups, and it is not with me. As for whether I am a demon or not, you can use your spiritual wave to scan me. With your ability you should be able to distinguish clearly, right? Xiao Han was still not angry, and his attitude was amiable. The swordsman in white was stunned by Xiao Han's attitude. Then, he nodded slightly and released his spiritual wave to scan Xiao Han. After dozens of breaths. Indeed not like a demon. The swordsman in white frowned. But Xiao Han, I can't make the decision to let you into the Fiend Hero Tower. Moreover, the Tower Master and the Elders are in seclusion. Well, I can report this matter to the Senior Fiend Hero, who is in charge of the daily affairs of the Fiend Hero Tower, and see how they will deal with it. It doesn't matter. Xiao Han smiled helplessly. This is the Fiend Hero Tower, the holy land of the Fiend Hero. I will not cause trouble. Go ahead and report it. I am not a demon, and I have no ulterior motives. I am not afraid of being interrogated. Okay. The swordsman in white was also very satisfied with Xiao Han's attitude. Xiao Han. Wait a moment. The swordsman in white turned his right hand and took out his Fiend Hero token to send a message. The Fiend Hero Tower, an extremely high floor. More than a dozen old antiques sat in the hall, leisurely drinking tea and chatting. They were in a very good mood because Xiao Han's death could be considered an explanation for the group of disciples they had trained. At this moment, a sound transmission stone embedded in the middle of the hall emitted a sound. Senior Fiend Heroes, that young man, Xiao Han, is outside the Fiend Hero Tower. He kept saying that he secretly went to a certain place to complete a task given to him by the higher-ups. In order to cooperate with him, the higher-ups deliberately announced the news of his death and issued an obituary. But now, he has returned safe and sound. Just now, I have already used my true qi to scan the state of his vitality. He is indeed a human, not a demon. However, I do not dare to make the decision to let him into the Fiend Hero Tower. I'll leave this matter to you, senior heroes, to make a decision. Bang! 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 After receiving this message, the teacups in the hands of the old antiques instantly fell to the ground and shattered. Their expressions were completely stupefied. The air in the hall became stiff. After a few dozen breaths. Damn it! One of the old antiques waved his hand and sent out a wave of true qi to turn off the voice transmission stone. Then he stood up shakily. Preposterous. What the hell is going on? Xiao Han is not dead? This little bastard is not dead? Then what's with the obituary last month? It's ridiculous. Calm down. Everyone, calm down first. A red-faced old man stood up, his eyes emitting a cold light. Let's put aside the obituary issued by the higher-ups last month. Now that Xiao Han is outside the Fiend Hero Tower, what do you think? What else can I think? Do you think that some demon has lost his mind and pretended to be Xiao Han and ran to the Fiend Hero Tower to fish in troubled waters? This is something that has never happened in hundreds of millions of years. Which demon dares to run to the lair of our Fiend Hero? Even the most powerful demon emperor doesn't have the guts. Just like the most powerful existence of our human race doesn't dare to run to the demon metropolis. This is the same reason. Hateful. That Xiao Han didn't die, and he swaggered back. He said that he went to complete some secret mission. Now that he has returned, could it be that he is receiving a reward? How funny. Ridiculous. What do we do now? What else? We can't let him enter the Fiend Hero Tower. Now that the Tower Master and many elders are in seclusion, the ancient giants won't care about this kind of trivial matter. The Tower Master has given us full authority to handle the daily affairs of the Fiend Hero Tower, so, just kill him. Kill Xiao Han. Good, very good. When we heard the news of his death, we all sighed in regret for not being able to execute him personally. But now, he actually came back in such a grand manner. Ha 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 ha. Directly suppress him. Ravage him. Abuse him. Yes, yes, yes. He wants to enter the Fiend Hero Tower. It's simply wishful thinking, daydreaming. We must suppress him ruthlessly. It's best to beat him into a demon, so that he can't turn over a new leaf. Now he's a fish on the chopping board, just right for us to slaughter at will. He's not a demon, but we still have to convict him as a demon. There's only one end for him. Eternal damnation. Let's go out together and suppress him. My disciple Garen died unjustly. Today, I want Xiaohan to pay with his blood. At the square outside the Fiend Hero Tower. Xiaohan, don't be impatient. I've already reported your situation to those experienced demons. I'm sure they'll send a representative to examine you. If they think you're fine, then you can enter the Fiend Hero Tower at will, the swordsman in white said indifferently. So troublesome. Xiaohan was speechless. At this moment, boom, 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 boom. More than 10 fierce and violent auras rushed out of the Fiend Hero Tower. The entire space trembled, the sun and moon sank, and the runes intertwined. The densely packed true runes formed all kinds of formations. The torrential aura spread in all directions. Thousands of soldiers and horses trampled on the ground, the mountains fell, the rivers surged, the river water slapped the shore, and thousands of piles of snow were swept up. A group of important people descended. Xiaohan looked up and saw more than 10 people who looked like elders. All of their bodies were surrounded by a formation formed by true qi runes that circulated continuously. The power of these formations was violent, and they emitted an aura that could destroy mountains and rivers, and kill ghosts and gods. A group of talisman formation realm. Xiaohan nodded slightly in his heart. 8th stage true qi. Talisman formation realm. However, Xiaohan felt very strange. Why were the eyes of these elders filled with hatred and resentment when they looked at him? It was as if they had met their enemies. No way. I've never seen this group of senior villains before. Xiaohan was very confused. Silver Mask Demon Emperor. One of the elders stepped out and roared. How dare you come to our Fiend Hero Tower to cause trouble? We won't tolerate you. Ha! Xiaohan's eyelids twitched slightly. Everyone, you don't even look at me and just say that I, Xiaohan, am the Silver Mask Demon Emperor. Aren't you being too arbitrary? Why? A demon wants to bluff his way through by taking a precious medicine that can shield his demonic aura? Another old man stared at Xiaohan coldly. Do you really think you can fool our eyes with your evil demonic ways? We'll give you a chance now. You just have to kneel down and admit that you're a demon and let us capture you. Then, we'll just lock you up in the heavenly prison and imprison you until the Tower Master comes out of seclusion to conduct an investigation. If you don't surrender, we'll kill you in an instant. Get rid of a pest for the people. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Xiaohan looked up and laughed wildly. He laughed extremely crazily, but his eyes were completely cold. I, Xiaohan, have always been kind to others. I've always shown weakness, but there are actually people who don't know right from wrong and want to suppress me. Fine, fine, fine. You forced me to do this. Forget it. I can't bear it anymore. There's no need to bear it anymore. I'll count to 3. If you don't let me enter the Fiend Hero Tower, then I'll kill all of you. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Leave no one alive. A bunch of old dogs. You've crossed my bottom line. Do you know that? The consequences are very serious. Chapter 388. Originally, Xiaohan was indifferent. He only wished to return to the Xianxia Pagoda, enter in spiritual house, and break through to the expanded Meridian realm. He had no other wish. Even when the ancient powerhouse, the white-robed swordsman, was arrogant in front of Xiaohan, Xiaohan dismissed it with a smile. However, a group of old antiques rushed out and wanted to beat Xiaohan into a member of the demon clan without any reason. They wanted to kill Xiaohan. This directly touched Xiaohan's reverse scale. Xiaohan's current state of mind was extremely extreme. The demon egg was broken, and the demon god was about to be born. Once the demon god was born, and Xiaohan had not cultivated blade intent to godly mastery, he would be powerless, and he would definitely die. However, Xiaohan knew his own situation. To be able to successfully comprehend blade intent to godly mastery, and thus defeat the demon god's soul, was extremely unlikely. To put it bluntly, Xiao Han could stand here today, but whether he could still stand here in a few years, or even more than a decade later, was already unpredictable. Under such circumstances, touching Xiao Han's bottom line, and causing him to be deeply agitated, it would not be surprising that he would do something lawless, and break the rules and order. Xiao Han was enraged at this moment. Killing intent exploded in his heart. There was no longer any apprehension in his heart. It could be said that there were no taboos. Ridiculous! Xiao Han roared, his voice shaking the surroundings. A bunch of ridiculous people. Just a bunch of talisman formation realm cultivators, and you dare to accuse me, Xiao Han, of a groundless crime? Courting death. That's completely courting death. Fine, I'll count to 3, and those who block me will die. 1, 2. Huh. Hearing Xiao Han's words, the group of old antiques was first stunned, and then they laughed out in anger. Ha 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 ha. Bastard. You don't know what's good for you. You dare to roar in front of the Xianxia pagoda? For thousands of years, this was something that had never happened before. Good, you're good. Now, even if you're really that Xiao Han, you've committed a crime worthy of death. You'll definitely die. There is no one in this world who can save your life. Provoking the Xianxia pagoda is a heinous crime that cannot be redeemed even if you die 10,000 times. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han lowered his head slightly and his shoulders trembled slightly. A strange sound came from his throat. On his left arm, the tattoo of the demonic emperor's palm kept squirming. The destructive power contained within it was stirring, conveying a bloodthirsty desire. Xiao Han's eyes were filled with brutality and viciousness. He tightly clenched his fists and tightly restrained himself. He softly muttered, 3. The thousands of chivalrous men present were all shocked. It was simply incomparable. In the history of the chivalrous demon world of this plane, countless geniuses had emerged, and many giants had been born. The wind and clouds surged, and heroes came forth in large numbers. However, there had never been a chivalrous hero who dared to say that he wanted to kill a senior chivalrous hero in front of the chivalrous hero tower. Absolutely not. Xiao Han, this was the first time in history. This was indeed a sin that would implicate the entire clan. For a moment, Xiao Han was no different from a dead man in the hearts of the thousands of heroes. These heroes were also quickly sending voice transmissions to each other. Too arrogant. This time, Xiao Han's only path was death. If he really has been wronged, he can appeal to the higher-ups and wait for the judgment. But now, he actually threatened to kill someone. This is disregarding the rules of the chivalrous hero tower. Yes, even the top 10 extraordinary figures on the chivalrous hero ranking, the giants of the ages, dare not say such words. You are really stupid. You did not see the situation clearly. These senior chivalrous heroes wanted to suppress Xiao Han as soon as they appeared. Heh. The subtle relationship between them is not something we can imagine. I admire Xiao Han's backbone. He is proud and indomitable, and unwilling to be oppressed. However, it is a pity that he will be executed on the spot today and die here. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, your viciousness is too strong. People like you are a cancer to our chivalrous world. We must get rid of you. Look at you. You are ignorant and incompetent. You did not cultivate your true qi, which caused your true qi cultivation to be in a mess. Instead, you chose to use the methods of the demon clan. This is qi deviation and you have gone astray. An old antique looked at Xiao Han in a strange way. Provoking the chivalrous hero tower. Hee hee. Now we will execute you casually. You, the Cloud sect, have nothing to say. Ha 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 ha. Oh. You finally admit that I am Xiao Han of the human clan? Xiao Han laughed coldly. What did you say just now? You put the hat of the silver-masked demon emperor on me as soon as you arrived. You confuse black and white and invert right and wrong. What is the difference between you and the real evil sects? Cut the crap. Another old antique looked at Xiao Han viciously. Now we admit that you are Xiao Han. So what? What is your identity and what is our identity? If I remember correctly, you are only ranked 1,650 on the chivalrous hero ranking. You are far from being a giant of the ages. With this identity, you are worlds apart from us. Even if we suppress you and grind down your spirit, it is reasonable. We are giving you advice. How dare you say that you want to kill us? That is a capital crime. All right, Xiaohan, your cultivation is too weak. Kneel down and accept your death. That way you can die with dignity. In that case, Xiaohan no longer restrained himself. His muscles, tendons, bones, and blood began to surge. His crazy battle intent rose steadily. His killing intent could not be restrained. Enough! Xiaohan, do you really want to go against the veteran chivalrous heroes? Suddenly, the white-robed swordsman, the giant of the ages, took a step forward. He looked at Xiaohan coldly. You overestimate yourself. A person can be arrogant, but he must have the ability to be arrogant. You, get out of my way! Before he finished speaking, Xiaohan suddenly struck with his left hand. It should be known that if he did not use the demon monarch palm in his left arm, Xiaohan's flesh shell was strong, but it was still not enough to deal with the giant of the ages. Therefore, when Xiaohan attacked, he completely released the demon monarch palm in his left arm. In an instant, a fiendish aura appeared on Xiaohan's left arm. With a wave of his hand, the void was obliterated. The giant of the ages did not even have time to react and was directly sent flying by Xiaohan. Bang! Countless spaces shattered like glass. The white-robed swordsman was sent flying 1,000 meters away. His entire body was embedded in the cracks of the shattered space. He kept twitching, vomiting blood, becoming dispirited, and fainting. And this was because Xiaohan had been merciful. He did not even use 1/10 of the power of the monarch beast's palm, which was why he did not kill him directly. One slap sent an ancient giant of the ages flying as if he was swatting a fly. This caused all the chivalrous heroes' brains to freeze, and their thoughts to completely stop. They all looked at Xiaohan in a daze. At the same time, more and more chivalrous heroes flew out of the chivalrous hero pagoda. All of them floated in the void and stared at Xiaohan. Moreover, at the very top of the chivalrous hero pagoda, countless powerful spiritual fluctuations swept out and observed the chaotic situation. Xiaohan was not afraid. You're so noisy. You're just an ancient giant, a piece of trash in the talisman transformation realm. How dare you talk arrogantly in front of me? Xiaohan slowly raised his head, and his eyes flashed with madness and killing intent. Evildoer! As expected, he directly used the power of the demon clan. Your whole body is full of evil qi. Our chivalrous world takes the responsibility of killing the demon clan and saving the people from disaster. How can we tolerate the existence of an evil demon like you? Today, I will personally kill the demon clan. On behalf of the entire chivalrous world, I will clean up the sect. Suddenly, a red-faced old antique took a step forward, and the wind and clouds surged. His whole body was filled with true qi, and the true qi formed all kinds of great arrays, crushing the ages and destroying the 9 provinces. His eyes were filled with ferocity, and his murderous intent was surging. As he spoke, he suddenly moved. His 5 fingers brushed the air, and the space immediately condensed. True qi flowed out of his fingertips like magic, and in an instant, they formed a cage made of true qi, directly enveloping Xiaohan. The cage was engraved with dense arrays. Strong lightning, flames, storms, and all kinds of talisman arrays formed the ultimate killing technique, suppressing the ages, and attacked Xiaohan. This attack, the red-faced old antique almost used all his strength. He did not hold back. On one hand, he still valued Xiaohan's endless strange methods very much, and he did not want to be careless and cause an unexpected failure. On the other hand, Xiaohan had killed many of the disciples that he had personally cultivated and placed high hopes on, which made his resentment towards Xiaohan very deep. Now that he had met his enemy, his eyes were exceptionally red, and he directly killed Xiaohan in an instant. He wanted to kill Xiaohan in an instant and burn his bones to ashes. This was the strongest attack of a figure in the talisman formation realm at the 8th level of true qi. For a moment, strong winds rose in the square, and hurricanes whistled. The momentum was terrifying, as if mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting. It caused the spectators in the square to feel a chill in their hearts, and their bodies could not help but be blown away in all directions. Many of the spectators could not help but be shocked. Too strong. The attack of a talisman formation realm is too strong. This Xiaohan is dead for sure. He's going to be killed in an instant. And inside the Xianxia pagoda, The hidden figures who were scanning the area with their spirit waves also let out a sigh. 8th level True Qi, Talisman Formation Realm. Is there a need to use all his strength to attack a youth who has not yet expanded his meridian points? This is too ridiculous. At this moment, within the attack range of the red-faced old antique, Xiao Han's black hair and clothes fluttered, but his body still did not move. His face was indifferent, and the corner of his mouth slightly moved as he murmured. Talisman Formation Realm. Indeed, he is much stronger than that Talisman Transformation Realm powerhouse. Yes, Shangguan Wudi said. When he was at the peak of the Talisman Formation Realm, the formation he set up with true talismans had a pure true Qi strength of about 3 billion cauldrons. With his peerless true Qi divine art, the yin-yang shattering great true Qi, one attack could reach the limit of more than 10 billion cauldrons. Both ghosts and gods would be destroyed. How can this old bastard in front of me be mentioned in the same breath as Shangguan Wudi? Even if he is at the Talisman Formation Realm, his pure true Qi strength is only about 1 billion cauldrons. With a true Qi divine art, it is only about 3 billion cauldrons. So weak. To deal with this kind of trash, I don't even need to use demonic techniques. Die! Boom! Suddenly, Xiao Han's left demon god palm was completely released. 600,000 demon veins surged at the same time. A huge force burst out from the demon god palm. This force was like thousands of volcanoes erupting at the same time, like thousands of auroras appearing in the sky, like a raging ocean, submerging the earth, like an ancient god descending to punish and anger. Splat! The red-faced antique's true Qi attack was instantly crushed by Xiao Han's left demon god palm. The next moment, Xiao Han's body moved slightly. Like an ancient giant, his aura imposing, his eyes flashing like lightning, his killing intent dense, his left demon god palm grabbed again. 600,000 demon veins had been awakened in Xiao Han's left demon god palm, and the capacity of each one was 150 times that of an ordinary demon emperor bloodline. Therefore, when he grabbed with all his strength, the force of 9 billion cauldrons pierced through the sky and crushed the earth. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Han's left demon god palm pierced through the air, and all the air currents gathered toward it. Light distorted. The true Qi storm created by the red-faced antique was instantly extinguished in the square. The air in the square became incomparably dry. The thousands of fiend warriors all felt a sense of dread. All they could feel was that Xiao Han's left hand was filled with demon Qi that could blot out the sun, pluck the stars and grab the moon. Before anyone could react, Xiao Han grabbed the red-faced antique in his hand. The heavens took pity on him. The red-faced antique's neck was tightly gripped by Xiao Han's left hand. His entire body was lifted into the air as if he was being hung in the air. His legs kept kicking, but he couldn't use any of his true Qi or divine skills. You, evil creature, you. The red-faced antique's eyes popped out of their sockets. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. He couldn't even process what was happening. He never thought that Xiao Han's methods would be so ferocious and tyrannical. In his eyes, Xiao Han was nothing more than a greenhorn with a slightly stronger body, and a terrible cultivation of Zhen Qi. He knew a few demonic spells, but his demonic power could not compete with a real human warrior. He was just a young boy, so there was nothing to worry about. As for the red-faced old man himself, he had long since entered the talisman formation realm. His true Qi was filled with talismans that could be combined into a formation. A casual strike of his would have the force of several billion cauldrons. It was so domineering that it could easily crush a mountain range into powder. He didn't think that Xiao Han could pose any threat to him. But now, he realized that he was completely wrong. He broke my strongest true Qi divine skill in an instant. He's like taking a stroll in the park. Demon Qi. It's even more terrifying than that of a mutated demon emperor. I was wrong. I'm not his match at all. The red-faced old antique only came to his senses when he was tightly gripped by Xiao Han. A kind of realization surged in his heart. At this time, more than a dozen senior demons who had rushed out with the red-faced old antique to punish Xiao Han. Just a moment ago, their faces were filled with the joy of revenge and sinister smiles. But now, such smiles had completely frozen on their faces, as if they were stillborn. Their expressions became very comical. All of them stared at Xiao Han, at the red-faced old antique who was being gripped like a little chick. The next moment, Xiao Han, what are you doing? Don't be reckless. Let go of him. Roar. Xiao Han, evil creature. You're courting death. Do you know what our status in the Demon Hero Pagoda is? The Pagoda Master and the Elders are in seclusion and have handed over all the matters of the Demon Hero Pagoda to us. Now, we have the highest decision-making power in the Demon Hero Pagoda. Don't be reckless. Let him go. Let him go. Don't make a big mistake. If you dare to kill, then your family will be implicated. These senior demons, one by one, roared hysterically, all pointed at Xiao Han, gnashing their teeth and cursing. However, for fear of hurting the innocent, they didn't dare to rush forward to save their companions. Xiao Han, if you dare to act recklessly, we will never let you go. You devil! You killed so many of our disciples in the Demon Hero trial, and even Garen died in your hands. You still think it's not enough, and now you want to kill our old friends? You offended your superiors, and you don't know your place. You won't have a good end. Oh? So you're the master of Garen and his group. No wonder. No wonder you want to suppress me. So that's why. At this time, Xiao Han suddenly realized. So you're all my enemies. Xiao Han looked at the red-faced antique in his hand with a tyrannical smile. He loosened his left hand slightly and said with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, Garen was your favorite student. You painstakingly raised him, but he died at my hands. You must hate me to the bone, don't you? The red-faced old antique was released by Xiao Han. Although his throat was still grabbed by Xiao Han, the strength of Xiao Han's left hand had been greatly weakened, and it seemed that he wanted to put him down. Hee. Of course we hate you to the core. Xiao Han, you still don't dare to kill me. Hee. Since ancient times, no one has dared to kill in front of the Demon Hero Pagoda. This is impossible. The red-faced old antique was relieved. Heh. Who said I don't dare to kill you? Suddenly, Xiao Han smiled. The power of the Demon Emperor's left arm was suddenly activated. Just a squeeze. Bang! The red-faced old antique's body exploded all at once. He didn't even have time to scream, and his whole body exploded. In an instant, all the true chi, true acupoints, bones, meridians, blood, flesh, and soul scattered in all directions, turning into ashes, leaving nothing behind. Chapter 389. Under the watchful eyes of the public. In front of the Xianxia tower that would never fall. The holy land of the Xianxia of this plain. Xiao Han killed a senior Xianxia. This senior Xianxia was at the 8th level of true chi and was at the talisman formation realm. He was also a powerful figure in the past, and his ranking was much higher than Li Fanming's. Then, he went into seclusion and gave up his ranking on the Xianxia ranking list. He was in charge of the trivial matters in the Xianxia tower. But now he had fallen. He had died at the hands of Xiao Han. Shocking! Xiao Han's actions had shocked the world. The thousands of Xianxia present were all scared out of their wits, and their legs were trembling. Even some of the real experts hiding in the Xianxia tower were dumbfounded. Xiao Han's actions were simply too cruel. Simply audacious to the extreme. Throughout history, nothing like this had ever happened in the Xianxia world of this plane. Even the Xianxia who hated each other had to apply to the higher-ups of the Xianxia tower if they wanted to fight to the death. Only after getting approval would they fight in the arena of the Xianxia tower. Private fights were never allowed. But Xiao Han killed without hesitation. He was rampant to the extreme. He was also arrogant to the extreme. He completely ignored the rules. Kill him. Kill this beast. This little beast is more of a demon than a demon. He has completely betrayed the Xianxia tower. Kill him. More than 10 senior Xianxia were furious at the same time. Madness. Resentment. Heart-tearing roar. Hysteria. The entire square in front of the Xianxia tower was immediately turned upside down. The next moment, these senior Xianxia all seemed to regard Xiao Han as an ultimate mutated demon emperor, and they all displayed what they had learned in their lives. He had used all of his trump cards. For a moment, the entire void was filled with true chi runes like stars. All kinds of formations emerged one after another, and the divine light that reached the sky intertwined. Everywhere the true Qi passed, there was destruction. More than 10 8th-level true Qi cultivators at the Talisman Formation realm launched a fatal attack at Xiao Han at the same time. This was definitely not a trivial matter. It had to be known that these Seal Formation realm experts were not Xiao Han's match one-on-one, but if they worked together and attacked together, the outcome would be hard to predict. Even the ultimate mutated demon emperor, who had wreaked havoc in the world, would find it difficult to escape unscathed in the face of such an attack. The space in the square in front of the fiendish hero pagoda was sealed. Danger lurked in every direction. Killing was taking place everywhere. Time and space trembled, the clouds moved in all directions, and the sky changed color. Kill! Kill them all together. Everyone had the right to punish this monster. Kill them. A veteran chivalrous hero roared and instigated the other chivalrous heroes in the square to attack together and kill Xiao Han. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of demon warriors attacked Xiao Han. However, Xiao Han did not budge in the face of this crazy attack. As for Xiao Han's demonic the arch palm on his left arm, the demonic power had already been pushed to the extreme. I have never faced so many powerful opponents before. Kill. Kill them all. Since you want to kill me, Xiao Han, then you must pay a painful price. Dang. Xiao Han's qi and blood were surging. At this moment, his life was at its most intense. In this situation, he could only crush them on the spot. If he gave in blindly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Anyway, he had already killed one. Killing one was killing. Killing two was killing. Killing 100 was still killing. Yellow and black demon pagoda, come out. Destroy all things. Kill them all. Swoosh, a yellow and black demon pagoda instantly appeared in Xiao Han's left palm. This demon pagoda emitted a terrifying aura that could destroy all things. A blurry demonic mist lingered around the pagoda. The pagoda was 9 stories tall. Vaguely, one could see tens of thousands of demons in the pagoda. They were wearing yellow robes, sitting cross-legged and chanting piously. The sound of Sanskrit was lingering in the air, and the demonic songs were light and graceful. Suddenly, Xiao Han poured his demonic power into the yellow and black demon pagoda. The demon pagoda expanded in the wind. In an instant, it rose from the ground to the sky and reached a height of nearly 1,000 zhang. Boom! The yellow and black demon pagoda shook in the air. The space within a radius of several hundred acres had completely collapsed from the tremors. The light became chaotic, distorted, and shattered. At this moment, Xiao Han's demon the arch palm on his left arm had awakened 600,000 demonic veins, reaching the ultimate mutation. This yellow and black demon pagoda's demonic technique had also increased in power. A slight use of it had the power of 15 billion cauldrons. 15 billion cauldrons of power was suppressed just like that. Boom! All the true qi, true talismans, and talisman arrays that were attacking Xiao Han were shattered and shattered. In the square, the densely packed fiends fell to the ground like papier-mâché. They were sent flying, retreating, vomiting blood, and their faces were as pale as paper. The dozen or so veteran fiends and talisman formation realm antiques also retreated rapidly. Their blood and qi were shaken to the point that their true qi was scattered, and they could not gather their true qi for a while. Xiao Han's lips curled into an evil sneer. He took out the heavenly desolation demon fruit from his storage ring and fused it with the demon the arch palm tattoo on his left arm to replenish his demonic power. At the same time, he slowly walked into the chaotic crowd. You veteran fiends and antiques are just a bunch of chickens and dogs that bully the weak and fear the strong. How dare you scheme against me? The fiend hero trial was conducted fairly. Those disciples of yours were arrogant and overbearing. In the competition, there were deaths and injuries. It's normal. I, Xiao Han, did not cheat. Even the upper echelons of the fiend hero pagoda did not pursue this matter too much. Yet, you guys dare to act arrogantly and try to kill me in public? Since that's the case, I don't care anymore. I won't hold back anymore. Kill, all of you die. Xiao Han was already in an extreme state. Now that he had been provoked and started killing, there was no way to stop him. What was done could not be undone. He might as well go all out. Rumble! Xiao Han moved to the side of a veteran fiend who was vomiting blood and retreating. He slapped the veteran demon the arch palm on his left arm directly on the chest of the fiend hero. The fiend hero's body split open, flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and true qi burst out of his body. Bang! Xiao Han suddenly grabbed a veteran fiend hero with his left hand and crushed him into pieces. Whoosh! Xiao Han flipped his left hand and the demon saber of annihilation appeared in his hand. The demonic saber light flew out like snowflakes. The movement of death seeped into the depths of the hearts of every fiend hero in the Chaos Square. Xiao Han wandered around the square like a god of death. Every time he attacked, he would kill a veteran fiend hero. He first took out the black-yellow demon pagoda and shook it. Although the power of 15 billion cauldrons did not directly shatter the fiend heroes in the square, it scattered their true qi, making it impossible for them to condense again in a short time. Now, every time Xiao Han made a move, he would not miss. There was almost no effective resistance. Not only did he kill the veteran fiend heroes, but he also killed the ordinary fiend heroes who dared to attack Xiao Han. No! You can't kill me. That's disgraceful. Disgraceful. 10,000 years ago, I was already an ancient giant. In the fiend hero world, I was respected based on seniority. You. Crack. An old fiend hero's neck was directly broken by Xiao Han. I can't accept this. I am at the 8th level True Qi Talisman Formation realm. I can still live for countless years and have a long life. I can enjoy the glory, splendor, wealth and indulgence in the mortal world. I don't want to die. A veteran fiend hero was beaten into pieces and died completely. I am Qin Tianfeng. I have traveled across the 4 seas and killed countless demon race in my life. In the human world I am also a tyrant. I kill whoever I want. If I want any treasure, I will directly plunder it. Usually only I kill people. No one else kills me. But today, why was I killed by a little bastard who still smells of his mother's milk? Fate is unfair. The heavenly Tao is unfair. A veteran fiend hero's head exploded by Xiao Han. In the blink of an eye, there were already 9 veteran fiends and 11 ordinary fiends who tried to attack Xiao Han. They all fell down without a complete corpse. Xiao Han's eyes were red from killing. He killed until the sky turned dark. Now, there were only 5 senior chivalrous heroes left. All of them retreated. They were so angry that their guts were about to explode. Their eye sockets were about to split open, and blood spurted out. But fear and despair soon drowned them. They had never seen such a crazy person like Xiao Han. He actually started a massacre in front of the fiend hero pagoda that never fell. He was invincible and unstoppable. After killing so many fiends, this Xiao Han is even more of a demon race than a demon race. He is no longer a human, but an ancient giant. Quickly, an eternal giant has appeared. Suppress this evildoer. Eternal giants, appear. Otherwise, everyone here will be killed by him. A veteran fiend crazily barked as he retreated. Die! Xiao Han took a step forward and slammed his palm on his chest. The body of the veteran fiend hero exploded and shattered into pieces on the ground. Ancient giant, quickly appear! Quickly appear! Evildoer! A veteran fiend hero wailed loudly. In the next moment, Xiao Han grabbed him with his left hand and pinched his neck. Just when Xiao Han was about to pinch this veteran fiend hero to death, the entire square suddenly seemed to have stopped for a moment. A supreme and majestic voice immediately came out. Enough! Young boy, his temperament is even more ferocious than the demons of the demon race. Moreover, he has mastered demonic power that surpasses the ultimate variant demon emperor. Originally, I didn't want to care about these trivial matters, but this is too much. Too presumptuous. Suddenly, an aura that swept through the heaven and earth appeared in the square. A person wearing a white robe with an invincible majestic aura appeared. This person looked to be about 40 or 50 years old. Behind him, there were true talismans and formation arrays that were shining with golden light. In the void, there was a vague image of a god that was sitting there and chanting. In the ears of those who heard it, there was a kind of pious and pure power of faith. Ancient giant. An ancient giant had finally appeared. The so-called ancient giant, like Shangguan Wudi and Leng Chenqiu, were all existences at the peak of true Qi realm. This kind of person could really be said to have traveled the 3,000 boundless worlds, swept through the 9 provinces, explored many unknowns, came and went unhindered, and in a flash, the heaven and earth changed color and the clouds surged. Ancient giant. Ancient Giant, you have finally appeared. Now, apart from the veteran fiend hero in Xiao Han's hand, there were only 3 veteran fiends left. They were in so much pain that they wished they were dead, gnashing their teeth and howling. Ancient Giant, please uphold justice. This Xiao Han has already lost his mind. It's infuriating. You've seen it with your own eyes. He's slaughtering crazily. His actions have betrayed the Xianxia pagoda and the entire human race. He's a demon. You also saw the means of his demon race. The ancient giant snorted coldly, and a formless soul storm swept out, shocking the veteran fiends so much that they couldn't say a word. All of you shut up. I have my own plans for this matter. I already know what happened. If you didn't want to harm Xiao Han's life, he wouldn't have gone crazy. Now it seems that the disciples that you trained in the past, such as Garen, are really trash compared to Xiao Han. The ancient giant snorted coldly. Then, he looked at Xiao Han again, and a strong spiritual pressure covered Xiao Han. Xiao Han, although they were at fault first, you are courting death by killing like this. The fiend hero world has its own rules. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Without law and discipline, the world will be in chaos. Now that you have done such a thing, it is rare to see such a thing. After the Tower Master and the Elders come out, they will definitely punish you severely. Not only you, but even your sect, the Cloud sect, and the Crow sect will also have to bear the responsibility. Now, surrender and wait for your punishment. What else do you have to say? Heh. This time, even in the face of the ancient giant, Xiao Han was still calm and collected. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. These people only had themselves to blame for their deaths. If I didn't kill them, they would have killed me just now. If I didn't have the strength, I would have been dead by now. If I died, will you, an ancient giant, come out and uphold justice? Will you avenge me and punish these old bastards who use their official position to avenge private wrongs and distort the truth? The ancient giant was startled by Xiao Han's words. Don't think that just because you are an ancient giant, you can come out and uphold justice. I have always been a kind person. This time, I have returned to the monster metropolis to enter the monster hero pagoda and borrow a psyche room to break through to level 6 true chi and expand my meridians. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes. My request isn't too much, right? The ancient giant frowned and didn't say anything. All right, ancient giant, I'll give you face now. I won't kill the remaining few old beasts for now. Now make way for me. I'm going to enter the Xianxia pagoda and find a psyche house to break through to the next realm, Xiao Han said generously. I have accumulated enough. Breaking through this time is no small matter. Who knows, I might be the one to expand my meridians the most in the history of the human race. Don't get in my way. Ridiculous. The ancient giant roared. You want to enter the monster hero pagoda to cultivate after killing so many people? What, you want to stop me? Xiao Han laughed. Xiao Han, your strength is indeed terrifying. Ordinary ancient giants can no longer suppress you. However, you are still too inexperienced in front of me. Now, surrender and don't negotiate with me. The ancient giant said coldly. I have dignity. Don't force me to make a move. Suddenly, Xiao Han's gaze swept across the entire square. In the square, there were thousands of monsters trembling in fear. All of them looked at Xiao Han with fear in their eyes. However, these monsters believed that now that the ancient giant was here, the situation was definitely under control. Xiao Han could no longer start a massacre. I still want to negotiate with you. Xiao Han smiled. Ha 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 ha. What an idiot. The ancient giant laughed mockingly. Xiao Han, I think there is something wrong with your brain. What do you want? You are an ancient giant with 10th level true chi. With my current strength, it is indeed difficult, very difficult to defeat you. Moreover, if I really fight you, I will most likely be defeated and run away. However, Xiao Han said word by word. In this square, there are a total of 3,287 monsters. Since I have already started a massacre, then killing one is killing, killing two is also killing. Killing 3287 is also killing. Suddenly Xiao Han's aura surged. Ancient giant, listen to me. Now I, Xiao Han, will give you two choices. 1. Let me enter the Monster Hero Pagoda and prepare the best spirit house for me. I want to expand my meridians. 2. I am temporarily unable to fight against you, but it is not difficult to kill all the monsters in this square. If you insist on making things difficult for me, then I will kill everyone here. And then escape. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The ancient authority threw his head back and burst out laughing, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Xiao Han, if I say you're an idiot, then you really are. You have the ability to kill in front of me? Ha 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 ha. Before you attack me, I am still confident that I can kill everyone here. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Clean. Do you want to try? Xiao Han smiled slightly, full of evil aura. If these monsters die because of your choice, then I am afraid that when the higher-ups of the Monster Hero Pagoda pursue the matter, you will not be able to escape the blame, right? To be continued. Updated fast. Pure text high-speed first release of the latest chapter of the Monster God. This chapter is Chapter 389 Negotiating with the Ancient Giant. 53_178. Address. Chapter 390. Ancient Giant, this time, I, Xiao Han, will enter the Demon Hero Pagoda to find the spirit house and cultivate. I must expand my meridians. If you want to stop me, you'll have to pay a heavy price. Xiao Han looked at the ancient giant coldly. His mind was not affected by the ancient giant's invincible aura. Instead, he was neither humble nor arrogant, neither slow nor slow, neither arrogant nor impatient. The palm of the demon monarch on his left arm emitted a strong demonic light. The demonic power in the 600,000 demonic meridians had been replenished. The demonic power surged into the 12th demon emperor crystal like a torrent. One demon city. It was known as the strongest demon monarch of the demon metropolis, the demon monarch's natal demon technique, one demon city. By now, this one demon city technique could be regarded as Xiao Han's most powerful technique. His trump card. This one demon city was about 100,000 miles long and 100,000 miles wide, which was equivalent to a country in the mortal world. In this city, there were 81 illusory maze formations, 49 offensive formations, and 25 defensive formations sealed inside. Once any living beings entered the city, Xiao Han could just activate some illusory maze arrays to trap them in the city. Moreover, Xiao Han could activate the offensive arrays to attack them at will. Moreover, every move of the living beings in the city was under Xiao Han's perfect control. Even if they were whispering to each other, they couldn't hide it from Xiao Han. Xiao Han can also create buildings, mountains, plants, palaces, oceans and so on, by consuming demonic power. Humph! As long as I activate this demon city, I can trap all the chivalrous heroes here, including the ancient giant. Then, I can pour demonic energy into it and activate the 81 illusory maze formation. Even if the ancient giant's true chi cultivation base is strong enough to break through my demon city, it will take some time. During this time, the ordinary chivalrous heroes will be trapped in the demon city like chickens and ducks, completely defenseless. Xiao Han's heart was filled with confidence. Of course, Xiao Han was only saying this to scare the ancient giant. If Xiao Han really wanted to kill these demons who had no grudges against him, Xiao Han would definitely not do so. And now, the thousands of ordinary heroes on the scene all looked at Xiao Han as if they had seen a ghost. There was no doubt that Xiao Han had become the first person in this plane to break the rules of the devil hero realm since ancient times. This was unprecedented. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was unprecedented. He went on a killing spree in front of the Xianxia pagoda and killed a group of veteran Xianxia antiques. But now, he was negotiating with a nearly invincible powerhouse of the primordial era, completely disregarding the prestige of the primordial era's powerhouse and speaking with confidence and composure. Teske, in the mortal world, every single one of them was an existence akin to a living immortal. In the mortal world, the mortals had built numerous temples to worship these eternal giants. Tens of billions, hundreds of billions, trillions of living beings viewed these ancient giants as spiritual sustenance. Although it could be said that Xiao Han was unscrupulous, cruel, bloodthirsty, and boundlessly domineering, killing the demon heroes at the level of the Xianxia pagoda was like picking up grass. However, the The difference between the eternal giants and the primordial era's powerhouses was like the difference between heaven and earth. Now, Xiao Han was roaring at an eternal giant. All the ordinary demon heroes on the square, and even some of the hidden figures who were hiding in the Xianxia pagoda with profound auras, were stunned by Xiao Han's behavior. A young man who had a fortuitous encounter but did not necessarily have any foundation and had just risen to power in recent years actually dared to challenge the legendary eternal giant who had stood for countless years. The world was simply turned upside down. It was as ridiculous as a farmer telling an emperor that he wanted to take away his throne. Oh! A hint of murderous intent flashed across the eyes of the eternal giant. He seemed to be very curious as he glanced at Xiao Han and murmured, "Xiao Han, I think you're sick in the head. Ha! Do you really think you can kill someone under my nose? To be an idiot like you, you're really strange. I've been in the Jianghu for a long time and I've seen countless people. I've examined countless geniuses and geniuses, but this is the first time I've seen a madman like you." The eternal giant flicked his fingernails and expressed his disdain. In the next moment, a few ordinary demon heroes jumped out immediately. Their faces were filled with excitement and they wanted to flatter the eternal giant. They roared and scolded Xiao Han. "How dare you? Xiao Han, who do you think you are? How dare you talk back to the eternal giant? Xiao Han, you're bullying the weak and killing people here. This is already a heinous crime. You must die. Not only do you not know how to repent, but you're also stubborn. A person like you is not far from death." The eternal giant respected his identity and didn't suppress you in front of you. He only asked you to be executed and admit your guilt. Are you deaf? What an arrogant and shameless person. But this eternal giant really has good self-restraint. If it was me, I would have slapped him to death long ago. He wants to kill us in front of the eternal giant. He's daydreaming. Fine. You want to kill us? Come and kill us. I also want to see how he's going to kill people under the eternal giant's nose. Hundreds of demon heroes actually barked at Xiao Han. You keep saying that you want to kill us. Come and kill us then. Come and kill us then. You're bragging to this extent. You're really shameless. Enough, Xiao Han. I don't want to care about this trivial matter. But you've gone too far today. Your temperament has already turned into a demon. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and admit your guilt. Let me capture you and wait for the Tower Master and the elders to come out of seclusion to judge you. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to personally kill you and turn you into ashes. The eternal giant gave his last warning. Looks like there's no room for discussion. Xiao Han looked at the ancient giant. In the next moment, Xiao Han's gaze swept across the group of chattering ordinary heroes. A cold, cruel and resentful expression instantly spread out from Xiao Han's eyes. Then, let's play. Eternal giant, you'll pay for what you've done. Die. One demon city. Take control of everything. Boom! Xiao Han instantly activated the one demon city. All the demon power in the 600,000 demon meridians were poured into the 12th demon emperor crystal. In an instant, a strange sound erupted from the center of Xiao Han's left demon emperor's palm. It was a frivolous and strange demon clan song. It was sad, melancholic, heartbroken, the last elegy, the movement of dusk. Dense demonic chi and mysterious demonic clan talismans came crashing down from the 9 heavens. The demon aura was chaotic, ancient, strange, and peculiar. It was filled with the vicissitudes of history. It was ancient, simple, and dilapidated. But it did not have any lethality. It did not have any lethality. Ah! I'm surrounded by demon aura. What's going on? That's strange. This demon aura does not have any lethality. What's going on? The vision of all the demon heroes blurred. They only felt that the space had been turned upside down, and all they could see was the demon aura. What the hell? Despicable demon race tricks. Break for me. The ancient giant let out a ferocious roar in the chaos. The true energy in his body shook, and countless demon auras were scattered by his true energy. However, even more demon auras surrounded him. The next moment, time and space seemed to stop. All the demon auras disappeared. At this moment, heaven and earth changed. The ancient giant and the thousands of heroes in the square were all in the same city at the same time. The city was deathly silent. The city was very large, but there was no sign of life. The ancient mottled city walls, the dusty streets, and on both sides of the streets, there were empty restaurants, rouge shops, wineries, and a vulgar and dilapidated stronghold called Full Spring Courtyard. There were also weapon shops, stables, and pill shops that emitted the lingering fragrance of medicinal herbs. When the wind blew, there were broken red lanterns flying all over the street. Going around the long street, there were some rotten bones scattered in the corners. Beside the bones were alms bowls, bamboo poles, and other tools used for begging. In the city, there was yellow sand and cold wind blowing. There was also a red mist surging in all directions, blocking one's vision. The entire city was filled with a declining atmosphere. However, some of the prosperity of the past still remained. Walking to a random residential area, one could see some mansions with red lacquered doors. There were many mighty guardian lions and guardian Pichio outside the doors, but they were all lying on the side. Inside the house, the flowers and plants were withered, but from the furnishings in the house, it was clear that the owner of the house was rich and luxurious. A demon city had finally opened. It trapped all the demons and the ancient tycoon within it. At this moment, the ancient giant. What's going on? I'm trapped in a demon city. The ancient giant began to feel nervous. He walked on an empty long street, and when he stepped on the bluestone pavement, there was a pa-pa-pa sound. It should be a demonic technique similar to an illusion, but it can't trap me. The corner of the ancient giant's mouth flashed a mocking smile. Suddenly, he released his mental energy. As long as I find Xiao Han, or find the core that supplies this demon city with demonic energy, I can kill Xiao Han or destroy the core of this demon city. Kill Xiao Han or destroy the core of this demon city. That way we can break this demon technique. However, when the ancient giant released his mental energy, he was lost. His mental energy was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no more sound. One had to know that with this ancient giant's cultivation, a slight release of his mental energy was enough to cover a mountain, river, or an empire, spanning more than 1,000,000 kilometers. But now, his psyche waves could only scan an area of less than 10 miles. Beyond 10 miles, the mental energy completely dissipated. He was lost. Damn it! There's a maze illusion near my body. There's a total of 50 mazes. They surrounded me layer by layer. Very quickly, the ancient giant understood the situation. Break for me! Boom! A ray of primordial god light shot out from the giant's palm and landed on the nearby space. Ripples spread out and a shattering sound came from the space around him. The ancient giant truly lived up to his name. He immediately found the exact location of the 50 mazes and was prepared to destroy them one by one. To destroy one maze, I need about an hour. 50 mazes, that's a total of 25 hours. The ancient giant frowned. How troublesome. At this moment, ancient giant, welcome to my world. Suddenly, Xiao Han's shadow appeared above the city. Ancient giant, you're very powerful indeed. You can find the location of the mazes and destroy them. However, even if you use all your strength, it'll still take a long time to destroy these mazes, right? Xiao Han. The ancient giant was enraged. He felt that he had been toyed with. Don't be too full of yourself. This little trick of yours isn't enough to harm me yet. It's a piece of cake for me to destroy these boring mazes. All I need is a bit of time. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han let out a mocking laugh. Yes, you can destroy these mazes. However, I'm constantly replenishing my demonic energy. When you destroy a maze, my demonic energy can repair the maze. In other words, as long as I'm willing, as long as my demonic energy can be replenished, I can trap you for a year and a half without a problem. Ha ha ha. Is it fun? Yes, the ancient giant needed about 25 hours to destroy the 50 mazes that Xiao Han had placed on him. That's right. However, this was under the premise that Xiao Han did not repair the mazes. If the ancient giant continued to destroy them while Xiao Han repaired them, he would be able to trap the ancient giant for a long time. On top of that, Xiao Han could also activate an offensive array to harass the ancient giants. All right, let's not waste any more time. As soon as Xiao Han's voice faded, pooh, 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 pooh. In the sky above the city, there were continuous sounds of explosions. Then, one image after another appeared. In every image, there was an ordinary demon warrior walking on the streets of the city, in the villas, in the residences, in the ruins of the palaces. However, they were all trapped and none of them could walk out. There were a total of 3,287 images. It showed that there were currently 3,287 ordinary demon heroes trapped in this demon city. Listen, ancient giant. I'll give you some time to think. Either let me enter the demon warrior tower and give me the best spirit house for me to cultivate in, or I'll kill one person every 100 breaths. Time starts now. Xiao Han's cold voice echoed in the depths of time and space. What? Kill one person every 100 breaths? The ancient giant roared with his teeth bared. You're threatening me. Damn it. You deserve to die. However, 100 breaths is up. Kill the first person. Xiao Han's indifferent voice rang through the heavens and earth. The next moment, among the 3,287 images, there was a veteran Xianxia who had been grabbed by the neck by Xiao Han and had yet to be killed. He was walking down a quaint street with a look of terror on his face, and yet... Roar! The entire long street suddenly transformed into a bloody maw, biting him. Crunch! 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 A terrible chewing sound rang out. Ah! No! No! I don't want to die. Ah! And the old demon warrior's heart-wrenching scream. After a few breaths, the 3,287 images in the sky became 3,286. Successfully killed the first person. Xiao Han's voice was as cold as ice water, without any emotion. It was as if he was the master of everything and had power over life and death. Time starts again. In the next 100 breaths, kill the second person. To be continued. Update quick. Text: this is the latest chapter of the Demon God. This chapter is chapter 390. Every 100 breaths, one person would be killed. 1_187. The address is Chapter 391. Xiao Han planned before making his move. He didn't fight head-on with the ancient giant. Instead, he summoned a demon city and set up a total of 50 illusory maze formations to trap the ancient giant. Then he began to slaughter thousands of ordinary demons. The first to be killed was a senior member of the group of old antiques. Garen's teacher had a grudge against Xiao Han. If he did not kill him now, then when? Roar, Xiao Han. Little bastard. You little bastard. How dare you kill people right under my nose? Bastard. At this moment, the ancient giant was furious. He howled at the top of his lungs. His face was purple and his entire body was shaking. He deeply felt that his dignity had been trampled on by Xiao Han. Yes, at the beginning when he was facing Xiao Han, he was calm and collected, confident that he could control the situation and not allow Xiao Han to kill another person. But now, Xiao Han had killed people right under his nose like he was killing chickens or dogs. This was a slap in the face. Roar! You want to trap me with such a small trick? Break! This ancient titan was brewing up a peerless attack. His body shook, and true energy surged out like a river. All of this true energy transformed into jade talismans, which then formed into countless grand formations, and finally, a magical treasure. It was a thick machete about 100 feet long. It shone with a ghostly light that could cut ghosts and gods, melt space, and strip time. It was peerless. This was the ancient giant's magical treasure. Boom! The ancient giant took out his magical treasure and slashed at one of the maze formations that trapped him. The power of this attack could be said to be unparalleled in the world. The light of the blade danced violently. Space began to tear. Poochie! One slash. One of the illusory labyrinth formations was almost completely destroyed. It immediately collapsed. I finally destroyed a maze, but... The ancient giant was both happy and helpless. He was happy because he destroyed a maze formation with one slash. He was helpless because every time he used the magical treasure to attack, it consumed a lot of true chi. The true chi used to attack with a magical treasure. It was several times more effective than simply using true chi divine art. Furthermore, This ancient giant didn't carry any treasured medicine that could quickly replenish his true chi. Damn it! The ancient giant roared to the sky. Meanwhile, the ordinary heroes trapped in the city all saw the scene in the sky and heard what Xiao Han said. Every 100 breaths, he would kill one person. Every chivalrous hero in Demon City saw the first veteran chivalrous hero to be killed by Xiao Han. The whole process of his death. It was too terrifying. There was no way to escape. Get out. I want to leave this place. I can't stay here and let myself be slaughtered. I want to go out. A cave-expanding realm fiend. His body soared up into the sky, wanting to fly out of the demon city. However, when he felt that he had already flown a few thousand miles, he realized that he was still standing at the same spot. It was as if he had only flown high and not far. No! Why was this happening? Why can't I fly out? No! Help! Ancient giant, hurry up and destroy this terrifying city. I don't want to die here. The 100 breaths are up. Kill the second person. Xiao Han's cold voice echoed between heaven and earth. It was as if he was the ruler. In one of the 3,286 images, a veteran demon fire antique suddenly stepped into a spell formation of demon fire. Boundless demon fire wrapped around him, and he began to writhe and shriek like a pig being slaughtered. A-A-I-E. No, don't kill me. Xiao Han, I was wrong. If you forgive me, I won't care about Garen's death anymore. Ancient giant. Agree to Xiao Han's conditions. Before long, the veteran chivalrous hero's body was burned to ashes. His ashes flew around the city like dandelions. Successfully killed the second person. After 100 breaths, kill the third person, Xiao Han said calmly. Xiao Han, this is treason. The ancient giant's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He activated his magical treasure again and again, wasting his precious true chi to destroy the illusory labyrinth formation that trapped him. The ancient giant had used all his strength to destroy 4 illusory labyrinth formations in a row. Give me some more time. Give me some more time. Maybe I won't even need 24 hours to destroy these 50 illusory labyrinth formations. The ancient giant kept shouting in his heart. The third veteran chivalrous hero was killed. The fourth veteran chivalrous hero was killed. At this point, Garen's group of teachers, who wanted to abuse their authority and suppress Xiao Han, were all dead. Not a single one was left alive. Killing the fifth person. The ancient giant. You're testing my patience. But it doesn't matter. Everyone here will die one by one. Previously, in order to flatter the ancient giant, he had jumped out and shouted, "What an arrogant and shameless person." However, this ancient giant has great self-restraint. If it were me, I would have killed him with a single slap. These words had been directly erased from existence. After 100 breaths, the chivalrous hero who jumped out and shouted, "He wants to kill us in front of the ancient giant? Dream on. Fine. Come and kill us if you want to. I also want to see how he kills people under the eyes of an ancient giant." The swordsman was also quickly erased. Xiao Han was a man of his word. Every 100 breaths, he killed a chivalrous hero. His timing was very precise. Not a moment too early or too late. The image in the sky displayed the scene of these swordsmen dying in great detail. Between heaven and earth, the despairing cries of the chivalrous heroes echoed. Fear and despair spread like a plague. Countless chivalrous heroes screamed and begged. "No! Xiao Han! Please don't kill anymore. Let us go. This has nothing to do with us. Xiao Han! We're all wrong. Please forgive us. Don't kill us anymore. Ancient giant. You're useless. Just now you were so valiant and said that no one dared to kill under your eyes? But now, you can't protect us at all. Ancient giant. Quickly agree to Xiao Han's conditions. You can't send us to our deaths just because of your own pride. Quickly agree to Xiao Han's conditions, otherwise, we'll all die. At this time, the ancient giant. A bunch of bastards. In the sky, the roars of the chivalrous heroes were transmitted from countless images. Most of the chivalrous heroes strongly requested the ancient giant to give in and agree to Xiao Han's conditions. There were even some chivalrous heroes who were extremely agitated and began to curse. Puff! Under the relentless attacks of the ancient giant, the 9th labyrinth was destroyed by him. Let's work harder. I'm sure I can break through all the mazes in a few hours. However, what? Suddenly, the 9 mazes that were destroyed by the ancient giant. They were actually repaired. Endless demon chi was injected into the damaged mazes. Very quickly it was repaired. Repaired as good as new. Now, the ancient giants were still facing the same 50 labyrinths as before. How could this be? He had used all his strength to destroy the 9 mazes with great difficulty, but in the blink of an eye, these mazes had been repaired again. This indicated that everything that the ancient giant had done before was all in vain. Xiao Han! You bastard! The ancient giant roared in anger. But in his heart, a deep sense of helplessness rose. Kill the 23rd person. The killing continued. The 23rd chivalrous hero was killed. Of course, the people that Xiao Han killed were all the chivalrous heroes who had mocked and cursed at him. Ancient giant! Fuck you! Ancient giant! You're forcing us to die. You're the culprit. Help! Help! Someone save us. Ancient giant, go eat *T. Thousands of fiend warriors let out tragic and stirring curses. Their tones were filled with endless resentment and hatred. One should know that Xiao Han's request was not excessive at all. It was nothing more than entering the chivalrous pagoda to expand the acupoints. This was an extremely easy request to fulfill. As long as the ancient giant nodded, the trapped chivalrous heroes would not have to die. But the ancient giant refused to agree to Xiao Han's request. All the trapped chivalrous heroes regarded the ancient giant as the culprit who killed them. At this moment, a few more figures walked out of the chivalrous pagoda. A few rays of light appeared in the sky, and waves of celestial music came down. A few men and women walked down from the light. These men and women were wearing feather robes and star crowns. They looked extraordinary. Rings of light surrounded them. It was dreamy and full of celestial chi. Although these men and women did not seem to have the power to destroy the heavens and earth, there was a powerful force within their bodies. As long as this force was unleashed, it would definitely be able to change the weather and destroy everything in its path. Another few ancient authorities had shown themselves. At this moment, they were all looking at the misty chaotic demonic light in the square. Powerful. This demonic technique is indeed powerful. A man who looked like a scholar frowned slightly. Everyone already knows what happened. That Xiao Han is blessed by nature and can use the supreme demonic technique. Now he has trapped thousands of chivalrous heroes and is killing them one by one. What should we do now? We can't let him continue killing. Although these chivalrous heroes are very weak to people of our level, they are not easy to deal with in the secular world. One death means one less. We can't let Xiao Han kill as he pleases. If we continue killing like this, our chivalrous world will suffer a great loss. A middle-aged man with a square face said seriously. Why don't we join forces and break this demonic technique? A man with sword-like eyebrows said with a murderous look. If we join forces, we can steadily suppress Xiao Han. There's no problem. Don't act rashly. The man who looked like a scholar who spoke earlier stopped them. Indeed, we can break this demonic technique, but I'm afraid that if we force Xiao Han into a corner, he will kill thousands of chivalrous heroes with a single thought before we break the demonic technique. Don't force Xiao Han into a dead end. That's right, that little guy Xiao Han is unbelievably cruel. It's indeed possible for him to start a massacre with a single thought. He's already in a killing mood. Killing one is killing, killing two is killing 1,000 is also killing. There's not much difference. Then we might as well agree to Xiao Han's request. Let him enter the chivalrous pagoda. To be honest, this request is not too much. A beautiful middle-aged woman with dreamy eyes and starlight surrounding her body said with a slight frown. Let him in to cultivate. Then, wait for the Tower Master to come out of seclusion and personally deal with this matter. We can't just let him in like this. The man who looked like a scholar shook his head. If we let him in like this, we'll lose all our face. Xiao Han will become an anomaly who broke the rules and swaggered around without being punished. This is very detrimental to the stability of our chivalrous world. Let me think about it. The scholar closed his eyes slightly, as if he was calculating something. The other ancient giants did not dare to say anything to disturb the scholar. After 10 breaths, the scholar opened his eyes, exhaled, and sent a string of voices into the demon city. Xiao Han, stop killing for now. Now, I'm going to talk to you personally. Do you dare to make a bet with me? Chapter 392. Xiao Han sat cross-legged and floated in the void of the demon city. There was a hint of ruthlessness at the corner of his mouth. The thousands of demon warriors in the demon city, as well as the ancient giant, were all under Xiao Han's perfect control. This ancient giant is really patient. Even if I kill one person every 100 breaths of time, he still won't agree to my request. Sigh, he really cares too much about his face. Heh, he even tried to break the illusory maze formation? He's asking for trouble. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. Beams of beautiful demonic light shot out from Xiao Han's left demon god palm and entered every formation of the demon city. It maintained the normal operation of the demon city. Fortunately, I've plundered a large number of heavenly desolate demon fruits during my trip to the demon city. I can use them to replenish my demonic strength at any time. I don't have to worry about running out of demonic strength. Xiao Han was secretly relieved. That's right. If it wasn't for Yan Lang's grand ceremony where he killed countless demon emperors and seized the large number of heavenly desolate demon fruits that they carried with them, Xiao Han wouldn't be able to display any of its power even if he had the powerful and bewitching left arm of the demon monarch. At least in a short period of time, Xiao Han would not have to worry about the heavenly desolate demon fruits. At this moment, Xiao Han, stop the killing for now. Now, I'm going to talk to you personally. Do you dare to make a bet with me? A calm and tranquil male voice pierced through the demon city and reached Xiao Han's ears. Xiao Han could hear it clearly. Oh, who are you? Another ancient giant? What do you want to bet with me? Xiao Han used his spirit to transmit his voice back. Xiao Han, I know the whole thing like the back of my hand. The voice said unhurriedly. Yes, you're not the only one to blame for this. There were indeed people who wanted to use their power for personal gain and oppressed you indiscriminately. You couldn't take it anymore and fought back. However, your method was too extreme. You've killed too many demon warriors. Your decisiveness in killing has caused danger everywhere in the Devil Hero region, and people have been plunged into misery and suffering. Now, the Tower Master and the Elders are in seclusion and can't interfere with this matter. But once they come out, I'm afraid. Ha, you ancient giant, you want to punish me? Xiao Han said disdainfully. Xiao Han's demonic power was now at its peak. Once he was attacked by several ancient giants, Xiao Han's move was like an illusion, and he would most likely be able to flash out of the Xianxia region. He was completely invincible. As for worrying that the Pure Cloud sect would be implicated, Xiao Han had also considered this point. One had to know that although Wu Donghai was only an ancient giant, he already had 1 foot in the ranks of the ancient giants. With Wu Donghai's status in the Devil Hero world, the Devil Hero Pagoda would not vent their anger on the Cloud sect because of Xiao Han. Punish you? No, Xiao Han. I understand your heart. If I say I want to punish you, I'm afraid you'll continue to go crazy and kill all the thousands of heroes trapped in this demon city. Our Demon Hero Pagoda can't afford this price, the man said directly. Xiao Han was surprised. He hesitated for a few breaths before replying. Then you mean to agree to my condition, let me enter the Devil Hero Pagoda, give me a soul room, and let me break through to the expanded Aperture Realm? Ha! If we let you in just like that, we'll be disgraced. You can crush the rules and not be punished. This is a challenge to the dignity of the entire Devil Hero world. The man laughed. Then I don't understand, what are you guys trying to do? Xiao Han was speechless. A bet. The man's voice suddenly became serious. Xiao Han, I'll make a bet with you. Do you dare to bet? What bet? Xiao Han laughed coldly. Ancient giant, don't try to provoke me. In this world, there's nothing that I don't dare to bet on. Good. Your heart is as steady as a rock, and you dare to fight. You're different from others. It's no wonder you have such achievements at such a young age. The man's voice contained some praise as he said. Xiao Han, you want to enter the Devil Hero Pagoda, find the best soul room, and break through to the 51st true meridian. Right. Okay, I can let you in. But, well, just now, I heard you talking nonsense. You said that you've accumulated a lot and have the confidence to become the person with the most acupoint expansion times in the Devil Hero world of this plane, right? Did you say this yourself? Yes. That's what I said. Xiao Han's voice was not timid at all. Well, I don't know where you're getting so much confidence. Although Xiao Han, you're at the top of the demon race in terms of various means, demon power, and demon techniques. But the true chi cultivation of our human race and the demon technique cultivation are two completely different fields. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Now, I can let you enter the Devil Hero Pagoda and let you cultivate in the soul room. You can expand the acupoint. When you break through to the 51st true meridian, the acupoint expansion times really broke the history of the predecessors. Then, I guarantee that all the crimes you've committed today will be written off. The Devil Hero Pagoda will no longer pursue your mistakes. However, if your acupoint expansion times is only ordinary, then, I'm sorry, Xiao Han, you'll be executed directly. This is a bet. Do you dare to take it? Like this. Xiao Han suddenly blurted out. That's the bet. Xiao Han, do you dare to take it? The man's voice suddenly became cold and stern. Xiao Han, if you break through to the 51st true meridian and the acupoint expansion times for the first time is more than 16 times, or after you finish 10 times, the total acupoint expansion times is more than 95 times, then, you win. You will indeed become the greatest existence in the Devil Hero world of this plane. On the contrary, if you're lower than this achievement, then you'll have to commit suicide to atone for your sins. Do you dare to take such a bet? Do I dare? Xiao Han's heart shook. Suddenly, many images surged through Xiao Han's mind like a trickle of water. Participate in the Devil Hero trial. Fight against Garen and other geniuses. Kill Demon Emperor Qing Lin. Kill Demon Emperor Azure Dragon. Risk his life to enter the Demon Metropolis. Kill thousands of Demon Emperors. Kill Mutated Demon Emperor. Kill Ultimate Mutated Demon Emperor. Confront the 10 Demon Emperors. Be possessed by a demon god. At the moment of life and death, comprehend the sword intent of the great accomplishment stage. All the past events flashed through his mind. Don't dare to take the bet? Why wouldn't I, Xiao Han, dare to take the bet? I, Xiao Han, am less than 30 years old, and I've been successful in every endeavor. I'm fearless. I even entered the demon metropolis, killed thousands of demon emperors, and escaped unscathed. I, Xiao Han, went from being a living target to my current achievements, slaughtering devil heroes and trapping an eternal giant. I don't dare to take the bet. Xiao Han roared in his heart. Ha 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 ha. All of a sudden, Xiao Han burst into wild laughter. Xiao Han, what are you laughing at? The man asked in a slightly surprised voice. Eternal giant, let's not talk about this bet first. If I, Xiao Han, win, how can you guarantee that I won't be held accountable? Can you represent the entire Devil Hero Pagoda? Can you represent the Pagoda Master and the Elders? Xiao Han said harshly. That doesn't matter. The man laughed involuntarily. Xiao Han, in our plane, the Devil Hero world, I'm the one who created the highest acupoint expansion times. The first acupoint expansion was 16 times. The 10 acupoints expansion accumulated to 95 times. Tell me, do my words carry any weight? Don't worry about what I promised you. As long as you surpass my results, the Pagoda Master and the Elders will not make things difficult for you after they come out of seclusion. On the contrary, they will value you and cultivate you more. After a pause, the man laughed. If you can surpass my results, it means that your future is limitless. In the future, your achievements will probably not be lower than mine. Xiao Han, you have to understand one thing. Strength can break the rules. Talent and potential can also break the rules. It seems that your wanton massacre in front of the Devil Hero Pagoda is unforgivable. However, as long as you can surpass my results, then everything you do will be within the scope of what I allow. You will have the confidence to break the rules. With such a genius, in the future, You will help the human race to destroy many mutant demon emperors, ultimate mutant demon emperors, and even the great demon emperor. Such a contribution, even 100, 1,000, or 10,000 ordinary demon heroes can't compare to you. They are far inferior to you. Rules are always made for the strong. The strong can crush the old rules and make new rules. And the weak will be crushed to death by the rules if they try to challenge the rules. Oh, I know. You are the person ranked 3rd on the demon hero list. Even among the ancient giants, you are definitely a top existence. Xiao Han suddenly remembered that Shangguan Wudi said that the person who made history by expanding acupoints by 16 times for the first time and 95 times for 10 times was now ranked 3rd on the demon hero list. I didn't expect you to know my ranking, Xiao Han. The man was slightly stunned and then smiled. If that's the case, Xiao Han, do you believe my words? With my identity, I won't lie to you. Okay. I, Xiao Han, will bet. Xiao Han roared fiercely. Bet. I, Xiao Han, will immediately enter the Demon Hero Pagoda to expand my acupoints. If I can't surpass your results, I, Xiao Han, am willing to commit suicide. Xiao Han's voice contained the rolling confidence of invincibility in the world, domineering and unparalleled. Good intention. Now, I am a little bit appreciative of talent. Xiao Han, remove your demonic spell and release all the hostages. The man smiled. Okay. Xiao Han agreed. The next moment, Xiao Han's body rose into the air, and the whole city below him made a rumbling sound. In an instant, whoosh, 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 the buildings in the city, the mountains, the crisscrossing streets, the magnificent palaces, all turned into strands of demonic light, soaring into the sky and lingering around Xiao Han's body. It made Xiao Han feel as if he had fallen into a dreamland. In the end, the space, air and time of the whole city all turned into demonic runes, disintegrated, and swarmed toward Xiao Han. The wind and clouds surged. The city disintegrated into demonic light and magnificent demonic runes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Everything merged into the 12th groove on the left arm demon monarch's palm. Very quickly, it condensed into an incomparably beautiful light red gem. In the middle of this gem, a city was sealed. The densely packed demonic runes flickered. The demonic city disappeared. Thousands of ordinary demonic warriors collapsed on the square as if they had collapsed. They were all panting heavily. Their eyes were still filled with fear and despair. They looked at each other, their faces pale. Xiao Han stood in the square with his hands behind his back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few rays of light descended from the sky and landed beside Xiao Han. From the rays of light, a few men and women slowly walked out. These men and women were wearing feathered clothes and star crowns. They had an otherworldly appearance, and they stood out from the crowd. Rings of light surrounded them, dreamy, and full of immortal qi. Although these men and women did not seem to have the power to destroy heaven and earth on the surface, there was a powerful force in their bodies. If this force were to burst out, it would definitely cause the wind and clouds to change, and everything would be destroyed. They are all powerful people. Xiao Han's heart tightened. Xiao Han, you little bastard. I will kill you. Shockingly, the ancient titan, who had been trapped by Xiao Han for so long, suddenly made a grasping motion with his right hand. True talismans exploded, and the sun and moon intersected as they shot toward Xiao Han. He wanted to kill Xiao Han. Chapter 393. That ancient giant was humiliated by Xiao Han, and he couldn't help but cry out in anger. He had always been in a high position and had always been the one to bully others. There was no way others could bully him or restrict him. But just now, he had been humiliated by Xiao Han. This made him furious and his murderous intent exploded. He wanted nothing more than to turn Xiao Han's bones into dust. Boom! The ancient giant roared to the sky and waved his right hand. A ray of light flashed and flew towards Xiao Han. A fierce and murderous aura shot up to the sky. When the ray of light shot out, ghosts and gods would not be spared. However, before Xiao Han could make a move, a lean-looking man walked out from the light. He slowly raised his right thumb and pressed down. The peerless ray of light that had been heading towards Xiao Han immediately disappeared. The murderous aura, and the evil aura that had been lingering in the air all disappeared. A clear and boundless atmosphere enveloped the area.
Batian, you don't have to do anything,
the scholar said casually. I will take care of this matter. The ancient giant's expression was sullen as he frowned.
However, he didn't dare to say anything else and immediately retracted his arrogance.
He only glared at Xiao Han with an expression of anger, but he didn't dare to say anything.
Oh!
Xiao Han looked at the man who looked like a scholar.
He saw that the scholar did not seem to have anything special about him.
He gave off a feeling that he had returned to his natural state.
However, in the space above his head, there were thousands of strands of auspicious energy and thousands of rays of light.
It was a marvelous sight. Furthermore, upon closer inspection, this scholar's eyes were extremely mystical. His pupils were filled with a simple and unadorned color. As his eyes moved, they revealed a cold and arrogant expression that could not be blasphemed. It was as if he was the ruler of all ages.
Moreover, Xiao Han felt that although he and the scholar seemed to be very close, the scholar seemed to be in the depths of billions of parallel universes.
Even if Xiao Han searched for his entire life, he would not be able to find his real body. Sparkling and translucent halos could be seen rising from every pore of the scholar's body. In the depths of these halos, the flow of time seemed to be different from the outside world. If someone with a low cultivation base were to attack this elementary scholar rashly, before they could even get close to his body, the sudden flow of time would consume the lifespan of this person with a low cultivation base. This scholar seemed to have comprehended the relationship between time and space. Extremely powerful. No wonder he's ranked third on the chivalrous man list. He was a well-known figure among the ancient giants. I'm definitely not a match for this guy. I'm definitely not a match for him.
Xiao Han also sighed in admiration.
Shangguan Wudi is ranked 23rd, and this big shot in front of me is ranked 3rd. I'm afraid the difference between their battle prowess is like heaven and earth. That's amazing. Young Xiao Han, your heart is strong. Even this seat admires it. The scholar smiled at Xiao Han and Yan Qing. No problem. Senior, were you the one who said you wanted to bet with me? Xiao Han adjusted his state of mind and spoke in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Yes, that's me.
The scholar nodded with a smile.
Xiao Han, since you've agreed to this bet, then, let's begin. In fact, I'm a bit impatient to see just how much potential you have.
Oh!
Xiao Han was stunned.
Yes. This seat is the creator of the chivalrous man world, the existence that has the highest number of acupoints in history.
However, thousands of years have passed, and there is still no chivalrous man who can break this record. This seat is also a little helpless. A trace of loneliness flashed across the scholar's face. To be honest, this seat is not a conservative person. This seat is also eager to see the appearance of a genius who can break this record. I hope Xiao Han will not disappoint this seat.
Tisk tsk, this ancient giant's breadth of mind is not comparable to that of the ancient giant just now.
Elegant.
He has the demeanor of a great master.
Xiao Han praised in his heart. This matter concerns my life and death. I also hope to be able to break this senior's record. Xiao Han said with a smile.
Indeed extraordinary. Indeed extraordinary.
The scholar quietly released his spirit and scanned Xiao Han's body. When his spirit swept into Xiao Han's heart and touched the 10,000 Immortals Grand Formation on the surface of Xiao Han's heart, the spirit was immediately lost in it.
This caused the scholar's eyes to shine with a trace of surprise, and then he nodded repeatedly.
Xiao Han, it seems that you have something to rely on.
Good.
This bet is a big matter for our chivalrous man world. Now, you enter the chivalrous man tower. I'll give you 1 day to recuperate and have a good rest.
Tomorrow, you will begin to break through to the acupoint expansion realm. In addition, this seat will announce the bet with you to the world, so that all the chivalrous men in the world know about it. At that time, there will definitely be a large number of chivalrous men coming to watch the ceremony. If you can really break the history that this seat has created, then you will definitely shock the world.
Make countless chivalrous men worship you.
Then, you don't have to worry about this seat going back on his words, and you don't have to worry about the pagoda master and the elders coming out of seclusion to make things difficult for you.
All the chivalrous men in the world will be witnesses. What are you still worried about? Peacefully break through to the next realm. But, Xiao Han, if you fail, you will have to commit suicide to atone for your crime. Understand?
This senior is indeed generous. In order to dispel Junior's worries, he actually announced it to the world. Good, this is good. Then, Junior will enter the resting area of the Chivalrous Man Tower, recuperate for 1 day, and enter the spirit room tomorrow to break through to the next realm. Xiao Han nodded. Go. The scholar warmly smiled. Xiao Han nodded, and without any ceremony, he strode towards the Chivalrous Man Tower. The scholar watched Xiao Han enter the Chivalrous Man Tower, and then he ordered the few ancient giants beside him. Quickly, announce this matter to the world, so that all the chivalrous men in the world know. This. Are we really going to announce this matter? An ancient giant with a square face asked hesitantly. The scholar slightly narrowed his eyes, and the corner of his mouth rippled with a hint of a smile. Yes, in recent years, our chivalrous man world has not had any exciting events. The entire chivalrous man world even has a taste of stagnant water. This time, we should take this opportunity to make a big fuss. If Xiao Han can really break my record, then the entire chivalrous man world will be excited. And it will also encourage other young chivalrous men, so that everyone will cultivate harder. In addition, Xiao Han has killed so many chivalrous men here, including many senior chivalrous men. If this matter is not handled well, it will lose the hearts of the people. If we announce the bet, and Xiao Han breaks the record, then the other chivalrous men will be convinced, and there will not be any criticism. If Xiao Han fails, then he will commit suicide in front of everyone, which will also make the other chivalrous men convinced, and reflect the justice of the Chivalrous Man Tower. Good. That's it. Big brother, when you do things, you really pay attention to every aspect and take every possibility into account. A beautiful middle-aged woman said with a sweet smile. Southern region. Mountain range. Temple. 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 In the garden. Wu Li was sitting in a pavilion, flipping through an ancient book with a carefree expression on his face. Dong Fengqin and Feng Ling stood on his left and right. At this time, Dong Fengqin and Feng Ling's true qi was more vigorous than before. Their gazes, spirit, and aura were also different from before. Dong Fengqin, Feng Ling, you have finally entered the expanded acupoint state. This is the fortune of the sect. I also congratulate you. Wu Yu gently put the ancient book in his hand on the stone table and smiled. In the past, your realm was not enough, and it was impossible for me to teach you some true qi divine arts. But now, you have expanded your acupoints, and your true qi capacity has greatly increased. You can cultivate some powerful true qi divine arts. Thank you, Sect Master. Dong Fengqin and Feng Ling thanked him in unison. However, Feng Ling smiled bitterly. Sect Master, it seems that our aptitude is indeed mediocre. After entering the expanded acupoint state, my first acupoint expansion was only 4 times, and senior brother Dongfeng only 5 times. Compared to senior brother's 7 times, we are still far behind. It's okay. Everyone has a life. You have to learn to leave it to fate. This world is huge, and there are many geniuses. Don't blindly compare yourself with others. Just do your best. Dong Fengqin, Feng Ling, you are both hardworking people, and your future achievements may not be low. Maybe one day, you can also enter the ranks of the ancient giants. You will have a favorable ranking on the monster hero ranking. Wu Yu encouraged them. Dong Fengqin and Feng Ling both nodded. However, very quickly, both of their faces were filled with worry. After a while, Dong Fengqin could not help but say softly. Sect Master, Junior Brother Xiao Han. Sect Master, last month, the Master of the Monster Hero Pagoda personally issued an obituary, claiming that Junior Brother Xiao Han was dead. He died in the hands of a demon called the Silver Masked Demon Emperor, and his brain was sucked out. It was a horrible sight to behold. Now, the Monster Hero Pagoda has sent people to build a cenotaph for Junior Brother Xiao Han at the foot of our mountain. Sect Master, is Junior Brother Xiao Han really dead? Feng Ling asked with a trembling voice. When Junior Brother Xiao Han left the sect, he said that the Monster Hero Pagoda sent him to carry out a secret mission, and now, his life is uncertain. Sect Master. Wu Yu waved his hand, looked at the void far away, and said indifferently. I have a feeling that Xiao Han is still alive. He is not dead. Don't panic for the time being. At this moment, Wu Yu flipped his right hand, and a monster hero token appeared in his hand. He immersed his spirit into the monster hero token. After a while, Wu Yu beamed with joy. Good. That's great. Sect Master. Feng Ling and Dong Feng Qin were stunned. Ha 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 ha. As expected, Xiao Han, that kid, is still alive. He is alive and well. Just now, Shangguan Wudi sent me a message, telling me that Xiao Han is alive and well, and has now returned to the Monster Hero Pagoda. Wu Yu laughed haughtily. However, Xiao Han's demon chivalrous token is not in his hands. That's why he asked Shangguan Wudi to send a message on his behalf to tell him that he is safe. This kid actually befriended Shangguan Wudi. Good boy. The ancient giant Shangguan Wudi. Feng Ling and Dong Feng Qin were both shocked. However, before Wu Yu could answer, his monster hero token sent a message again, and he quickly immersed his spirit into it. Suddenly, Wu Yu's face changed dramatically. After a few breaths, Wu Yu stood up directly. Hurry to the monster hero region. Something big has happened. Sect Master? This. Xiao Han caused a great disaster in front of the Monster Hero Pagoda and killed many monsters. Now, he made a bet with an ancient giant to expand his acupoints. As long as he can expand his acupoints by more than 16 times for the first time, or expand his acupoints by more than 95 times for the 10th time, all his sins will be forgiven, and the Monster Hero Pagoda will not pursue it. But if he can't meet this requirement, he will die immediately. Now, the Monster Hero Pagoda has announced this matter to all the monsters in the world. Hurry! Hurry to the Monster Hero Pagoda. At the same time, all the monsters in the world received the news about Xiao Han. For a moment. Shock. Surprise. Horror. Curiosity. Excitement. The entire Monster Hero region was moved by what Xiao Han had done. Between heaven and earth, the wind and clouds were surging. Countless monsters rushed to the Monster Hero Pagoda at the first time. They wanted to witness Xiao Han expand his acupoints. They wanted to see if this lawless young man, who trampled on the rules, could break through the acupoints expansion multiplier in the history of the Monster Hero region. Chapter 394. Night. The night was as cold as water. The sky was full of twinkling stars, like beautiful gems. The bright moon shone with an unparalleled celestial beauty. The Devil Hero region was the holy land of the human world. There was not a trace of filth in the air. The nights in the Devil Hero region were the most fascinating. The Devil Hero Pagoda. The 55th floor. In the Devil Hero Pagoda, the 11th to 100th floors were all leisure and entertainment areas. The environment on each floor was very comfortable. Xiao Han casually found a room on the 55th floor and moved in. The room was lit up with a soft orange light. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the bed. His entire spirit completely relaxed. Completely relaxed. No thoughts or thoughts. Xiao Han even picked up a book and read it with great interest. After a long time, Xiao Han closed the book and a faint smile appeared on his face. Relax. Don't put any pressure on yourself. I can't be burdened mentally. Tomorrow is the day I, Xiao Han, open my meridians. I'm not sure if I can break through this realm and make history. I'm going to break through to the next realm. Naturally, I'll go to the spirit house. The key to breaking through acupoints is the accumulation and foundation, the perception of true acupoints, and the mental strength. Once he had accumulated enough, he would be able to keenly sense the existence and exact location of every single acupoint. Then, he would temper his spirit until it was flawless, free of dust and dirt, impervious to all evils, and as sharp as a sword. Then, he would be able to break his acupoints one after another in one go. Being in the spirit chamber allowed me to concentrate to the greatest extent, allowing me to hold my breath and merge my mind, spirit, and body into one. My mind becomes clear. Extremely sharp. I can sense the location of true acupoints more clearly, and it can also greatly refine my mental strength. It's very effective for breaking through acupoints. Moreover, cultivating in the spirit house is also very beneficial for martial artists with sword intent and saber intent. That ancient tycoon ranked 3rd on the Devil Hero ranking. He's really magnanimous. He gave me a spirit house that can increase my mental sense by 100 times for free.
That's the best quality spirit house. Sometimes, I encountered a bottleneck in breaking through acupoints and couldn't make any progress for many years. However, once I entered the 100 times spirit house, I had a 70% to 80% chance of breaking through the bottleneck. It made sense. My mental sense suddenly increased by 100 times. It was equivalent to the success rate of breaking through acupoints. Suddenly. An increase of 100 times. I once heard from senior brother Dongfeng Qin that there was an ancient tycoon on the demon hero ranking. Back then, when he was breaking through to the talisman transformation realm from the meridian expanding realm, he was about to explode the 61st true acupoint. He tried for 30 years to no avail. In the end, he entered the 100 times room of Psyche. 10 days later, he broke out of his cocoon and broke through the prison in one go. He opened the 61st acupoint and his true chi was transformed into a true talisman. A few years later, he successfully entered the ranks of the ancient giants. Night. Outside the Xianxia pagoda. At this moment, the outside of the Xianxia pagoda was not as quiet as the inside. The square outside the Xianxia pagoda was densely packed with people. Hearing the news, countless heroes rushed over to witness Xiao Han's breakthrough to expanded acupoint realm. They treated Xiao Han's breakthrough as a grand ceremony. This was no small matter. The chivalrous men who could stand in the square were almost all ranked on the chivalrous men list. As for the ordinary chivalrous men who did not have a ranking, they gathered everywhere in the Xianxia domain, looking forward to it. In the square, spiritual energy was surging like a tide. Rays of light, colorful lights, crimson haze, and misty mist were rising. Countless chivalrous men were in groups of 3 to 5 and they were all discussing. In the sky, there were meteor-like lights flashing into the Xianxia domain. It was no exaggeration to say that at this moment, the entire Xianxia domain had gathered hundreds of thousands of chivalrous men. It was unbelievably lively. In the square, Sect Master, the ancient tycoons in the Xianxia pagoda have issued a strict order. No chivalrous men can enter the Xianxia pagoda and can only wait outside. Now we can't see junior brother Xiao Han for the time being. I'm so anxious. Dongfeng Qin stood in the square and was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. Sect Master, can you think of a way to make those ancient tycoons bend the rules and let us enter the Xianxia pagoda to find junior brother Xiao Han? Feng Ling was also very anxious. Don't panic. Wu Hu frowned. I've already communicated with a few ancient tycoons that we're on good terms with. We can't enter. From tonight onwards, the Xianxia pagoda will be closed. We can only leave but not enter. No one is allowed to see Xiao Han. Oh. Dongfeng Qin and Feng Ling were both dumbfounded. Yes. In fact, this is also a chance for Xiao Han to completely relax. If we go to find Xiao Han at this juncture, it will undoubtedly distract him. Wu Hu said in agreement. Dongfeng Qin, Feng Ling, you have to know that it's not that simple for Xiao Han to expand his acupoints this time. He's not breaking through to the next realm, but challenging history. Yes, he's challenging history. Feng Ling and Dongfeng Qin both nodded. If he succeeds, then everything will be fine. If he fails, Xiao Han will be executed. Wu Hu frowned. Brother Wu, how have you been? A deep and powerful voice rang out. Wu Hu looked up and saw old acquaintances, Mo Qingtong's master, Heavenly Devil Old Man, and Fatty Zhu's father, Zhu Ganglai. The two of them came together. Heavenly Devil Old Man, Fatty Zhu, you're here too. Wu Hu greeted. Heavenly Devil Old Man and Zhu Ganglai came to Wu Hu's side. Brother Wu, we also received the message at the same time. Originally, we disdained coming to the Xianxia pagoda to observe other people's cultivation. However, when we heard that it's related to Xiao Han, we couldn't sit still. Heavenly Devil Old Man said. My disciple, Qing Tong, is training in the depths of the great wilderness. After receiving the message, she was also anxious. However, she was in an ancient barrier and couldn't leave. She could only send a message to me and ask me to come and watch the ceremony. Brother Wu, this time, this little guy Xiao Han has made things big. Fatty Zhu swallowed his saliva and his eyes widened. He actually dared to kill a Xianxia in the Xianxia region. This is the first time in thousands of years. I've already asked about this matter. Xiao Han killed him.
They're all the old antiques that nurtured Garen and his group of playboys. All of them made things difficult for Xiao Han. Death cannot wipe out. Forget it. These things are no longer important. Now, Xiao Han's life depends on the result of his meridian opening. Big Wu said bluntly. He paused for a moment and sighed slightly. Xiao Han's trouble is really big. Our sect can no longer protect him. It's up to him. Brother Wu, you don't have to worry too much. After all, Xiao Han is a young genius. He's the best in the world. I'm very optimistic about him. Tampering with history, Heavenly Devil old man said quickly. Humph, a cold voice sounded. An ancient dragon's roar came from the sky. A bone dragon. It was about 1,000 feet long, and on every bone, it was filled with densely packed dragon-shaped characters. It was filled with ancient history and the vicissitudes of life. Its pressure was as deep as the sea. In next to no time, the bone dragon broke down into strands of light that fused into the body of a human. A young man in a yellow robe walked down from the sky with a single step. His eyes were brewing the civilization of the ancient dragon clan. His whole body was bathed in the dragon chi. Every move he made had an irresistible majesty. The world was big and he could control it. It was the Dragon Bone Saint Saber, the best friend of the Great Sun Emperor. At this moment, when the Dragon Bone Saint Saber appeared, it looked at Big Wu with a cold face. Sect Master Wu, this brat Xiao Han has countless tricks and tricks. But in terms of true chi cultivation, his talent is indeed very poor. I'm sure that Xiao Han will die this time. He still wants to challenge the history of meridian opening? That's completely courting death. The voice of the Dragon Bone Saint Saber contained hatred that couldn't be washed away even with the water of 3 rivers and 5 lakes. The Great Sun Emperor was crippled by Xiao Han. This made the Dragon Bone Saint Saber hold a grudge and view Xiao Han as a mortal enemy. Hee, Dragon Bone Saint Saber, shut your stinky mouth. You fart in front of everyone. It's really stinky. An extremely lazy voice sounded. Hee. Dragon Bone Saint Saber, you and your best friend, the Great Sun Emperor, are all despicable people. What? The Great Sun Emperor was crippled by junior brother Xiao Han, and you're here to gloat. A young man of medium height, wearing clothes cut from animal skin, walked over from afar. He looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. His appearance was ordinary, but there was a trace of a cynical smile on the corner of his mouth. It was the finishing touch, causing him to glow with a strange charm. He held a wooden bow in his hand and carried a quiver of arrows on his back. Those were bone arrows chiseled from white beast bones. Each arrow was engraved with runes and seal characters, surging with power that made the mountains and rivers tremble. His leather boots were stained with ancient leaves from the depths of the great wilderness. He seemed to have come from the great wilderness. As he walked, the bone arrows in the quiver gently knocked against each other, making a crisp sound like wind chimes. Xiao Mingqiu came. The eldest senior brother of the current generation of Cloud Sect. The chief disciple of Big Wu. The giant of all ages on the monster cultivator list. Eldest senior brother, you're here. Dong Fengqin and Feng Ling hurriedly greeted. Sect master, you're well. Xiao Mingqiu walked over. Yes, Mingqiu. Big Wu nodded. The Dragon Bone Divine Saber said in a strange tone. Okay, you have more people, I won't talk to you anymore. However, I'll sit and watch Xiao Han be executed tomorrow. Ha. After saying that, his figure disappeared. What junior brother Xiao Han did today is really satisfying. After hearing about it, I almost slapped the table and applauded. But it's quite tricky. Junior brother Xiao Han will break through the realm tomorrow and challenge history. This. Xiao Mingqiu sighed. It's a pity that we can only watch from the sidelines and can't help junior brother Xiao Han. Let's see this kid's luck this time. Big Wu looked up at the night sky. I always feel that Xiao Han is not fated to die yet. Forget it. Let's wait until tomorrow. The first ray of morning light rose from the horizon. The entire Monster Xia region was shrouded in a layer of mist. In the square in front of the Monster Xia Tower, thousands of monster cultivators stopped. Outside the square, in other areas of the Monster Xia region, hundreds of thousands of monster cultivators were looking forward. The scene was extremely quiet. At this moment, boom, A huge light screen appeared in the void of the Monster region. There was nothing on the light screen, and it was white and flawless. What's this? Countless monster cultivators looked up at the light screen in confusion. At the same time, a majestic and invincible voice came from the Monster Tower. Monster cultivators, welcome back to the Monster region to watch the grand ceremony. Today, the rare genius of the Monster region, Xianxia, is going to break through to the expanded Meridian realm. I've already provided him with a house of spirit that is 100 times stronger. Now, Xiao Han has entered the house of spirit that is 100 times stronger. Xiao Han killed a large number of monster cultivators in front of the Monster Tower yesterday. He should be executed for his crimes. However, on account of Xiao Han's innate talent, I will make a bet with him. Today, Xiao Han will break through to the expanded Meridian realm. If he can break the history that I created back then, I'll pardon Xiao Han's crimes on behalf of the Pagoda Master and the many elders. If Xiao Han fails, then he'll be executed on the spot. He won't be tolerated. Now, 6 or 7 out of 10 monster cultivators in the world have arrived at the Monster region. Everyone, please be a witness. This light screen is connected to the house of spirit that Xiao Han is in. The situation of Xiao Han's meridian expansion will be reflected on the light screen at a glance. Everyone will know once they see it. Sect Master, if that's the case, junior brother Xiao Han's meridian expansion will be known to us immediately. Feng Ling stared at the light screen floating in the void with a solemn expression. I'm a little nervous. Xiao Mingchu's voice trembled slightly. Monster Tower. Level 429. This level was filled with houses of spirit. There were 1,500 houses of spirit. They were divided into increasing the spiritual sense by 100 times. Spiritual sense by 10 times. Spiritual sense by 100 times. A woman who was about 16 years old had a beautiful face and an otherworldly aura. She wore a star hairpin on her head and wore a plain silk robe. She exuded a noble and pure aura from head to toe. That aura made people feel a sense of reverence from the bottom of their hearts. She brought Xiao Han to a spirit house and handed a crystal key to him as she spoke in a serious tone. Xiao Han, this is a 100 times house of spirit. It's also the highest quality house of spirit on this level. You can enter now. She paused for a moment and said solemnly. Xiao Han, all the best. Good luck. Thank you, Senior Elaine. Xiao Han took the crystal key. To be continued. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.